Whoo! No, that intro just gets you hyped, don't it? There's something about that intro, man. It always does the early cooking before I get started. You guys, listen, there's so much to talk about. Listen, welcome to my channel. This is Nathan Daly. I'm your law enforcement translator here to provide insight, you guys, on difficult topics, current event topics, especially law enforcement topics, you guys. I'm going to give you some raw truth, some difficult truth, some difficult talk. You know, you guys, we do this kind of thing over here on my channel. And I like to start off with facts, you guys. I always say facts over feelings. That's what matters most. Everything else is irrelevant. If we can't get our feelings out of difficult conversations, you guys, we're going to repeat the same issues that we're talking about. So listen, let me give you some background. As you see the thumbnail, you guys, I'm going to keep it real, right? We're not here to necessarily talk about people, but we are here to address some things that people do. We're here to address some things that are very obvious that a lot of us have issues with. A lot of us are questioning. You know, the truth hurts, you guys. I said it over on the Peef. You know, shout out to him, JR, the entire team over there, that crew, for allowing me to come and speak and share some knowledge, share my experience. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, guys, we've come to a place where we've gotten so comfortable chewing up a lot of lies, but having a hard time swallowing truths. We get offended. It makes us uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, you guys, the only way to course correct is to have correct information. Without correct information, we get steered in different directions. We get tossed over into the corner. And next, you know, we find ourselves not really making any progress. This is why I always say to let the truth find you where the lies have left you, because at the end of the day, a lot of us are sitting and marinating in lies. You know, if you shout out to my boy Dre, says we've gotten real comfortable in our ignorance. And at the end of the day, you guys, listen, I'm always going to speak truth to power. So with that being said, let's dive into it. Let me shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you, guys. You could have been anywhere else, but you're here with me tonight. Listen, it's going to be hot. Make sure you have a notepad. We could take notes. If you have questions, I want to make sure everything gets answered. No stone will be left unturned after this video. I promise you that. We're going to address a lot of uncomfortable things. It's going to make people feel a little awkward. Bless your heart. We're not here to coddle your feelings, right? Again, we're here to make sure we bring truth to the conversation. And listen, you guys, I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate. And there's a difference. And if I'm wrong, I'm asking people to step up, you know, speak your piece. We can have an intelligent conversation, right? No need. Shout out to Vic. Thank you so much, brother, for becoming a member to the channel. Shout out to all my members on this crusade with me. We know it's a difficult journey. I've been receiving the emails from everyone. Shout out to Friendsgiving. I just got your email as well. Thank you for the encouragement, you guys. These last 2 weeks have been difficult. And I'm going to tell you why. You know, so Vic, thank you so much, brother, for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Come join us in this crusade of truth. And our objective to really change this thing around, right? So shout out to everyone. Shout out to Jocelyn. I see you. Shout out to all my moderators. You guys are going to be busy tonight. Listen, you guys, I tagged everybody who needs to be present. Everyone that we're going to be addressing in this conversation, they have been tagged in this video. Listen, I don't, you know, we're no children over here, right? If you say something about someone salacious, or if you want to be disrespectful in your stream, by all means, tag the person out of respect, right? I hate to have to find out that someone's saying things about me, disparaging comments, and you want to do it in the privacy and the secrecy of your own stream. Listen, I'm new to YouTube, you guys. I just started last year. I don't know how you guys handle things, but that's not how we operate here. I operate my YouTube channel like real life operations. And with that being said, we're going to dive into it, right? So shout out to everybody. Thank you for coming in. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you for my subscribers. You guys on your way in, hit the like button. It's going to be a little spicy tonight. It is what it is. The truth's about to find some people, and it might not feel so good when it hits them. But we have a lot to talk about, you guys. And we're going to start off with a couple things. I've taken some notes. You guys, I'm going to give you some backstory in reference to what's happening. Over this past weekend, I was invited over to Lapeef's network. Shout out to them. In reference to a conversation they were having about the Black community, about division in the Black community. And a conversation came up about law enforcement. You guys, this is my first time on Lapeef's main show on Thursday. As you guys know, those who do follow the channel, it could be a little rowdy over there. It gets a little wild over there. So I pick and choose what conversations I want to be a part of. I like conversations that are in reference to building, course correcting, Black empowerment, things of those natures. It always gets my attention, especially those revolving law enforcement. So I went over there, wanted to give my insight and input, and I heard a conversation between two individuals. Chaotic, for those who don't know who Chaotic Truth is, the brother's chaotic, absolutely chaotic. And a lady by the name Six. For the sake of this conversation, she goes by the name Six the Goddess. Now, I don't personally call people gods. That's my personal preference. It's no disrespect to her or disrespect to whatever anybody wants to call themselves. I just don't. So for this, I'll be calling her Six. Or we can call her Chelsea Nelson. That's what her parents named her, right? So we might just call her Chelsea. Now, you see the thumbnail. There's a couple things here. If you guys don't know who Six is, I didn't know who she was. With all due respect, I didn't know who she was. And thank you guys for the super chats, you guys. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to be getting to those. Let me highlight them. I found a little technique I'm going to use. And all right. Now, you see this thumbnail. What is she being charged with? This is YouTube. This is YouTube court, YouTube jail, you guys. I'm the investigator. This is my job. This is what I do. We're going to investigate something. I didn't know who she was. She came up on a platform and she was arguing with a gentleman, and she was very comfortable arguing with this gentleman. The argument got a little intense. She started insulting him, and then he insulted her. She participated in mutual verbal combat. I guess you could say that. And then she stated that she felt threatened. She stated she felt uncomfortable. She stated that she didn't feel safe with this man on the stream. She made these statements. But what I noticed in that time watching and observing is that no one could get her to follow any instructions, right? So you had two people battling out on the stream, and I'm getting in late. I missed a little bit of it, but I heard her make some statements in reference to law enforcement, in reference to data, and the data was grossly inaccurate. It wasn't just inaccurate, it was grossly inaccurate, you guys. What does that mean? It means it was damn near wrong, but there's still some truth to it. There was some validity to it, but it wasn't reliable, you guys. It was not reliable information that she was pushing out to a stream of 2,000 active listeners, predominantly probably African-American, right? She was making statements that was inaccurate. She was making statements and what was really rooted in propaganda, fear-mongering, in reference to the Black relationship, the Black community's relationship with law enforcement. Now, I was invited on the panel. I don't know who she is. It wasn't until the next day that I find out she was actually a YouTuber, a content creator. And she's doing pretty good. She has over 40K subscribers. She's doing really good. But then I said, okay, well, who is she, right? Who is she? Because when I got a hold of her stream that she made in reference to that night, there was a lot of disparaging statements that were made. There were a lot of false statements being made. There was a lot of delusional statements being made. And I saw something very interesting we're going to talk about tonight, you guys, performative femininity. What do I mean by that? It's exactly what it sounds like. Performative, pretending, femininity. You guys, real feminine women don't have a switch where they can turn on and off, right? It's not a performance. It's not conditional. You either are a feminine woman or you are not, right? We're going to see some things, you guys. I'm going to play a video. We're going to break it down on exactly how this thing transpired. I'm going to address the facts. not the insults. Because her disrespect towards me or someone else, it's really irrelevant, you guys. It's a sign of a bigger issue. It's a sign of a bigger problem. A lot of people use insults as a way to dismiss facts because they don't want to argue the facts. So it's safer to it's safer to insult, call people names, right? And so again, we're gonna break it down. What is she being? What are we charging her with on this channel, you guys? Count one. She's unqualified to have a discussion about criminal justice, about the police, right? About data, statistics. She's not qualified. Count two, performative femininity. We're going to talk about that. Count three, false statements. We're going to talk about that. And count four, utter delusion, you guys. And guess who's going to be the judge? You guys. I'm just the investigator, right? I'll just investigate. I'm bringing you the charges. I want you to decide. At the end of the stream, we're going to go over it again, right? Is this valid? Is Chelsea Nelson guilty on all four counts, right? Now, let's get into it, you guys. What are we talking about first? She had a disagreement with a gentleman by the name of Chaotic. I want to introduce you to Chaotic. Chaotic is in the stream. I believe he is streaming. He was tagged in this video, and I made sure I reached out to him because I don't believe in talking to people behind their back. I'm going to reach out to you. If I'm going to do a stream about you, I'm going to make sure you're aware of it because I want you to be present because there's no hiding here. Facts are facts, and the evidence is evidence, you guys. This is how investigators work. Let's break down. She said, not using her government. That's who she is. She's not a god. She's not a god. I'm gonna introduce you to Chaotic. Chaotic is in the stream. Chaotic, I'm gonna introduce to people how me and you first met for the first time and the conversation I had with Chaotic. And I'm gonna tell you why this conversation is relevant to this entire thing. And I want you to see something. And I'm gonna show you what a feminine woman looks like and how a feminine woman addresses behavior that she's not comfortable with.
I tell the truth. The fact of the matter is that women are not to pick the man. The man is to pick the women. And we are to decide what we want and the standards to be. There should be no debate between men and women. This is how it's going to be. I provide safety and security, and you provide a domestic household. That's it. Because if shit were to hit the fan, all of this independent nature nonsense that women talk about, all of this, we need to work together, will go out the window. Women would say, "What? You're the leader. I'm following you." That's how it is when society fails. Luckily, women have the luxury of living in a peacetime environment in the West. So they have the luxury to walk around and flaunt their PhDs and their little social organizations, etc. But the fact.
Now, let me stop it here real quick, you guys. We were on Black Man Unfiltered's channel having a discussion. And so shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. One thing I will say, though, in the chat real quick, a lady brought up a really good question before we proceed. I think this is really good. She said, why is it when a Black woman disagrees with a man, it's all of a sudden her less feminine? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about behavior. It's not about a disagreement. We're talking about behavior, right? Two totally different things.
The fact of the matter is that women should listen to Cam Newton and what he had to say, despite the fact that Cam Newton is a multiple philanderer, etc. But his message is divine. Get your ass in that kitchen, be quiet, and don't. And that's what he said. He said, men, like most men won't tell you this, but I'm going to tell you, men don't like you yapping. Men die.
I know that's right.
Thank you.
So that was me. I ended up turning on an alarm clock to get him to stop talking because he was ranting for a while. He was saying a couple of things that I necessarily don't all agree with, right? It was more so about his delivery. But then we had a quick little discussion. Someone
had to do it.
Thank you, right. Jesus.
I'm telling the truth, and you guys know it.
So Brittany has something she wants to express to you as well, Chaotic Truth.
I got my mop.
And I'm already in the kitchen.
That's a start. Yep.
Chaotic made a statement. He said, women's hands were meant for holding mops. This is what he said. Now, everyone who watched that show, shout out to JB. A lot of the men in the chat were saying, yeah, he's absolutely correct. Now, I said what he said was rude and disrespectful, right? I felt like that wasn't the appropriate time to make a statement like that. That wasn't the conversation that was being had at the time. And I felt like he came in and he created unnecessary chaos, right? So here's how this whole thing unfolded. There's a reason why I'm showing you guys this.
That's the start.
Anybody want to respond to chaotic truth?
You know I got to respond to that
This is not a truth. What is this?
Now Nathan, he's about to pretend like he's on the women's side, but he knows.
No, not. I'm on the side of practicality and truth.
Of wife material and husband quality out here. It's a very small minority, and how we're encountering each other. Us are the minority of good men and the minority of good women. It's few and far in between. We do have to take that into account.
Let me take that.
Cam up and show us your kitchen right now.
Nah, negative. Hold on.
My kitchen.
Let me catch this alley up. So chaotic tells this lady that he, I guess, disagreed with. He's like, hey, show us your kitchen. Show us that you're actually in here cooking. Show us this, show us that. And then, it's funny, right? It has its moments. JB said I was simping that day. He said I was simping. I wasn't simping. I believe the way we address people in the middle of a conversation, yes, that's harmony pill, I believe. I believe it's important for us to provide context, right, when we're having conversations. I believe that we know there's certain things that we can say that can irritate someone, right? So I'm more so concerned about being mindful on how, not necessarily what we say, but how we say it. And we all know that there are certain things that make women uncomfortable when you make certain statements. And so we were having a very good conversation, and chaotic came in and he toppled the thing like Jenga, right? And that's where I came in and I said what I had to say. I got it.
I would like to see your kitchen, ma'am.
No. Slow down. Slow down, chaotic. Slow down.
No, Dominicans cook, sweetheart.
Because the problem.
I would like to see your kitchen, ma'am.
No.
Go ahead.
Pause. Let me take this alley-oop.
Simp. Go ahead, Nathan.
No. We don't simp, but we do respect women.
Thank you.
So what we're not going to do is disrespect our women.
Nobody's disrespecting.
No, that is disrespect.
And that's the rap. Sir, Nathan, have you ever listened to rap?
First of all,
have you ever, have you ever listened to rap?
First of all,
have you ever, yes or no? Have you listened to rap?
Chaotic.
Have you?
Chaotic. Let's be real.
Yes or no, you've disrespected women every single time you listen to a rap album, and a rap artist has called a black woman a bitch. You've disrespected women. Let's not do this hypocrisy, sir. I will always win on the hypocrisy. I love doing hypocrisy about the black people.
Nathan, it's okay.
You are part of the same hypocrisy as I am, sir.
Because
so don't do that.
Now, I believe her name is Brittany. I can't remember. I was in the process I was going to drag chaotic. Me and him had a conversation backstage after this whole thing was over, and we cleared it up. But I was in the process of going to really go through them, right? And for a couple different reasons. Again, because when I'm having a conversation, we're having certain conversations. For me, it's important for us to get to the solution, right? Not to create an environment where people are uncomfortable with having a conversation, because it's counterproductive. And not saying that his views are wrong, that's his views. I was more so concerned about how sometimes it can make people uncomfortable, right? Picking and choosing how you make your statements matter, right? And so this is where me and him end up having our little thing. But, the young lady came up here and she stepped in, but this is what she said.
That to me.
Hold on.
If you're gonna boycott me, boycott 50 Cent. Because I know you have bought his album before.
Nathan, it's okay because we're women know how to behave themselves.
One mic.
And so if somebody is disrespecting us, we know how to remove ourselves. So thank you, Miss Harmony. He can do whatever he wants, but as a real woman, it's my job to respond to him or not. So Miss Harmony, thank you, babe. You do not have to show your kitchen. You do not have to.
Now, I love how graceful she was. She said a real woman knows how to remove ourselves when we're being disrespected, right? She saw a man come up to try. Shout out to Before the Billions. I'm gonna get to the comments after this segment, you guys. Shout out to you, Before the Billions. He says simping but not slipping. There you go, not slipping. What's going on here? A young lady came up and said, "Hey Nathan, it's cool. Don't worry about it." Right? As a woman, I know if I'm being disrespected in a situation in an environment like this, I can remove myself. Right? A real woman knows how to remove herself. That's what she said. And I thought that was really dope that she said that.
Respond to chaos.
Oh, I know.
He can continue to do. And Nathan, thank you, sweetheart. But
yes,
it is our job to protect you just like you protect us.
Exactly.
So,
thank you.
As you are getting on chaotic, I will sit back, or Miss Harmony will sit back, and we do not have to listen to Chaotic Truth. He ain't bothering none of us on this panel. That's why I say he is coming up here trying to trigger, and he is triggering the wrong women who know what we are doing.
The wrong
and you guys are living
So
in your
he
place.
can-
The wrong ones.
You guys, this is shout out to Chantel Simmons. Big up to her. Another yachty in the chat. So shout out to her. And we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the comments, right, that are made saying immigrants, people from other countries who've lived here, experienced this country, can't speak on these things, right? So we're gonna address that in here too. We're gonna talk about the division. So I want to say specifically to her, this young lady, I believe her name is Brittany. I can't remember, but she said, "Listen, you guys, this is feminine. This is a woman right here." The way she addressed it, she didn't argue with this man. She felt no need to prove nothing to him. And here you have a man coming up to speak, I guess, on her behalf, in a sense, right? Might be simping a little bit, might throw on a little miniature cape, right? But just to address that, hey, don't disturb the atmosphere of the conversation with foolishness. Right? And she addressed it. I thought that was really amazing how she addressed
Those are words. We are good. Keep on going and embarrassing yourself.
So Nathan, go ahead, Nathan.
Yes.
So I'll say this, and I appreciate that. Chaotic, let's be clear, right? Your approach is very disrespectful, right? And this is not about simping. The fact that you even said that just goes to show your lack of maturity. Right? I sat here and I listened to you talking about women need to hold mops. Right? That's disrespectful. That's not how we address our women. Now, another thing that bothers me about this whole conversation is that you truly believe that you're right. Now, I consider myself, you guys, to be a very traditional man. Not gonna lie. Is there a shout out to Brittany. Shout out to Brittany. That's her right there. That's the amazing feminine woman there who made that statement earlier. She said she can remove herself. And granted, I was more concerned about how it was said, not necessarily what was said. And I felt like it was disrespectful to the women on the panel, right? Because I knew what he was trying to do. And so again, you guys, this is important. This segment is important. I'm going to tell you why. This is the dangers when you don't know a person and you make accusations about them without doing your research. I'm going to dive into these super chats real quick, you guys. Thank you guys so much for the support. Shout out to Brian Reed. Thank you so much for the super chat. He's saying, showing support, brother. Keep grinding, and I'll keep supporting. I appreciate that. You guys, we're going to dive into the stream with Lapeef in a second. We're going to break that down. Trish, shout out to you. Favorite cop, first time to catch you live. Yes, welcome. I'm going to be bringing people up after my little segment. And you guys are more than happy to make some statements and give your opinions on this topic. New member again. Shout out to Vic. Shout out to Jessica. Oh yeah. We're gonna address that, Jessica. We're gonna address that situation. So Chicago Riggler, he says, shout out to the Blue Phoenix. Thank you so much, brother. You guys, it's my nonprofit, the Blue Phoenix Initiative. Thank you, Chicago, for this gracious donation, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Lucchese, thank you again, my love, for the super chat. I really appreciate the support. Thank you guys so much. And she's also a member of the channel. This is my big homie right here. We need to talk. If you guys aren't familiar with his channel, please go check him out. He has some great content diving into Black relationships. Deep dive. If you've seen his recent video he did with Courtney Michelle, was really dope. That video is making numbers as well. Thank you so much, brother, for that. Again, you guys know Before the Billions. Shout out to you again, brother. And last but not least, my big brother Dre right here, always supporting his boy. If you guys don't know, me and him went to the academy together. So we definitely rock solid. Thank you so much for this super chat, brother. Really appreciate it. He's also a member of the channel. So shout out again to all my members and you guys in the chat as well. Thank you so much. Listen, we're going to go ahead and dive into this Lapeef. Now, this is interesting. We're going to talk about Lapeef. We're going to go back to that conversation with Chaotic because it's important. We're going to connect the dots. And then we're going to dive into Six or Chelsea, whatever we want to call her tonight. We're going to dive into the statements that she's made as well. Let's go ahead and start this thing off.
I went to a PWI, and I could tell you a lot of white boys used to get knocked in their dorms. And there's people in the chat who went to the same school with me who know me in the chat. And all they got to do is say, yes, I went to school with Chaotic. And yes, I'm telling you, there were raids with them white boys, and they were getting busted on campus.
Do you identify as black?
Ma'am, I identify.
Now, let's start off with this, right? This is something I've seen often, you guys. And this is the problem with our community right now as it exists, is the division, right? The insults. We have to insult each other. We make accusations. We insinuate certain things when we hear things we do not agree with. This is a problem, right? Chaotic was speaking on some data. He was speaking on experiences, and she had the nerve to ask him, right? Do you identify as black? Do you identify as black? He's darker than her. There's something that goes on. There's some type of psychosis that's taking place within our community. We are so divided, you guys. And here's the problem. This is the reason for this stream, the division. Listen, there's so many. I learned that day, this is just past weekend, that there's so many different black separatist groups that ultimately don't even work or agree with each other, right? We have Black Lives Matter. We know that one. We have the NOI. We're familiar with that one. They're a very successful group, though. Nation Islam. We have the Pan-Africanists. We have ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. We have FBA. I just learned about them. Foundational Black Americans. We have, in fact, the Not Fucking Around Coalition. It's another group. We have Black Panthers, the New Black Panthers, as they call them. That's another group. We have the Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm familiar with them. And we got some Hoteps. You guys, there are so many different segments of the Black community. Granted, we're not on the Moors. Shout out. Yeah, absolutely. They're the Moors as well. You know, that's like 10, 11 different groups of all Black people who can't get on the same page, creating different teams of Black, I don't know what you want to call it, power, right? You guys, division is a problem. Division is how the enemy wins, right? Divide and conquer. We're dividing amongst our own selves, right? We have a gender war, allegedly, in the Black community. Listen, you guys, these are all things that I'm learning for the very first time starting YouTube. I didn't know all this stuff existed, right? I may have knew about three of these groups. I did not know how fractured and segregated. Yes, Black people are not a monolith. That's not the point, right? That's not the point. I'm asking you to dive deeper into the conversation. I'm asking you to dive deeper into the conversation. It's not about being a monolith, right? Of course, we're all different. I'm saying, can we get together for one common cause? Is it so hard? Is it so hard? We're 13 or 14%. We have right now just named about 11 different groups. How do you divide 14 by 11? What's the percentage? What do you get? You guys, it's a problem. It's a problem. It's okay for us to have one common goal. And then after that goal is achieved, by all means, you guys, break off into your own groups, right? Break off into your own groups. It's just that simple. If we can't galvanize and put our power and our resources together, everything is for nothing, right? It doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. It's pure dysfunction. When Ice Cube, during the election time, said, hey, Black people, let's get together and do this contract with Black America, guess what? People were dragging him in the mud. People were dragging him in the mud. right? We could not even come together in that very moment, right? In that very moment. All I'm saying is it possible that all of us as different groups, it's fine to be different groups. It's okay. Is it possible for us all to get together under one common goal, right? The betterment for Black melanated people. Can we all agree we're all melanated first? Before we start saying, hey, your words don't matter because, you weren't born in this country, or your words don't matter because your parents are from another country, though you may have grown up here, you were born here in this country, right? Or your words don't matter, right? If you can't trace your lineage back to this country, if you're not ADOS, if you're not FBA, your words not matter. When you're here trying to fix a problem, does it really matter? Right? Does it really matter? Some of you guys are mixed up and don't even really know where you're from, and you're pretending like you are an FBA and you're really not. Some of y'all just learned your FBA because someone told you. Some of you guys are just grifting on your own people. Some of you guys are taking advantage of the emotional pain that a lot of Black Americans are experiencing. And you're making the money, you're making dollars off of it. Right? You're making dollars off of it. Thank you so much, Cam. Thank you so much for this super sticker. Shout out to Cam. Shout out to JB. Power couple. All right. Shout out to y'all. Thank you guys so much. It's not easy, you guys, but we have to understand that there's one common enemy. And when you're looked at as having melanated skin. That's all that matters. Everything else is irrelevant. So she asked him this question, right? It's offensive. What does he say?
Not only as Black, but I take offense to your tone and your question. I'm not only am I Black, ma'am. I'm pro-Black.
Ooh. Oh, he should have been on last week's show when we talked about pro-Black.
But I find this question to be funny because you're trying to imply that I'm pro-white when in fact everybody on this panel.
I'm not implying anything. I asked you a question. Don't tell me what I'm implying. I asked you a question.
Okay, then what's your second question?
Based on your rhetoric, do you identify as any of the things that you said Black people do?
All Black people aren't what I'm saying happens. These things do happen in our community, though.
Sir, do you identify with the things that you say Black people do? All of the things that you.
And you guys, I'm gonna have to put a link to this stream so you guys can see the context behind it. But the problem is Chaotic was giving some information, some data in reference to what happens within the Black community. He was saying certain things that weren't ear friendly to her. And she led to ask him, okay, well, do you consider yourself Black? Or do you do these things that Black people do? He was talking about, certain types of unwanted behavior, right? Drugs and some other things. He's like, no, I don't do that. He's saying, hey, if we do these things are hurting our community. He's talking to the panel. He's saying, here's my experience as an educator. Here's what I've seen. Here's what I've seen is not working. And if we change these things, we can have better outcomes as a community. The title of that stream was about division in the Black community. And so he's providing his insight from his own perspective. And so, again, this is what becomes dangerous rhetoric within our own community, you guys. I'm going to fast forward because I want to get to the meats and potatoes of this thing, right? Because we're all here for 6. We want to see what Chelsea's talking about, right? So let me fast forward to, I think we're right here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we're right here.
No, okay. Everything I'm saying, no. So what are you talking about?
So then, are you then saying that Black people aren't a monolith?
Ma'am.
Answer the question, sir.
We make up.
Very intelligent, sir. Please, that's a yes or no question.
Ma'am.
Are you saying that?
No. There's no monolith. But what I will say,
that's all I wanted to know.
Black men make up 3% of the U.S. population and commit half the fucking murders. So if I'm saying that, hey man, maybe there might be a problem.
All right, that's inaccurate, right? Black people make up of the population within the Black community. We're about 13.5%. Some are saying 14%. Fine, that's okay. Black men make up half of our population. So they're around 6.5%. Okay, 6.5%. He said 3. It's 6.5% Black men make up the Black community. Now, some people say, well, adult men. Well, the problem is in our community, we have children that are committing murder at the ages of 14 and up. So again, when we just are saying, just in general, Black men make up 6% of our population. And yes, the actual data shows that the Black men contribute to almost half of the violent offenses in this country. Violent offenses is very unique. Okay, when we talk about violent offenses, it's defined a very specific way. And this is why it's important to have people who understand the data, who knows the information, and can articulate and explain it in a way to where it's understood. Because unfortunately, we have too many unqualified people speaking on things they just don't understand, right? And so again, it's very important we have people who are qualified to have the discussion, especially something as sensitive as this. Because if you're not careful, you spread incorrect information, and it feeds more into the fear mongering. We're gonna I see you guys with the super chats, so I'm gonna bring those up after I get through this this certain segment of this video.
With violence in the Black man's maybe it might be a problem with Black men in terms of violence. You can't sit up here and say that, oh, you're being toxic. Are you a murderer? Are you like this? Why can't I bring that point up?
Hey, chaotic.
Hey,
hold on, yeah.
Hey, y'all.
I'm gonna go to a.
All right, so introducing Chelsea Nelson comes up on the panel. You guys, as you see, she never cammed up. They might know who she is. I don't know who she is. She has an avatar. This is why I say we got to stop this avatar business, right? So you see her avatar here at the bottom left. She comes up and she begins talking, and this is how everything went left in the conversation. Now, I do agree with the sentiment everybody's saying. They were both going back and forth. I disagree with how they both handled this discussion. Again, it was embarrassing for everybody, and it didn't look good for us being as a community, regardless. But this was the conversation, not condoning anybody's behavior, anyone's statements that they made. I'm just pointing out the issues, and we're going to address the facts. So here we go. Chelsea's going to have her moment.
White panel. I'm out of here.
Hey.
What's going on, Six? Welcome to the show. What you got for
How
us?
y'all doing?
Hey.
Hi, Six.
Hey.
Who's that?
I have a quick question.
Hello.
I have a question for the brother on the end. What is his name?
It's chaotic.
Agent of Chaos.
Where are your parents from?
I you know what? I'm so tired of answering that question.
Why?
That's a private question. I'm so tired.
Now, immediately he says that's a private question, right? She asked him, where are your parents from? Now, Chaotic has been making a lot of statements about certain situations and topics. Some I agree with, some I don't agree with. Some were accurate, some were inaccurate, right? But he's making his statements about the facts that he believes, the data he's putting out. She comes up and immediately asks him where his parents are from. He says, that's a sensitive thing. I don't want to talk about it. And then you guys, we proceed.
Tired of answering that question because
Why are you tired of answering it? I've asked it to you one time.
I'm tired of everybody asking me that question. Like, what does that question mean anyway?
It means a lot.
Okay,
I'm just simply asking, what is your background? I don't understand.
Okay. They're from Japan. Okay, now, what's the next question?
Okay, so if your parents are from Japan,
they're not from Japan, but go ahead. If they were, what's the question?
Why are you defensive? And I've asked you one question.
Because I get that question so many times on Black panels.
Why do you think that Black people ask you that question?
I have no idea why. You know what? This is what I love about white people. They don't infringe upon my rights. I'm going to
interrupt you right there because
I know because that's what Black people do.
One thing that I do know is that your parents are definitely not from America. So this is the problem that I'm having. I would not go to your country and try to tell you what it is and what it is not. If we are here, we've been here our whole lives, our parents are here. You cannot now come here and then say and gaslight us and say that
you love.
It's not about gaslighting. And let me give some context to this. Chaotic was born in America. Right? he spent, and I'm gonna have him come up later on in this show to say what he has to say. You guys, he's here. He was born in this country, and he spent, I believe he said, 10 years in the education system teaching in a Black community. And he also was he worked in probation, I believe, in the courts, and he was providing real account, his personal anecdotal account experiences in reference to his job about what it was like working as a teacher in the Black community. And instead of arguing the facts that he was presenting or the statements he was making, she and other women on the panel moved to directly dismiss, right? Dismiss the points he was trying to make. Instead of challenging what he was saying, they wanted to dismiss it by trying to say, hey, because you're not from here, or because your parents are born from another country, what you're saying has no validity. And you guys, that's just not true. That's not true. So again, I don't care about what he said. Argue his points. Challenge his facts. When we want to lead with insults, it's counterproductive. Right? You want to use that as a way to discredit what he's saying. Right? Come on, you guys. Come on.
White
Down the
people,
back alley with
and
two
that
Negroes
we're
behind you.
criminals,
Keep it real.
and that
Let's
we
not.
don't get mistreated in the
You
justice
wouldn't
system
walk down a
because
back
you
alley
had a
after-
job at a courthouse. It
You
just
would not
it's
walk down a back
unintelligent and
alley.
it's disingenuous.
You would not walk down a back alley with two Negroes behind you. Stop lying. Stop.
Hold on.
Now-
Let them talk, Elijah.
You
Now,
know, ma'am.
Now, let's be mindful, you guys. There's only one person on this panel who can control the panel, and that is Lapeef or JR. He is the only one who has master controls over this panel. Make sure you be mindful of that. Be mindful of that as this thing carries on.
Ma'am, you would not walk down a back alley with two black men behind you.
Let him
You know it. You don't live around black people. You live in
I
probably
would not
you live
walk.
on a cul-de-sac in a
Sir,
suburb. You don't live around
You
black.
are
Stop.
extremely
You drive a white.
emotional. Right? Why
Ma'am,
are you so
ma'am, because-
emotional right now?
Because why?
Like
Because
this
why are you saying
emotion
you
that
wouldn't go to
you're
my country?
exuding
I'm
is
American.
indicating a bigger problem that you have. What is it that you are trying to fight or convince us of right now?
Okay, Lapeef. Can we do it like this? Can we just do?
Thank you, Six.
She asked a question, then I answer, and then I ask the question.
Now, I'm going to address Kay. I think Kay has a very interesting disposition. And we have to talk about it. Because, you guys, this also is a part of the problem. Delusion. There's something that goes on in our community, you guys, where there is a fear of accountability. It's trauma. It's trauma. And there's a lot of hands in the pot of why it is that way. It's for another day to dissect that. But there's a fear, though. There's some people in our community that have a fear of being held accountable. Now, one would argue, where'd it come from? You guys, this is what it is. A fear of accountability. It's like accountophobia, right? Accountophobia is what it is. There's a fear. As soon as you bring some truth in front of someone who's afraid of truth, they get scared, right? How do they respond? With insults, with disrespect, shame, insults, guilt, right? Need to be right. Who said that? Sign language, right? Accountophobia is what a lot of people on this panel are suffering from. Kay, Chelsea, this lady mogul. Accountophobia.
Can we do it just like that for a minute, Lapeef?
What did he say? He said, hey, listen, can we do it? Can we set up to where, I speak, you respond, vice versa? He's asking for control. Can we control this panel? Now, it quickly went out of control. You guys, we know Lapeef Network. This there's certain segments of the show where it's entertainment based, right? It's for entertainment. We're well aware.
Well, honestly, I didn't come here to necessarily have a direct dialogue.
Can I answer your first question?
I think we've heard enough. We kind of get your mindset. The point is this.
It's fascinating that you go on black panels, they ask you a fucking question and you can't give the answer. This is a problem in the black community. The only people who restrict my
thought you said you were a gentleman.
Carlton Banks.
It's not
Carlton Banks.
It's not Asian people.
You need to calm down.
People, particularly black women.
Your pocket protector is in a bunch.
Now, Chaotic loses his damn mind. This is true. He loses it. He tried so hard to contain himself and he lost it. Right? Was he out of control? Absolutely. Right? That's a choice he made. He made that choice for himself. But what did she do? She said, hey, listen, Carlton, your pocket protector is loose. The ink in your pen spilling out, right? She's starting to clown. She begins to clown him. It's funny, right? It's funny. But this is what you start to see: mutual verbal combat.
You niggas commit a lot of crimes and you know it. You are
your
single mothers and you know it.
Are
stop
tight.
You wouldn't park your car in the hood and keep that door unlocked because you know a nigga will take the damn car.
I'm not gonna put you in a locker. I know you have PTSD.
You gotta go on mute. We need to stop
I'm not gonna take your lunch money and your pocket protector is in a bunch.
Pretending here
childhood trauma just made an appearance.
Carlton, I don't know what happened to you as a kid, but you are safe here. Nobody is going to take your lunch money here. No one's going to put you in a locker.
You don't live around niggas. Quit
oh my God. Are you having a breakdown?
Pretending that you're so black.
Oh my God.
That you're black. You don't like niggas just as much as I don't like niggas. Just as much as Divine don't like niggas.
I'm going to fast forward it because there was a statement that was made. I think it's very important. As you guys see, he's going off. He lost it, right? He lost it. And it was unacceptable, right? It's inappropriate. Regardless of, again, if it's two men, two women, man and a woman, it doesn't matter. It doesn't look appropriate, period. It doesn't matter who's doing it, you guys, right? It doesn't matter who's doing it. It just doesn't look appropriate or professional. Now, let's fast forward. I want to hit it at the right mark. Let me see. I want to say.
Listen, Carlton, I've come on here and I have not been able to say 10 words, Mr. Banks. I asked you one question.
You don't live there.
And you are losing your mind.
You don't drive a hoopty. You're lying. You drive a BMW.
Oh my God.
Show us your car.
Everyone, let's just let Carlton finish.
Show me your car.
Your pocket protector
no
is sliding out of your jacket.
Show us
you need to straighten your pocket protector and retighten your suspenders. They're falling off of your shoulder. And your tighty whities are in a bunch. You need to pull them out of your ass crack.
She says your tighty whities are in a bunch. You need to pull them out of your ass crack. This is Chelsea, right? This is Chelsea. She said, your tighty whities. First, this man underwear, right? In his ass crack is what she said. These are her words. In a bunch. Now, again, you guys, this is mutual verbal combat. I'm going to tell you why this is so important for the conversation, right? This looks horrible. Fast forward.
There are no lockers around. You are safe here. We're not taking your lunch money. Breathe in, breathe out, please, sir. You are about to pop a blood vessel. And I know that you're not from America by your hairline. I know.
Now she says, I know you're not from America because of your hairline. Right? There's nothing wrong with what she's saying, but it's important about the follow-up after this video, you guys. I want to point out the false statements the pretending to be a victim, the accusing men on this panel of sexual assault. Because that's what happened. She said she was sexually assaulted on this panel, you guys. Again, no one's condoning his behavior, his outbursts. No one's condoning it. But we also need to make sure we don't condone what she's doing as well, you guys. It goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. Again, there were some false statements being made. People were acting as if they were victims. Prophet says, listen, and we got to address some of the men going over to her channel putting on capes, right? We got to address that. She did say it was sexual assault, sir. I have the proof. This is the problem. This is why we're having this conversation about sexual assault. She absolutely did say that. She said she was sexually assaulted on this panel. Okay? You guys, before you speak, make sure you have the facts. Before you put on a cape, before you want to go rescue somebody, make sure you know. Right? Be careful. Be careful.
Know for a fact
It's the Goddis.
that hairline is a non-FBA hairline.
Again, the division, that hairline is a non-FBA hairline. You guys, this is the dangers of us putting ourselves in a cult-like mindset to where we start discriminating against other people of color, other melanated people. That's a non-FBA. So now you're part of a special group now? You know, again, my family's from Jamaica. You have people in this country from all over the place. Is it my fault we were dropped off early during the triangle trade, right? Do we know history? Do we know history? Do we know that Jamaica, the island, was used they sent some of the most violent slaves to that island because they couldn't be controlled in other plantations, right? So again, you guys, this unnecessary place of division is counterproductive. Counterproductive. They literally went from Africa to the islands to America, right? South America to America. You guys, it's called the triangle trade. Some folks got dropped off a little early. My bad. My bad. Do we need to apologize for that? Now we live in this country. We're not qualified to help the problem that we see in this country. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Let me go on these super chats real quick before I continue. Where did I leave off at? Shout out to Big Mike. It's nationalism. You know, we're gonna talk about that. I appreciate you being in the chat, Big Mike. Big Mike's also a good brother too. He's a strong FBA member as well. He's just pro-black. I love it. He's just pro-black. I had a chance to have a conversation with him. And I know where the disconnect is. The disconnect comes from a lack of respect from some people who come to this country that are black skinned and don't show any respect to the people who helped build this country, or I don't say help build this country, right? Let's be real. A lot of us who are immigrants or descendants of immigrants who came here would not be here if it wasn't for the sacrifice of Black Americans. And we also have to be mindful that Black Americans, even slaves, would not have been able to do this without the help of white people, right? We got to understand who we're upset with. Make sure we direct that anger properly. Everybody who comes to this country who's not a FBA or a descendant of slaves is not disrespectful, right? Not all of us are like that. Make sure we put some distinction between the two, right? Make sure we do that. I think it's in our best interest to do that out of respect. Your insights are much needed for those of us who value solutions. We don't have the time to waste. Absolutely. Thank you, Forever Home. Thank you for this super chat. You guys, the whole idea is that we don't have time to divide 13%. We just don't have time. I just named you about 12 separate Black groups that a lot of times don't interact with one another. How do you segregate the segregated? Right? It's not about being a monolith. It's about what is the mission? What's the goal? What's the objective? Right? Shout out to JB. He says, how dare you speak on Black issues in America, Nathan, as a Jamaican? What do you understand about Blackness, sir? Black equals ADO/FBA. Stay in your place, brother. JB is a fire starter, right? Shout out to JB. Thank you, brother. I appreciate this. Appreciate this. You guys, we get insulted, we get disrespected, and we're like, hey, we're trying to help. I understand the passion of those who are part of groups such as the FBA and other groups like it. I respect it 100%. And I don't mean to be disrespectful at all. But I also ran across some recently who are slightly delusional. Just slightly. Right? Just slightly. Thank you so much, JB, for this super chat. You guys are familiar with JB, this brother right here, Sharp. He's been battling strong for the immigrants in YouTube. There's a lot of passion, a lot of emotions. I think the biggest thing is respect. We have to come to the conversation with respect. Respect is what's missing, you guys, on both sides. Respect is missing on both sides. Shout out again, JB. I appreciate that. Shout out to Brittany. She said, I believe my hands were made for mops, even while I'm here at work building trucks. Union strong. I'd rather be home being a mom. Fact. Shout out to Brittany. Brittany was the young lady I was telling y'all about who said, hey, as a feminine woman, if a man is disrespecting me and I have the power to remove myself, I remove myself. Right? That was her. Brittany, thank you so much for that. Don't work too hard, sweetie. Don't work too hard up there. Don't work too hard. Shout out to Braves Club. I really like this brother right here. He says, Shalom, Officer Nathan. Salute for talking. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate this super chat. You know what I like about Braves Club is he has also spoke up against things that I've said and challenged certain things I've said, and we build off of each other. You know, I think two men understand when two men are trying to do something great for their community. You know, we can agree to disagree on certain things, but then we can take the strengths and build off of our weakness as well, right? There's a lot we can do. We don't all necessarily have to agree on the same things, but again, we need to agree on the direction we're going in. Lucchese, shout out to Lucchese, says, when the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser. Powerful statement. This is true. Why? It's easy to insult a person when you've lost versus say, hey, I think you're right. Hey, I respect that position. Hey, I don't disagree. What do people do on YouTube? They turn their cam off. They jump off the stream, right? They're afraid to challenge. They lead with insults. They lead with disrespect. They have nothing else besides name calling, right? Slander becomes the tool of the loser. You don't have to lose, though, right? You don't have to lose because L doesn't necessarily have to mean loser. It could be lesson. Accept the lesson sometimes. Humble yourself. People correct me all the time. I'll be learning every day, you guys. I'm not afraid to learn. That's how I get strong. That's how I get better. TCT says she was being coy. She knew about chaotic. She already knew his parents were not from here. A better question would have been to ask where he was from. I agree. Which still means nothing. I agree. Now, the fact that he's American, it's kind of, you know, it takes away from our argument. You can't argue the points. Shout out to you, TCT. I appreciate that. He's saying, listen, she already knew. She was being deceptive, right? She was being deceptive. Interesting. 5, this is Silver. Since his super chat says, correct me if I'm wrong, but by 6th argument, why would Kay say something or have anything to say? Because ain't she from Nigeria? Hold up. I didn't know that. Listen, you guys, let these truths find you. Kay is from Nigeria, huh? We're going to have to ask her this. Wow. That changes everything. And next time I hear Kay give me any type of unnecessary pushback, I'm going to ask her, is she qualified to make any of these statements, according to her friend, Chelsea Nelson? Because she went on her stream, her power stream, and she agreed with her, right? She agreed with her. She co-signed with her. Thank you for that, brother. I did not know that. That's very interesting. I'm going to ask Kay personally next time I have a conversation with her, if I ever have another conversation with her. Shout out to Uncle Stu. Thank you so much for the support, brother. And also, keep you in my prayers as well. And so thank you for streaming in and checking us out. You guys, shout out to Uncle Stu. Leave it right there. Let me get back into this chat. Let's see. Let me scroll down. Let me get back into this video. All right. Where are we at in the timestamp? Make sure I'm following. Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Hold up. I don't know why I asked you. That hairline says it all.
That hairline, yada. You live in a bad
so I knew from then you're definitely not American. Okay?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
No, I wouldn't put that as non-American.
Wait.
You came from
Chaotic. Where are you from?
I hate
you. From
I
Chaotic.
hate you. Goddamn, hold on.
He's having a post-traumatic breakdown.
Damn, hold on, ma'am.
Hold on. Shout out to big up to Chantel. She said, shout out to all my non-FBI hairlines. Listen, you guys, my shit is gone. So you probably listen. I know I don't look regular black, right? Mine is gone. When your top gone, the bottom fell out, right? I think my beard started really coming through. I think that's the true secret right there. Your beard really kicks in after your hair's gone. But listen, what were people saying about Jada Pinkett? How do we know, right? This brother doesn't have a medical condition, right? What if he's a victim of some type of alopecia situation going on? You guys, why is it okay to insult black men? But you see what I'm saying? You see how we can twist this thing so easily, right? Why is that okay? People making fun of me sometimes, but hey, this is a medical condition, y'all. And my thyroid was acting up back. And I think this is from stress from the job. So shout out to Chantel. Thank you so much, my dear, for this super chat. Shout out to all my non-FBA hairlines. Hey, when you can look at a brother and judge him by his damn hairline, could you imagine? Oh, he's from the Congo. That's a Congo hairline. Oh, nah, that's right. He's from Trinidad. That's a Trinidadian hairline right there. Hold on. Brother, you know that hairline is Egyptian, brother, right there. I can't even. Could you imagine? You see how things can get out of control, right? Can you see how things can get out of control just that quickly? We end up becoming the same people we complain about. We end up becoming the same people we call racist. We start becoming more racist and prejudiced to our own people, right? We got to be careful.
I just got one thing so we can at least get some of this conversation. What did he say that was incorrect? So now he can address it.
Okay. Like I said, I did not come on here to have a direct dialogue with him. Okay. I came on here to simply join the conversation in totality. Now, what I was asking when this conversation started is, what is our goal here? Is our goal here to say that Black people commit more crimes or that white people don't commit crimes? Are we here to try to say that white people treat each other better than Black people treat one another? My first question, because I've come in kind of late, is what is the real goal and intention here? With everything being said, are we trying to say that as long as Black people commit crimes against each other, that we are doing worse than white people are? Is the goal here to say that until we completely stop committing crimes that we cannot complain.
Chaotic, you're muted,
What is the
Chaotic.
goal?
That's like 80. You like 80 questions in there, baby.
All she did was ask him where his
And
parents
it's
were from,
offensive.
and he just. I just want to know where your parents are from.
No, but look, see, that's why I say we're adults. We don't attack the facts. His parents don't have nothing to do with his.
No, if we are speaking on
but
the
it
American
has to do
justice
with his
system and his
rhetoric.
background is
Right.
not American, yes, that is factual, and yes, that is a factor in this conversation.
To get her off.
If he is from Ghana and I'm not Ghanaian, I cannot go on his panel and speak to him about the Ghanaian justice system. I'm not from there.
Let me ask you guys, is that true? Let's take a quick poll real quick in the chat. I'm really curious. If you're an American, but your parents are from another country, does that make you unqualified to speak on Black issues since you grew up in this country and you worked in this system? A lot of us like to call it the American white supremacy system. 1, if you are allowed to, and 2, if you're not, right? Is he justified in speaking? 1 or 2s. I need 1s or 2s. 1s if yes, 2s if no. 1s or 2s. 1s or 2s. Is she valid in her statement saying that he cannot speak on any issues related to Black people because his parents aren't from here, though he is American, he grew up here? 1 or 2. I want the audience to see a reflection of the chat. I want to know what people are thinking. Right? I want to know what people are thinking. 1 of yes, 2 of no. 1 of yes, 2 or no. Yes, he's qualified to speak. 2 if he's not. Asia Montgomery said it gives you a lens of bias. There's no bias. Facts are facts. Facts are facts. I'm going to tell you why. Right? Facts are facts, you guys. I see a lot of 1s in here. People are saying he's qualified. Facts are facts. They don't care about your feelings, you guys. They just don't. It doesn't matter who says them. Kevin Samuels had the same exact problem, right? Whether you agree with him or don't, it doesn't matter. What did he say? He said, you guys are trying to discredit me because you think of my sexual orientation is not that of a man. So does that mean what I'm saying is false, right? It's the same logic, you guys. It's the same logic. This is dangerous. If we think we can ignore facts and truth simply because we don't like who's saying it. Now, here's the problem. If I say it, it's not qualified, right? I can't say it. But if I find someone who's FBA and they say the exact same things that I'm saying, you know what they're called? They're called coons. They're called sellouts. They're called Uncle Toms. The ignorant behind that statement, right? They're called sellouts, you guys. So then it becomes a situation where you're just upset with people who don't agree with you. So if you can't say they're not ADOS or FBA, okay. But then there actually are ADOS and FBA, then you want to call them a sellout. It doesn't change. The ignorance becomes pervasive. It's delusional, you guys. Right? It's delusional. What do they call it? What do they call that? You know, this is the danger in this thought pattern that some of us have, that we'll rather push back and dismiss the truth and the facts, the fear of being held accountable, accountophobia. Accountophobia. I'd rather call you a name and insult and disrespect you versus take this truth in and course correct. Could you imagine you have the doctor and your doctor is from India? Or your doctor's Nigerian. There's a lot of them Nigerian doctors, right? No disrespect. Shout out to the Nigerians. They're doctors. And they come and say, hey, listen, you're 1 cheeseburger away from dying. And you're FBA. Are you going to tell that non-FBA doctor that what he or she is saying is inaccurate, not true? I'm not going to listen to you. Right? You guys, that's the ignorance behind the statement. That's the ignorance. He's qualified to have a conversation about certain topics. He has knowledge, training, experience in certain topics. Chelsea, what do you have? What do you have, Chelsea? What knowledge, training, experience do you have to provide to this conversation? What do you have? What do you know? Where were you educated? You guys, listen, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. We are going to dissect this thing properly. If we're going to talk about quality, if you don't listen to the people who are qualified, who do you listen to? The blind leading the blind, you guys. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem.
So me asking where he's from is actually a valid question, Logic.
You have experienced that system. He experienced the American system.
Experiencing a system and coming from generations to generations from a specific country is a totally different experience.
It's clear as day that he was
and the reality is he knows it makes a difference.
I like this. Goldilocks says, will 6 be on here to respond? I tagged her in the video. I tried to email her. She doesn't have her email posted, so I couldn't send her anything. So I tagged her in the video. Unlike her not tagging me in her salacious video she made about me. Right? You guys, we're grown. I'm still getting used to YouTube. I apologize. I just got here. I just got here. So if you say something disrespectful to me, be mindful to make sure you email me. Tag me, please, at least. At least. But she didn't give me an opportunity to respond. And when I was on this panel with her, Goldilocks, she didn't want to have the conversation. She didn't want to have the conversation. But I think that's a good question. She was. I did tag her at least out of respect. She will eventually get this video, and I'll be more than happy to have the conversation with her. Right? Be more than happy. It gets interesting, you guys.
Here.
He knows it makes a difference. And do you know how I know that he knows it makes a difference? Because he won't answer the question.
Get this woman off the panel. She is everything was wrong with the black community.
No, you are everything that is wrong. Here, because it is 100%
why this about black people? Why that?
On.
I bet you don't live in the hood around these so-called black people that you're taking up for. I bet you got the hell out. I bet you don't live around
them. You don't know me at all.
Right now.
We are speaking about the facts right now.
I bet you
know nothing about me. You think that because I can articulate that I'm not from the hood and that I'm rich and live in a mansion.
I bet you don't live.
You don't know anything about my background or where I live.
You don't have any relations with those people you're talking about. I do, because I was a school teacher. I taught in the public schools for over a decade.
I would never let you teach.
So, granted, regardless of how we feel about chaotic, he's making valid points about his position that he's making. We might not, I don't care about his delivery. I don't like his delivery. But again, this is a panel for discussion and debate. Argue the point, right? Argue the point. What did he say? I spent a decade in the school system. Let me tell you what I've seen. Have you spent a decade in the school system to counteract my statements? Do you have any data to support you making a counter argument to what I have to say? Chelsea? Right?
Child. What school did you teach at? So we never ever
No. You hold on, because you don't live around these people that you're trying to take
until you recover from this PTSD attack you're having. I'm not talking to you any further.
Prove it now.
I am no longer giving you consent to speak to me because you are aggressive and you are emotional and you are having a mental breakdown and you are scaring me, sir.
She makes a statement. She says, you are scaring me, sir. I don't give you permission to talk to me. Right? Ladies, let me make a statement real quick. Don't ever put yourself in a position where you have to stay and be mistreated. You have the power, especially when you have the power and control, to remove yourself out of an unwanted position, right? I didn't say it. You have the power, right? You have the power to remove yourself. What did she start saying? She said, I'm scared. This is what she said. She said, I'm scared, you guys.
Scared. Please stop talking to me, and I do not give you consent to speak
Get out
to
of
me
here then if
anymore.
you don't want to hear me. Get out. Bye.
No, I don't have to get
That's
out anywhere.
crazy.
JR
Nobody
said I
wants
can
to
be
hear.
here. This is not your panel. You cannot kick me out.
Get her out
Do
of
not
here.
speak to me anymore. You are too
No.
aggressive.
You disrespected me first. You asked me about my
I
parents.
did not
Don't bring up
disrespect
my
you, sir.
parents. My
Stop
parents-
lying.
Now, as individuals, whether male or female, right? You have someone say, hey, don't bring up my parents. It's disrespectful. It's insulting. I don't want to talk about it. It makes me uncomfortable. And the person continues to do it. Sometimes we get in a position where we feel like as men, it's okay for us to be mistreated, right? It's okay for us to be talked down upon. Again, if an individual says this is how they felt, why do we not respect how they feel? Right? It's no different. Whether woman or man, it doesn't matter. If that person is saying this is how it made them feel, why can't that be respected? Is there an assumption that because he's a man, he has no feelings? But you get to decide what's disrespectful or not? Right? He was triggered when she asked about that. Who knows why? Did anybody ask him why? We don't know. I don't know. I'm just pointing it out. I'm pointing out how I look at it. Right? I'm pointing out how I look at it when I'm investigating, right? This is how I look at it. What do you say? Lovely Bird's perfect example says that's harassment. If he asked her not to speak on his parents, it made him feel uncomfortable. Why can't we respect that? Why can't we respect that? It's okay for us to respect that from women, but we don't respect that from men. That's disrespectful. You guys, that's considered disrespect. Earlier, he said, I don't like when people asking about my parents. He said they could be dead. Don't ask me about my parents. It makes me uncomfortable. Was that respected? No, it wasn't. I mean, he could be lying. He could be telling the truth. It's not the point, right? It's not the point. I'm going to fast forward, though, because there's something very interesting. Oh, I agree with this, too. Shout out to Vaughn. He said a man should not be arguing with a female. I, for one, don't do it. If the conversation escalates to an argument, I shut it down. I agree 100%. Now, as men, we all have our own code. But just because some men think that way doesn't mean all men think that way. One of the biggest misconceptions that I've seen a lot of women have out here in the real world is they think that men are supposed to conduct themselves a certain way, right? You said something or you disrespected a man, he felt disrespected. That man has no code of ethics, right? You think he does because you feel like that's what society says. Ladies, there's no guarantee a man is going to respect you when you're being disrespectful to him. This is real life. You can argue the feelings behind it. You can say it doesn't look right. Doesn't matter what you think. You come out here and disrespect a man who doesn't operate by any code of ethics, and you're up out of here. I've seen it happen. I've picked a woman up off the ground, showed up because the man felt disrespected, and he knocked her clean out. Right? Every man doesn't operate under the same guidelines that you think he should operate under. Ladies, you're really not special in real life, right? Your protection comes from those closest to you. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth. Don't look for strangers to protect you. That's why you have brothers, fathers, friends. Okay? And I think sometimes society has created this delusion that men are supposed to operate a certain way. And it's not accurate. And if you come out here and you push the wrong man, you will be surprised. There are men out here robbing women, right? In Atlanta recently, had a man carjack a woman with her kid in the backseat. All right? That's entitlement, ladies. Shake that off. Shake that off.
How is that disrespectful?
I did not disrespect you at all. Do not speak to me any further. You are being aggressive to me. I am a woman. You are being an aggressive. You are being the aggressive black man. You were just talking about.
No, I ain't about being a black man.
I got you. Wait, hold on, chaotic.
Get her out of here.
6 is staying. JR is controlling from behind the scenes. So now we're gonna move to Scam Likely. Scam, welcome to the panel. 6, you're free to stay. We're good.
Oh, I know I'm free to stay. Carlton Banks cannot kick me off this.
Ma'am.
Another insult. Carlton Banks. One would argue, why is Carlton Banks an insult? We know the meaning of that, right? We know the meaning of that. You know. So again, this the dangers in it. But look what was said. She name called him again. Here we go.
Ma'am, 6. I'm already mad.
I didn't offend her. I didn't talk about her.
Wait, hold on.
The reality is this.
What's wrong with being Carlton
This
Banks?
is the reality. This is what it all comes down to.
Name call him a name call you. You're a single mother. How about that?
Okay, this is what it.
Yikes. What'd he do? Now he turned around and, mind you, she felt the need to call him Carlton Banks, right? She felt the need to feel like that's an insult. Let's break that down, you guys. Let's break it down. Carlton Banks was highly intelligent black man who came from a rich, wealthy black family, and she used that as an insult. See, listen, right? You guys, we got to dive deeper. Could you imagine? Can you imagine in our community insulting another black man? You call him a rich, intelligent black man. Did you guys pick up on that? She felt that was an insult. Carlton was considered a square, right? But nobody wanted to play Carlton. Nobody wants to be Carlton. He was corny, right? People made fun of him. Black people didn't, right? Black people make fun of him, right? Come on, you guys. Come on. But what did she say? She called him Carlton. Why is that an insult? Then he turns around and called her a single mom. Ouch. Ouch.
It all comes down to. Okay, thank you. This is what it all comes down to. What it all comes down to is that every crime. Can you shut up?
You're a single mom.
Every crime that is
Get married. Show us your
always
wedding ring.
a crime of
Show
proximity.
me your wedding ring, ma'am.
Wow. Mutual combat, you guys. Mutual combat. Yikes. What did he say? Show me your wedding ring. Yeesh. You know, you guys, I had to do some research on her because I didn't know who she was. I found out she got some type of entanglement with Kevin Samuels. Shout out to him. Right? I didn't know. What did he say? Apparently she was married before, I believe, and she got divorced. I don't know the details, right? Apparently happened somewhere around that time. This whole thing with Kevin Samuels popped off. I don't know. Yikes. What do you see? What do I see? If I come up on a scene like this as an officer and I see two people going at it, I go to the facts. I look at everything. You guys, this is what we call mutual combat. This is mutual. She stayed long enough until she got offended. She stayed until she got offended. She participated when she felt like she was winning. When she was confident that she was insulting him, she stayed. And then he said something she didn't like. Right? Oh, Bandit said she was a stripper before. That's what I heard. I heard she was a dancer, but this isn't the gossip column, you guys. I didn't say it. She was in Miami before she came to Atlanta. Right? Right? Shout out to Vaughn say, what you mean by entanglement? A business entanglement. They had a business entanglement. But yeah, those who know that she's a dancer. She dances. I don't know to what artistic form, but I heard she's talented. But that's her experience. That's her expertise, right? That's her expertise. Nonetheless, no one's slandering. I didn't make the statement. And she is from Florida. I didn't make there's no slander. No slander. I didn't make that statement. Someone else made that statement. Let me fast forward because now I want to talk about the data that was brought up in the conversation. And then we're going to break down the truth and the facts. Let me see. 431. Got these timestamps.
I can't really speak since I got on here because I have triggered. Chaotic is the right name for him. I'm really sorry that women like me never decided to date you, but I never knew you. I'm sorry. I didn't know you. I really apologize.
No, it's all good.
I'm sorry. I didn't ask for this.
I'm gonna let you finish your point. Chaotic. I'm gonna ask you to stand down. Respectfully. He's gonna finish her point. And then we're gonna move to Scam, and then we're gonna move to J Prince.
Submit to that man.
Respect, T. I'm gonna put you in timeout, T.
Let me go through these super chats before we go in here. Chelsea's gonna make some statements about some information, and this is when I came on and I started actually monitoring what was happening while I was waiting in the back studio to be brought up. All right. And I think this is where we start getting into the meats and potatoes of why I was called to come on the panel. So when I jumped on, I'm seeing the end of the back and forth going into the facts or the statements that she made that I'm coming up to address. All right. Before we get into that, let me get into the super chats. Where are we at? Shout out again to Uncle Stu. Thank you so much for this donation, brother. I really appreciate it. So you can speak on me. It's cool. I'm standing strong. And the miss, my dad still lives in my heart. You know, if you guys don't know, please keep in prayer. Uncle Stu, his father passed away. Amazing man. I got to hear a little bit about him and what he represented and what he meant to Uncle Stu. So you guys keep him in your prayers. Shout out to you, Uncle Stu. Jason Sanders says she has no real knowledge about this topic. No, she does not, you guys. And again, we're going to address it. We're going to address it, you guys. You're not going to see me come up on a panel talking about things that I don't know about. I'll come up, I'll ask questions, and I'll come up and I'll listen. You know, but I know when to open my mouth and I want to keep it closed. Let me go to Mr. Awesome. It reminds me of the non-blacks that use the N-word around their black friends if they get too comfortable and use it around others. Yep. Shout out to Mr. Awesome. Very true. Very true. Again, with the back-to-back, Chantel says, when we behave like men, then say I'm a woman. Yikes. There's truth to this. Again, performative femininity, you guys. That's what it is. It's a performance, right? It's a performance. I only perform in front of certain people. I only dance in front of certain people. But if you get me out of my square, if you make me uncomfortable, if you trigger me, oh, the masculinity shows. Listen, you guys, this is a true chameleon, right? This is what you guys like to call them. A chameleon. Performative femininity, hypersexualized behavior, a sense of self-importance, an unrealistic view of reality, wrapped up in a bow, put into a box of what are called narcissism. You guys listen. I see it. Someone says, hey, we're not here to name call. It's not about name calling. You guys, these are facts. And these are facts over your feelings. Narcissistic behavior. Why do I say that? Listen, stay tuned. It gets worse. It gets so much worse than this. This is when we start losing. Absolutely. What did Brittany say earlier? She said, listen, Nathan, you don't need to defend me. As a woman, I know if I'm somewhere I don't need to be. I don't need to take disrespect from a man. I remove myself from the situation. As a feminine woman, I don't argue with the man, right? We can talk about performative masculinity, right? Men don't argue and disrespect women. I absolutely agree. Right? It goes both ways, you guys. It goes both. But today we're talking about Chelsea. Today we're talking about Chelsea. Yes, Trish, thank you for this super chat. She says she is a feminist, a femme coach that posts suggestive IG pics. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the hypersexualized behavior. Right? You're a coach teaching women how to be feminine, yet you're teaching them almost to use their body and sexualize themselves. Right? I don't know. Again, if you see her photos, is this the type of woman you want to teach your daughter how to be feminine? And why are we going to YouTube to teach women how to be feminine? Why do I need to reveal so much of my body to teach women how to be feminine? Honestly, you guys, that's counterproductive. It's counterproductive. But we all know sex sells. Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
Okay. 6 is going to finish her point. Then we're going to move to Scam. And then we're going to move to Jay Prince. Go ahead, 6.
Okay. So what it all comes down to is this. Crime in general. 70% of crimes committed by any person of any race are committed against their own race.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not. I have to double check that. But that sounds like it could be accurate. But yet this is coming from a woman who's not qualified to speak on the subject matter. Right?
I remember when I was shopping for a Jeep Wrangler, the minute that I decided I was in the market for the Wrangler, all I started noticing was Jeep Wranglers on the road because I was specifically looking for this car. Now, all of a sudden, it seemed like I saw them everywhere. The way that this system goes is this. The police are nothing but an evolved form of a slave catcher. So,
all right, brace for it. We got to talk about it, and we're going to break it down, you guys. I'm not running away from any conversation in regards to these topics. Right? She said policing is an evolved form of slave catching. You guys, that's not true. And it's grossly inaccurate. It's not true. And I'm gonna prove it tonight. We're gonna prove it. We're gonna talk about it. You guys, but this is the problem with some of these groups of people who want to share their ignorance in an echo chamber. She spoke this foolishness across an airway of over 2,000 listeners. The video got over 20, 30K, right? This is Lapeef Network. He does numbers over there, you guys. So our people are listening to this foolishness. It's inaccurate. It's grossly inaccurate. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it.
This means that they are predisposed to seek out and capture Black people. This is.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this? Shout out to Dante, someone who has some knowledge. He says police came from the King's Guard, not slave catchers. You guys, the 13 colonies that came from somewhere, they settled in this country, right? They already knew what policing was. They started policing way before slave catchers existed. Right? Way before, you guys. She is so misinformed. Yes, she is. Slave catchers did become police officers. Many of them did that. It's a known fact. No one said that wasn't true, Jessica. Listen, Jessica, you got to take your cape off. You got to take it off and listen, right? Because if you did not see this stream in its entirety, Hold your comments to the end. No one said slave catchers weren't real. No one said slave catchers did not become officers. We're saying that's not how they started. That's not the origins of policing in this country. That's a lie. It's a lie. And the more we keep repeating false information, it's going to cause us problems.
This is the foundation that they are built on. Now, this is factual. There has been studies on this. I can pull receipts on this if you would like.
Please.
That Black people are simply more likely to be looked to be committing a crime. If you go looking for something, you will.
There's some truth to this. Let me explain. Unfortunately, you guys, the Black skin is a threat, right? We are judged by the color of our skin. This is true. This is true in law enforcement. People look at you, they can judge you based off of that. They judge you by your hair. You guys, it's called stereotypes, right? Black people, we've lost control of our image. Our image. You have Black people who do and can be harassed, and it's not right, and it's against the law because of how they look, how they sound. This is true. But you guys, the follow-up to that is always going to be behavior. Behavior matters. It absolutely matters. Whether you're guilty or innocent, the way you handle an encounter with the law enforcement can ultimately dictate the direction of that incident or that encounter, right?
Always find it. Look at this most recent interaction that we're talking about with the Courtney Taylor and Christian Abumseli. Courtney Taylor will not go into the books as a murderer. So does this mean that white people murder each?
I don't know what she's talking about. The girl, the white lady who stabbed her boyfriend in the chest and killed him. You guys, what you guys don't know and what you don't realize is that, again, when you have people who are not qualified to have the conversation, they say a bunch of foolishness. There have been people who have murdered someone, claim self-defense. They did not get arrested that same day. You guys, but you wouldn't know that if you don't do the job, right? You wouldn't know that. There are people who commit crimes and they're out and bonded out the same day. Case in point, we have a gentleman here in Atlanta who shot up a police officer, almost killed him. You guys, he's out on bond. He's out on bond for attempted murder of a police officer. He's back on the streets, right? The shooter who was a part of the massacre, or the massacre, but the mass shooting in Sacramento. You guys, he was out on bond. You can commit a violent crime against someone and be released until court. It's part of your rights. There's a formula needed to keep you behind jail, keep you behind bars, you guys. A lot of violent criminals are out on bond today in your city. You just don't, they're supposed to be good so they don't go back. You guys, this is not uncommon. This is not uncommon. But if you don't know because you have no experience, you have no real knowledge, and you Google your information, of course you're going to make a statement like that. Of course you are.
Other less than we do.
And then saying white people don't get arrested. White people get arrested all the time. Because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not true. Right? Dangerous words coming out of this woman's mouth.
No, it simply means that white people, due to the system, their crimes are not registered the same way ours would be registered.
And this girl, who is this girl, Lapeef, you got on here? She's agreeing with her. We have to stop putting ignorant people on panels. We have to stop it. She's agreeing with her. You have her, then you have her agreeing with what she's saying, and it's not true. It's not true, you guys. This is how propaganda and fear-mongering impacts our community, and it spreads like cancer, becomes malignant. We repeat it over and over again. Police are slave catchers. Police are slave catchers. It's not true, you guys. And listen, if it's true, then it's true. Then we talk about it, but it's not true. Listen, you can say things about me. You can insult me, but please make it be true. If you don't like me, if you dislike me, you guys, dislike me for the truth. Don't dislike me because of the lies. Give me that much respect. Give me that. I'm asking you that. That's all I'm saying. If you hate me Hate me because of the truth about me. Don't hate me about the lies about me. If you hate the police, hate them over the truth, not the lies. And we're going to talk about the truth, you guys, because I don't run from it.
It is not about what is actually happening in real life. It's about what is reported. It is factual that white people are able to commit crimes and not even be arrested for them, not even be charged for them. There will always be instances.
You guys, ignorance is malignant. It spreads like cancer. Do you know how many Black men have not been arrested? Black women have not been arrested for things. What she's saying is absolutely false. Absolutely false. There is a known discrepancy in the criminal justice system. The outcomes, right? Black people are mistreated, right? There are some legitimate concerns in the criminal justice system. There are discrepancies. And yes, for a fact, there's not equitable treatment in the criminal justice system. But you got to be careful how you say it, right? You got to be careful. This is true. This is true. Thank you, Dre. Dre works. He's actively working in the criminal justice system. You guys, he works for the DA's office. What does he say? He says, if you don't have a criminal history and you are not considered a threat to your community, you cannot be released by any judge you can be released by any judge for almost any crime, you guys, for any crime. Again, this plays back to your criminal history. That's how the judge make the determination. Shout out to Dre. Thank you for that, Dre. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. What she is saying is grossly inaccurate and extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
This is where a Black person may commit a crime and maybe they will not be charged, but it is a very rare occurrence. To sit and say that as long as Black people commit crimes against each other, that we are somehow undeserving or as though we are lesser or not as good as other races is not okay. We sit here and say that white people can get together and have fun and not commit crimes against each other. 90% of serial killers are white males. Almost every single.
Jesus Christ. Did you hear her? She said 90% of serial killers are white males, you guys. That is grossly inaccurate. Why do you think that? See, when you move with the mentality that white people are bad, white people are evil, and Black people are good. No, bad people are bad. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. Evil people are evil. Doesn't matter the color of your skin, you guys. We have to stop looking at it as it's us against them. That's not how it works. It should be us for us, right? It's to unify us so we can better us in this country. That's the mentality. Again, it's not white against Black. The problem becomes Black against Black, right? What does she say? And what is my argument about proximity? Chaotic was making a statement about the amount of violence committed in the Black community. The amount of violence. Her argument to that statement was it's proximity. You guys, that's irrelevant to the conversation. We're talking about rate and volume, right? The amount over a given period of time. That has nothing to do with proximity. It has everything to do with behavior. She came in saying proximity, proximity. We're not talking about proximity. Again, your limited knowledge on the real problem, your limited knowledge on what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You're repeating what you heard someone else say. Again, everybody thinks they know something till the expert comes to the room and starts to have the conversation. You can't speak on things you don't know or understand. People can read, but you can't comprehend. This is the problem, you guys. This is the problem. This is the problem. We're going to talk about it. We're going to dive into her expertise. We're going to dive into it. All right. 90% of white serial. Sounds stupid, but you know what? We're going to address it. We're going to address it, and I'm going to show you the data. You guys, white people make up serial killers. Approximately 56% of serial killers are white. 56%. That's according to, pull up this data. There's the Radford FGU serial killer database. This is the database. Also, the feds use this same database where they report serial killers. 56% are white. Guess how many are black? 29.41% are black. Did she just forget that there's Asians, Hispanics, and other ethnic groups in this country who participate in violent behavior? And again, you guys, here's the problem with that logic. If you don't understand what it means to be a serial killer, you don't understand the nuance in that definition, you're going to spew things that are stupid and inaccurate. You guys, the whole term serial killer is specifically a structure and a diagnosis that the feds use to determine whether or not they're going to participate in investigating with the local authorities on a particular crime. There's certain things that they need to check off to make sure, is this going to be a serial killer, so we can help out the local authorities, you guys. Listen, serial killer and the killing of people over a time period, 3 or more, I believe it's 3 or more. I'm going to pull up the information so you can see it. 3 or more people over a time span, right? And then they also look at particular niches, right? And the process of them killing or why they decide to do it. That's what is considered a serial killer, right? So technically, this is not something unique to white people, right? Violence is violence. Wickedness is wickedness. That's not a unique trait. It's not a biological trait that only white people have. 90%, I'm listening to it like, who? Again, I study this, you guys. This is what I studied. I went to school for this. I know how to research. So again, when she said it, I'm listening like, what are you talking about? Now you're telling people this and it's false. You guys, let me pull this up because I want us to look at this together, because I know some people say they got receipts and, you know, their receipts don't really mean much. But let's look at this real quick. Again, here we go. 56%, if you guys can see it, are white. This section is white. It is, it's a big chunk, you guys. There's 60% of the population in America. Okay. Right here is African American, right? Black, 29. You can just say 30%. Then Hispanic, we have 4.9. Asian, we have 5.8. You can just say there's 6. 0.98 is going to be Native American. 1.96 is going to be other. White people are not, absolutely not, 90%.
Mass shooter is a white man.
All right, so let's be clear on that. Let's be clear on that. We're going to take one of her points at a time, and we're going to debunk them, because that's how we handle things. So someone said the New York Post. Nah, it's the data though. You gotta look at the data. Shout out to you. Hold on. Matter of fact, I got another one for you. Hold on. Let me see. She said the New York Post. He said, yeah, no, you guys, it's not the New York Post that's the issue. You got to look at where the data is actually pulled from. The New York Post reviewed the information, but the data is taken from the serial killer database, which I'll put, you guys, at the end of this video. I will be putting all the sources in the description. I'll put the original source in there for you guys to actually go back and look it up. The New York Post simply did a actual article on it, and they pulled their data from these actual original sources. Again, you can also check my second source is according to the Serial Killer Information Center, which is a legitimate source. Again, it's used by the FBI to where they gather this information from, you guys. So I know I have to break it down that way. And then, you do your own, right? Do your own check. Again, don't lean on me, right? Again, take this time to do your own research, you guys. All right? Do your own research. All right, let's move on to the next.
These are white people that go in and kill each other senselessly. No race should sit and create the unrealistic expectation that we are not allowed to commit crimes against each other. Crime is simply a thing of proximity. So it's not fair for us to sit and say, oh, well, black people commit these crimes against me worse and white people don't. At the end of the day, you are not in the white community. You are not aware of the amount of crime that goes on, but they are simply not arrested for it, and it's simply not reported. When it comes down to it, we cannot sit and say that we're only getting pulled.
And case in point, someone brought up something very interesting about the serial killer concept, you guys. To be completely honest, one would argue, the gang members, the drug dealers, right? You have people who take lives on a regular basis. One would argue that their behavior could be considered serial in nature, right? Another thing she mentions too, she makes a statement about school shootings. She said only white people, right, are doing these school shootings. They shoot each other up. Again, whether it's school shootings or drive-bys in communities, again, tomato, right? What are we really arguing here? Again, we have to be mindful, right? We have to be mindful. At the end of the day, does it really matter? Right? When we're looking at the facts, we're not trying to paint one group as one particular way. We're saying, here are the facts. Here are the facts.
Over if we have a suspended license or if we have a light out. That is literally not true. And it's so easy to sit and say that, because if you can't see past your own front porch, just because something doesn't specifically happen to you does not mean it does not exist. I know that diabetes affects.
Okay. You guys hear what she just said? Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not true. Be mindful of that last statement she made, because I'm about to prove her completely correct about that. See, again, we want to accept certain things only when it helps our own argument, but we don't want to use that same logic when it goes against our argument. This is the problem with people who, right? This is the problem. Shout out to one of my amazing members. She said, I wish you guys could dialogue on this live. I wish too. I did attach her, tagged her on this video. I don't have an email for her. I did look. Also, she made a statement in her video about me that she did not want to have this conversation. The reason why I'm doing this video, you guys, is because she made a lot of statements that were false and inaccurate, and she spread that around her channel. She spread it on this channel, and that's counterproductive, and it's everything my channel stands against, right? Providing truth where there's myths and false information being spoken about in relation to the Black community and law enforcement to the Black community. You guys, in order for us to try to fix this problem, especially what I'm doing, providing solutions on my channel, we have to start from truth and information, facts. That's the only way, right? It's the only reason why I decided to do this. I don't care about the insults. I care about the correct information, right? So let's get back into it, because there's a lot to cover.
Majority of Black people. I don't have it. I've never had it. But do I know that it is a thing that affects us as a whole? Yes. Just because it may not have happened to an individual does not mean it's a thing. I always wonder, what is the goal when Black people try to convince other Black people that racism doesn't exist, that the justice system is not imbalanced towards us? What are you looking?
We already addressed that. No one said anything up here that racism doesn't exist. That'd be a lie. And the criminal justice system is not equitable. That's the truth. It's not equitable. How do you make it equitable, you guys? We have to put ourselves in position of power, right? People don't want to be cops. People don't want to be attorneys. People don't want to be judges. Again, this is how it works, okay? This is how it works. If we want to fix the problem, you got to be in the problem to fix it. You can't be outside the problem calling and throwing stones. It doesn't work that way, right? It doesn't work that way. You want to insult and disrespect police, insult and disrespect the criminal justice system. Yes, there's flaws. Yes, there needs to be some repairs. You guys, we have the power to fix it. We have the power to influence. Right? We do. We're going to move to this last segment, you guys, before we get into Chelsea's main statement, her rebuttal to this conversation right here. Right? It's rebuttal.
Gonna let 6 respond, and then we're gonna get to Mr. Nathan. Okay.
Okay.
Chaotic. I need you, if you have a point, I need you to just put a pin in it. I don't think 6 going nowhere. So I just need you to put a pin in it, and then we'll go back to it in after hours.
I'm respecting, sir. I'm on mute.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a peaceful.
Go ahead, Logic. Go ahead, 6.
Okay. First of all, I will not be lied on. I did not come on this panel and disrespect anyone. I did not come on this panel and say who your mama is. I came on this panel and I said, sir, where are your parents from? So let
me bring some context to this. Chelsea had got off the channel. She got off the stream maybe about 3 or 4 times and came back again to readdress the same issue with Chaotic. It got to a point to where it just really became her trying to prove a point, right? And so again, there was a back and forth. I know the lady with the chicken. I know, we gotta, again, listen, there's only one person who controls that panel, you guys. All right, only one person up there can control that panel. What's on there is on there.
I just want to make that clear. I don't know this man. I did not come on here and disrespect anyone. Second of all, I think it's very ironic to sit and say that it's Black people who are violent when white people have literally went around committing genocide, mass shootings, stealing people's land, and are the #1 serial killers in the entire world. It's the irony. But it kind of just shows his mind and where it's at and how he perceives things. Because even when I, as a Black woman, came on here and respectfully asked, where are your parents from? The way he heard it was, who your mama is. So it goes to show that even if we are conducting ourselves in a normal manner, he has his mind made up already as to how he will digest it, which is why I wouldn't really even continue to entertain this conversation with him. But I want to make it very clear that I was lied on, and I did not come on this panel and say who your mama is. And that's all I will say. I only debate my equals, everyone else I teach. If you are uneducated on...
I only debate my equals, everyone else I'll teach. Yikes. Wow. Wow.
How all this works, and you already have your mind made up to hear things in a certain way, and that white people are good and we are bad, then I won't have any conversation with you. But I want to make it very clear, I did not come on here and disrespect anyone. And do not speak to me any further. I do not give you consent to speak to me. You were extremely aggressive towards me, and I'm scared. And I would appreciate if the other men on the panel would enforce my saying I do not consent to him speaking to me any further and help me enforce that against him. Thank you.
All right. So wait, because I said at the...
Well, I mean, she that's what she said. That's what she said. Very interesting statement that she made. She said, I want the men on the panel to quote unquote protect her. She feels unsafe and yada, yada, yada. So she made a lot of statements. Scam likely said, Karanisha. Y'all are silly. She made a statement.
Outset, I'm asking for men to be disciplined because I said at the outset, we're going to allow her to respond.
Takeover says she sounds correct. Now, she can feel the way she wants to feel. There's nothing wrong with that. You're free to leave, though. No one is forcing her against her will. If she feels disrespected, why? You don't need to stay, right? You don't need to stay. This is what we're saying. This is false victimhood, right? This is not real. She logged off. She came off the channel about 3 times and came back. She made a choice to come back. Okay, she made a choice to come back, you guys. There's a difference. There's a difference.
Because you invoked her name.
Yes.
And then if you had something else, I'm asking you to put a pin in it.
No, it's not about her. It's not about her. I do have
Okay.
to listen.
So I do want to get to Mr. Daly.
Okay. Again, I'm real quick.
Wait, hold on. Logic, restart the timer because I'm gonna give him 60 seconds on this.
Okay. The fact we gotta use timers. So I come in, I finally get a chance to get up and then speak, you guys. And I witnessed the same thing you guys witnessed. I saw a little bit more. I'm not playing the whole video because this is the last couple segments I want to show before we dive into the heart of what brought us here today. Again, I saw what you guys saw. This was crazy to me. It was a whole circus. It was a whole circus. And she was a willing participant. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. I showed you how I address chaotic on Black Men Unfiltered's channel. I said to him, I said, hey, dude, you're causing chaos. And it's not necessary. He came on here. He did the exact same thing. But she was a willing participant until he struck a nerve, and now she became a victim. You guys, but it doesn't stop there. And this is the problem. She said the Black men on this panel were not protecting her. Ma'am, you weren't listening. No one can get you to calm down. When I tried to speak to her, she was saying she wasn't speaking to me. Again, you guys, it's easy to throw a stone and hide your hand, right? It's easy. And that's what she did. And it needs to be addressed. And I say that because a lot of men have gone to jail behind women making false statements. You guys, she made some false statements. And that's the problem. Though.
Oh, okay. Is it Black?
And I think so I come on here and I make my introduction.
Okay. Is it 60 seconds? Okay. Again, and I'm gonna respect the request. If America or any other Western black.
So and I think then let me trying to get to the right.
Black African or black countries that people supposedly love and adore. So go there. I digress. Thank you, brother.
Got you. I want to get to Brother Nathan. Real quick. Welcome to the show, Brother Nathan. You are now rocking with the greatest.
Man,
for the panel, man.
Jesus Christ. I feel like I stepped into World War V up in here. Y'all going back and forth. This shit is wild. I came to kind of make some corrections on some of the information that was being put out, statistics that was being talked about in reference to policing, reference to the violence in our communities. I don't know where Six Goddess, what's her name, Six? Well, I don't call nobody gods, but wherever. Now that was honestly, you guys. I'll make a general apology. That wasn't meant to be insulting. I just don't call people gods. That's just not how I operate, right? And so this is me after watching all that went on, and I'm just going through my train of thought. I had a stream of consciousness, and I was just like, I didn't know her name because her name wasn't up on the screen, and I couldn't remember what they were calling her. And so I just said, I don't, whatever her name is, I don't call people gods. So, so that's kind of how that came out. And the reason why I say that, because she made a statement about that on her channel, and we're going to pull up her video and we're going to discuss it. Six went, her information was grossly inaccurate. And I just believe that if we're going to be educating our people on facts and truth, we need to make sure we have the accurate information, and we need to make sure we have a proper discussion about it. Since this channel, the Peace Channel, is a very powerful channel, it commands the attention of a lot of our people in our community. And if we're going to talk about information regarding the Black community in reference to police relations, deaths, we need to have accurate information. And so everything that I heard her say was grossly inaccurate. And I think it's something that needs to be discussed. Now, you guys, I'll talk about that. But as you see, he made a statement. You guys, I know what it is, right? So I don't entertain it. I don't entertain it. Yes. I mean, we could talk about it one at a time because there's a lot of information. If you want to start with one section, we can pick it apart. We can start.
Maybe you and Six can team up and y'all do a YouTube discussion. It sounds like a fire show. Approach her in the right manner, and I think she'll be down to have the conversation. She's really cool. I watch her channel and I support her. And Nathan, I like your perspective. I think it'll be an awesome conversation for the culture to see.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But
Yeah, I could definitely do that.
Nathan.
No, I agree with that. You guys, a lot what I do on my channel is I go to different panels, different channels where people have issues with the police. They don't like the police. And I go and have the conversation to bring about, to have a discussion about solutions. Right. And shout out to Jedi Mike. That's the homie right there. He said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, yeah, that's my little saying. I go to people's panel to have the discussion because it doesn't help me to be in an echo chamber. I could have easily started my channel and put myself in an echo chamber and rack the numbers up. Right? Easy, you guys. I decided to go places where I'm not wanted, to have the conversation, because those are the people who need the help the most in regards to their encounter with law enforcement. Right? That's what's important, you guys. I'm not here for play, right? I'm here about solutions. I'm here to take my experiences and create solutions for our community, for this country, you guys. The police problem is a nation problem. The police problem is also a very Black problem because the Black community, we have specific issues with law enforcement that needs surgical precision. Surgical. So I take myself on platforms where I know people don't like the police, and I have the conversation, you know, to help provide insight. You guys, that is the purpose of this channel. That's the purpose of it. So when I hear people not making, when they're making incorrect statements, I come and I challenge them.
What was something that you heard? Because I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was said.
That was actual facts.
So I know this isn't my channel, but you guys, to be honest and be completely honest, I'm very transparent. It's very impossible to have a conversation with people arguing and going back and forth. So if someone's talking, I just ask that if I'm up here, let's all just be respectful, because we can't educate anybody if we're going back and forth and cutting people off. All right. When we have these discussions and these conversations, emotions need to be out of it. I can show you guys where to find the information, how to look it up yourself, CDC, FBI facts. But but honestly, guys, we cannot have this conversation with people and their emotions, because it's a difficult conversation to have. All right. So why do I say that, you guys? This requires patience on a monk level when dealing with our people. You guys, just last week, I almost threw this whole channel in the trash. I almost gave up. I'm not going to lie. I had people emailing me and reaching out. Shout out to Chicago, JB, Friendsgiving, Luke Hazley, right? The whole Power Squad and everyone else, who reached out. You guys, I almost said, forget this. You guys, I'm doing this for free, right? I volunteered to do this. I didn't have to do this. I want to help fix the problem. I don't see anyone within our community who has the experience, who's trying to fix the problem, who understands it properly. I'm not here to sell you a dream. I'm here to give you the reality, right? If I wanted to sell you a dream, I would have just took the check, right? I would have been a Brandon Tatum, told you what you want to hear, right? I'm right here in the middle, arguing both sides, taking what you're saying and providing it to the police department. You guys, I'm putting together real reform ideas, the real stuff, the stuff that will work, not the stuff the politicians are arguing back and forth about. I'm open myself to answer questions to our community. We have difficult conversations, you guys. This is not a game. It's not a game. And I'm also here to dispel the myths and the propaganda. It goes both ways. This is a good question. She says, Nathan, what do you say to people who believe that the stats site references are racially biased? Then my question would be, what are we going to believe then? Because the problem becomes this: do we have our own researchers who are doing the work and double checking and making sure it's accurate? Again, statistics will give us just enough to make some inferences, you guys. It's not the whole truth. It doesn't paint a complete picture, but it does give us a good idea, right? Data and statistics will give us a good idea, a good roundabout understanding. But no, it's not the gospel. Absolutely not the gospel. But it lets us know what's going on, though. It lets us know there's a problem that needs to be addressed, right? So we got to pick and choose. At the end of the day, what information do we really have control over anyways? What group of African-American scientists that we have that we're willing to trust the information from? Because just as much as we say we can't trust the data, does that mean we can also trust these companies saying these foods that we're eating are good for us? Can we trust these doctors who are putting out information about our health? Can we trust this? We get down that rabbit hole, then we're just out here. We can't trust anybody. What are we going to take a risk and believe in? So, I mean, I agree. But who's going to do the work? It always comes down to who's going to do the work.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second, brother. Nathan. Logic. I know people were cutting in on him. I'm gonna offer him grace. Can you reset the timer? Nathan, I want to give you an additional 2 minutes, respectfully, to address one thing that you heard that Six said, and nobody's gonna cut you off.
Sounds good.
Address it. And if anybody has something to add or to, I guess, counter or whatever, I'm just asking that you put a pin in it really quick. Logic, is you there? Logic, you off your square.
I know. Just
all right, hold on. Once it gets okay, there we go.
Yeah, it's a lot. There was a couple things she talked about. I think I heard something about slave patrols, that policing started from slave patrol. That's not true at all. That's absolutely not true. Let's talk about it, because this is something that gets brought up often about slave patrol. You guys, let's dive into it right now while we're here. You guys, the 13 colonies, right? We know where they came from, right? They came here. They pillaged this land. Matter of fact, before we start that, let me dive into super chats real quick. Where did I leave off? Shout out to Dre with the super chat. He was talking about earlier about the 7 deadly sins. You guys, if you're not familiar with that, look that up. That's how we identify certain crimes. We call them 7 deadly sins. These are top tier felonies against people. Shout out to you, Dre, for that. These things we consider, the judges consider these things when putting sentences and determining whether or not a person gets bond. 7 deadly sins, you guys are going to look that up. Ooh, Chantel, again, thank you so much, Chantel, for this. She said, I appreciate your channel. Yes, God bless to you, Chantel. I really appreciate this as well, you guys. Let's dive into, he said, Jay Black said, for sure. Let's talk about slave patrol. You guys, the 13 colonies came to this country. We know what they did. We're all aware of what they did. All right. I was about to say the R word. They pillaged, destroyed, right? They did what they did, right? They caused a lot of problems. We're well aware of that. First slave ship came here in 1619, right? Okay, we are aware of that. Again, what was going on in these colonies? Slave patrol started in approximately 1704 in the Carolinas. The Carolinas. Again, you guys, the Carolinas is a colony. That's one colony. There were 13 colonies. You guys, when they got here, they already had police. They already knew what they were doing. What did they have set up? They had constables. This is what they learned from Britain when they came down here, right? They had constables. They had people patrolling their colonies, their communities. When they got down here, when they settled in this country, they were already policing. Okay? Here's what's unique about this situation. And I'm gonna pull up some stats, some data from the where's this from? The American Bar Association. I feel like this was a good place to do it since it's a law website. Again, what were they doing? We're talking from the very beginning. They were already policing their communities before slavery became a thing. All right. Policing was already a thing way before they got here to America. But in this country, right, it started off with watchmen. These people walked around and they watched the community. They were citing tickets. They were making noise. They were saying, hey, addressing problems and issues, people who were disorderly. Then they upgraded them to constables. They did the exact same thing, gave them a little bit more power, right? Again, and then now what happened after that? You guys, they started to develop, right? The issue was their communities grew so much larger that the constables weren't able to keep up or maintain order. So then they started to develop police agencies, police departments, and that started, again, that hit New York, Chicago, Boston. But I'm going to pull up some information. I'm going to read directly from it. Now, when this is going on in approximately 1704, what happened in the South Carolinas? They said, hey, we're having issues with these slaves running away. We need volunteers, people who are going to come capture these slaves. 1704, you guys. They had slave patrols. Now, the slave patrols are doing what they do, right? They're catching slaves. This is before policing started in the Carolinas. When policing started in the Carolinas, guess who signed up to be police officers? The slave patrol. You guys, this was something that was unique to the South. This was in the South. And let's pull up the data. Let's pull the data up. Let's pull the data up. We're gonna look at it together real quick. It'll be real quick because again, I'm gonna have the links on here. Let's see. Where do we want to start? Let me see if I can zoom in. Oh shit, did that work? Hold on, you guys. Bear with me. So we can read over this together. And again, I urge everyone to do your own research. Please do your own research. I will have some in the stream. Let's see. I want to take it back to do a quick little segment. Okay, American policing can trace its roots back to the English policing. It's true that centralized municipal police departments in America began in its early form, 19th century. Boston established subsequently New York City, Albany, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, New Jersey, Baltimore. By the late 19th centuries, all major American cities had a police force. This is the history that doesn't make us feel bad, right? Now we're going to go down here. We're going to talk about the second one. It says, while this narrative is correct, it only tells part of the story. Policing in southern slaveholding states followed a different trajectory. You guys, this is true. No one is not saying that slave catchers were not police officers, right? No one has ever said that. We're saying that's not the origins. Unfortunately, the statement that's always being made is that, again, like she said, she's saying policing came out of slave patrol. That's not accurate. Again, policing in southern slave-holding states followed a different trajectory. One that has roots in slave patrols in the 17th and 18th centuries and police enforcement of the Jim Crow law in the late 19th and mid-centuries. Now, again, this is why it's so important for us to have a very good understanding and reading all the way through, right? Reading all the way through. Because it's not so simple to just say, hey, there's nuances to it. I urge everyone to do your research, right? Don't read for your own bias. I think that's one of the biggest problems. Don't read for your own bias. Read for understanding. Read for understanding. Let's continue with what she's saying real quick. I challenge everybody to do their own research. It's not true. Slave patrolling actually started in the South. Policing already existed in the North. It had nothing to do with that. When the South learned how to police, it was already taking place in the North. The first police departments were New York and Boston and Chicago after that. And then as policing went to the South, the slave patrols who were actually slave patrols, they were people who volunteered to catch slaves. When their police departments formed, the slave patrols signed up to be police officers. That's the origin. All right. I have a video on my channel. I have the receipts under the video. Now, again, you guys, there's a lot to it, right? And again, it's not simple, but I just challenge everybody to actually take the time to dive into it, read, right? Don't Google, go to legitimate sources and get the information. Again, I'm not saying that policing, there's no issue in policing. I'm not, someone likes to say, hey, well, KKK, the FBI said that listen, we want to use the FBI's data again when it supports our argument. But when I use the FBI's data and it's not supporting your argument, you want to tell me that the FBI data is inaccurate. So this is where we have a problem. You can't pick and choose what you want to believe. You either support the information or you don't. People like to say the FBI said that the policing is I think it says about 6% of police officers or something. I don't know the exact number because I haven't double checked it. But people make the argument that the KKK infiltrated law enforcement. You guys, that's true. That is very true. But the FBI said that. Now, when I pull up this FBI information, are you going to challenge that? You guys, listen, there are gangs, killers, pedophiles, you name it, who put this uniform on. Police officers are not created equal. A lot of people sneak into this profession, have no business being here. No business being here. All right? At all. So let's move forward on this, and you can do your own research. And I always tell people to do their own research, you guys. Always do your own research. Reference to, I believe someone said something about the homicides in the Black community. Chaotic said 3% of Black men. No, Black men make up approximately 6% of the Black community. We are about 13.5% of the population. Now, listen, this is another thing. Let's talk about, this is a stat that some people like to use. I know people, let's look at Black demographics. They said it's Black, so I'm assuming Black people are running this, right? Black demographics, what does it say about Black population in this country? They said we're 41 million, 13.4%, right? This is Black demographics, because some people say they don't like the census or whatever. I don't know. Some people use this. I just wanted to use it just to make sure that, people are comfortable with some of the data points. They said Black alone or in a combination with another race, that's 14.2%. So, interchangeably, we could say 13.5, 14, whatever makes you feel comfortable. But what are we talking about now? Let me pull this back up. When it talks about violent crimes, Black men commit the most of the violent offenses in this country. We commit almost half of the violent offenses in this country. Who commits the most crime in general? White people. Yep. White people are 60% of the population. All right, you guys, now we're on to the new subject. We're talking about crime. We're talking about violent crime in this country. We're talking about violent crime as it pertains to the Black community. Again, let me be very clear. White people commit more crimes and are arrested for more crimes than Black people, period. That's just the truth, right? They're not out here getting away with stuff like people like Chelsea was saying. But let's look at this real quick before we dive into that. Let's talk about the amount of people arrested. Now, mind you, let me cite my source real quick so that we're all aware. And again, you guys, I will put this into the description after this video is done. This is the FBI's database, okay? This is the FBI's database. This is the database that she herself agreed on using, and other people who talked about using it are all in agreement with the FBI. Again, we can't pick and choose when we want to accept the data because it hurts our feelings when it goes against what we're talking about. All right. The time span, this is for 2019. Crime in the United States, 2019. All right. Let's make sure we're all on the same page. In 2019, how many people were arrested? This is the estimated number of arrests in 2019. Let's look at it. Here's the number right here in the corner. Hold on. There we go. Let me see if I can zoom in on that. All right, 2 million total arrests in 2019. 2 million people were arrested. All right, in 2019. Here are all the other arrests that were made. You can see them along here: robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, and then violent crime is here by itself. We are going to talk about the amount of crime that was done within the Black community versus the white community. We're going to look at when we made this statement about violent offenses. So the data point is this, you guys. When someone says the Black community or Black men make up almost half of the violent offenses, this is the data where they're going from. Again, we are on the FBI website. This is where all the information is gathered. All the police departments dump the information here. Let's look at this. I'm going to minimize myself. We can see this in real time. Right here at the top, you have the different ethnicities, white, and then you have Black right next to it. This is the total of arrest. Total arrested white people, 4 million. This is in 2019. Total arrested Black people, 1.8 million. And then, of course, 4.7 million for white. As you go down this list on this chart, it tells you, right? It tells you all the crimes where arrests were made. Again, this is arrest in 2019. All right, so just so we're all clear on what we're looking at. As we scroll down, again, as we scroll down, we're looking at murder and non-negligent manslaughter. White people, 3,650. These are arrests. These aren't offenses or how many times it happened. This is how many people got arrested for this particular crime. All right, we have to understand that when we're reading this data. Now we look at Blacks, 4,078. You guys, look how closely these numbers are. Look how close the numbers are. If we look at grape, this is the second line. 11,588, 4,424. This is arrest. All right, so let's be clear. We're going to look at aggravated assault. 169 for white, 91,000 for Black. Burglary, 81,000. Black, we have 34,000. This is the conversation right here that's most important when we talk about violent crime. The FBI identifies violent crimes. We're talking murder, aggravated assault. We're talking and we're talking sexual assault. This is what we're looking at. They bulk these all together to give you a snapshot, right, of what we're looking at here. The white community, violent crimes, 2009, 209,000 arrests. For Blacks, 129,000. You guys, the total is 355,000. If we divide that in half, because again, the statement is Black men or black men commit the most violent offenses in this country. Black men make up 6%. So if we just divide that, let's go ahead and do the math real quick. We're dividing 355,000. Let's look at this number. 355, 244 divided by 2. All right. That gives us a total of 177,000 is half. Okay, that is half. So if we bring this back up again, let's bring this back up. That's half. So 209,000, that's white. 129,000 is Black. Now, exactly half of that is 177,622 arrests. Is that half? 129. Give or take, we're missing, right? About 40,000. But again, you guys, the reality is that's a lot. Almost half. It's almost half. Right? It's almost 20,000, less than half. So again, is that data going to be accurate when someone says, you know, over the several last few years, Black people commit for almost half of the violent offenses in this country. You guys, that's true. That is true. That's a true statement. It's a true statement. All right. Let's continue to move forward because I wanted to touch on that. And again, we can go further down that list of any crimes that you guys want to see. We can go down that list, but we can come back to that. Let's move forward with the issue. They commit the most crimes. Blacks commit approximately 50% of the violent offenses. We kill each other approximately 7,500 homicides on average a year committed by Black people. White people kill themselves approximately a year, 4,000, and they're 60%. I think Six said something about proximity. Proximity is irrelevant. Proximity has nothing to do with the amount of crime that Black people commit against themselves. It's far too high. We're only 13%. So I don't know why people say that, and I don't know why people say disproportionate, because crime is about crime and the effect of crime and policing has everything to do with behavior. Let me move forward. To a little bit further down this. Let me scroll down because there's something I want to address here too. This is something that we have to address. Goldilocks, it's arrest. It's arrest, not convictions. It's arrest, not convictions. And you guys, everyone's innocent to proven guilty. But these are arrests that we're talking about. I had a conversation, and this is the last piece I want to do on this stream real quick before we go into the sixth statement, because this is actually something I need to touch on as well. Again, the problem is when people are talking about solutions, someone always wants to come up and make an argument about, again, trying to discredit someone's statement about addressing facts. They want to discredit you. And I want to touch on this. I think this is very interesting. We see a display of this, another form of delusion, right? And I'm going to play this. I think this is very important. There's a gentleman on the panel who's asking me a question about some things, and we're talking about solutions. I want you guys to hear the conversation we're having, and I want you to hear the type of rebuttal that I get from Kay on this channel. I think it's very interesting, and I think it's worth addressing.
Whether I'm coming home from work late, how to be man, you how was the
we could segue in.
We can move on.
Law.
But see, I think that's
outcomes that we are having. Barrel, meaning that barrel, meaning taser.
To
law. Saw today we got that shooting in Grand Rapids. It's a good place. You know, the issue is the officers aren't trained well. You know, they don't train as much as the military. That's the biggest problem right there. You know, the officers are doing too many jobs that they're not qualified to do, and they're asked to do things that, you know, first we're picking officers from the bottom of society's barrel and giving them. Now listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm telling you, I'm having a conversation, right? This is the last segment, you guys. I'm having a conversation about where police officers are chosen from and what the problems are and how to fix it. Let's talk about that, right? All kind of power. A lot of people don't realize that the majority of this country supports law enforcement. They can't do any wrong. So, you know, that's one of the big issues. There's too much pandering for officers. So, you know, the training is bad, right? You know, I trained for 6 months in my department, but the average is like 3 months for everybody else. A lot of officers don't. Yeah, a lot of officers don't have any type of self-defense or combat tactical training. So if an officer can't use their hands, they're going to use their gun. You know, if you put an officer in a position to where they're scary and they're afraid, then they're going to use their gun, and the law is going to support it all the time. So at the end of the day, the law always looks at you can't resist arrest. This is true, you guys. This is true about policing. This is where we have the problem at. Okay, we're picking officers who aren't qualified to do the job, right? They're not skillful enough to do the job. We're picking from the bottom of the barrel. All right. This is a problem. This is absolutely a problem. Right. So that's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of us in our community get shot. You know, there's always those small cases where the officer's just bad at their job and you get shot or whatever, or the officer's lying or the officer's racially profiling. But overall, the majority of the shootings are justified, you know, and each shooting has to be examined individually. The one in Grand Rapids, you know, it looks tragic, but we have to separate the morals from the law, right? Morality versus legality in a sense. And sometimes when you look at the moral aspect of the shooting, it doesn't look good, you know, according to society. But when you look at the law, it's justified, you know, so we have to make sure we understand. This is the big difference that I think we end up forgetting, is that there's a moral argument you can make, but it's the legal argument that matters when it comes to police shootings. That's why we can see certain things and say, hey, the officer shouldn't have done it that way. Well, the law says the officer can do it. Unfortunately, just because the law gives you permission to do it doesn't mean you should do it, right? That type of understanding on how to move and use the law properly, that comes from an officer having very, very good critical thinking skills, right? And so again, that's something that has to be selected, that has to be trained, that's a skill set. And this is one of the biggest problems that we're having within our community, and understanding the difference between a moral argument and a legal argument. We have to understand the law so we know how we're going to be treated and handled in the court, right? No one cares about our feelings. No one cares about your emotions. No one cares how it looks to you. If an officer is authorized to take your life and he takes it, you guys, it's as good as justice. You might not like it, but unfortunately, that's the country we live in, and that's how it works. So we need to understand how that piece so that we can maneuver ourselves a lot better. And a lot of us in our community, we don't even know our own constitutional rights. So you could be violated and you don't even know it because we don't know the law.
But see, I think that's a good point though, because a lot of people don't think about it like that. Is that the military go to war, but we always got time to come back and train.
Correct.
And we constantly training in comparison to police. After he finished his academy, he's go out right into pretty much war.
Yeah, every day.
He's constant in war.
Yeah.
So he don't have that training. I mean,
Correct.
in my opinion, I think that if you want that type of, you gotta put your money where your mouth is.
You gotta pay for it. It's expensive.
Yeah. You got to incentivize it to make it. It's ways that we can do it. That
I think this is a good question. Ms. Parker says, "Are you saying that's justice?" I'm saying that the law says it's justice. If you want to change, you know, we have to talk to the people in power of changing the law, right? Just because you don't agree with something doesn't mean it's not legal, right? We live in a country now where they're starting to legalize marijuana, right? You have some people legalizing marijuana. Again, in this country, it was considered illegal. In some places, now it's legal. Here's the problem. Just because you feel like it shouldn't be illegal has nothing to do with what the law says. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm saying that's what the law says. So if you want to change the law, you need to know who to contact. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's legal. And that's why I said we have to get our feelings out of it, you know. And this is considered justice. Justice is rooted in the law, right? The law determines what justice is. It's the law, it's the rules, it's what we're all governed under, right? But I'm gonna come back to that. Because this is what we need to be looking at in this moment. I think this is very important.
You cannot make this.
We're gonna talk about Chelsea. We're gonna talk about Chelsea. Right? We're going to talk about Chelsea. Why are we talking about her? The question is she qualified? Right? Let's segue. Is she qualified? You guys, there's a lot to discuss because, again, she tried to check people's ability to talk about a certain segment or certain things because they're not from this country or because she feels like they're not qualified. What is her qualifications, you guys? Right? What's her qualifications? I'll tell you what they are, right? According to what I've seen, she has no post-secondary education, right? She has no post-secondary education from what I've seen. She's certified in cosmetology. You guys, she's a cosmetologist. All right. She dances. I don't know to what genre. All right. She's a feminine coach. She teaches women how to be feminine. She's written some books. She has a website. And she's educating other women, preferably Black women, probably FBA women, right, on how to be feminine. But from what I've seen, it's hypersexual, right? Again, she doesn't have any work experience in criminal justice. She's never been a police officer, probation officer. She's not an attorney. She didn't study law. She has no credentials, right? I like what Jay Black is saying. Jay Black said that doesn't disqualify her. You guys, based on her definition, she said, if you are not from this country, you're not qualified to speak on topics relating to Black people. Credentials is everything. She's not qualified based on her logic. Based on her logic. Based on her logic. Based on what she's saying. I'm not qualified. I'm not FBA, so I'm not qualified. I'm asking, is she qualified? In my opinion, right? My opinion is different. I hear what you're saying, Black Storm. I hear what you're saying. So then if that's the same logic, does that mean a person who's born here but have parents from a different country and they've worked in a particular field for over 10 plus years and they have experience in a particular field and expertise? She said, right? Chelsea said that they're not qualified to speak on the issue. I agree with you. I agree with you, Black. I'm saying, though, there are people who are trained and have expertise. They have expert level knowledge on particular things. And based on what she's saying, they're not qualified. So then I'm asking her, what is her qualifications? She's a cosmetologist. Right? She's teaching women how to be feminine. She's giving relationship advice. I looked at her channel. There's nothing wrong with that. Does that mean she can't speak on things? Not to me, but to her, it's a problem, right? Let's hear what she has to say. I think it's very, very important that we hear from her. We hear from her. Because now one would argue if that's not the case, right? If that's not an issue, one would argue, how are you as a feminine woman? You're teaching women how to have relationships with men, how to properly have relationships with men, right? One can easily argue that you yourself haven't had successful relationships with men, right? You're a single mother, right? That's what Chaotic pointed out. I didn't know that. Does that disqualify you from being able to give women advice? Because you're a single mom, you're not married? Does that disqualify you? You see what I'm saying? You see how that logic gets tricky? So when you say someone isn't born here, or you say they're not FBA, right? You say because of that, they're not qualified to speak on issues regarding the black community. Thank you. All Nathan said, you can't go around disqualifying people when you have no experience and education on it. And you guys are going to understand while I say that. It's going to make sense as she goes on and talks.
This stuff up, like finally Chicago really came through and it's like, all right, thank you. This should have been happened.
I'm out, T. Okay. 6 is going to finish her point. Then we're going to move to Scam. And then we're going to move to J Prince. Go ahead, 6.
Okay, so what it all comes down to is this. Crime in general. 70% of crimes committed by any person of any race are committed against their own race. I remember.
We heard that already. I'm going to fast forward through some of this because I want you to hear her response.
Had it.
One question.
Ready for that.
And people left and right tonight.
And he started off with it when you
like he came at me when I first got on here. Like, why do men sit and stalk your page? They sit and stalk everything about you and then claim they don't like you. He talking about my height, my age, my child. Meanwhile, I don't know anything about you. Like, sir, you're clearly obsessed with me.
So now we've been on this panel together for what, 15, 20 minutes. And he's talking about I'm insufferable and a nag. Sir, I've been here with you for 15 minutes. Okay. For me to be a nag, you'd have to consistently spend time with me and see me have repetitive behavior over and over. Like, what are you talking about? I'm insufferable, yet you stalk everything about my life. I'm far from insufferable. Seriously. Okay. So now I'm going to fast forward a little bit because whoever this scam likely guy is and was very embarrassing. He came on here. I don't know what.
Shout out to Scam in the chat too. Scam's in the chat. Scam, that's her special shout out to you.
He had going on, but he started singing a song. It was so embarrassing.
With the what women want from a man.
Let me see if I can show y'all.
Welcome to the show, Scam. As always, brother. What's the word?
Oh man,
this whole thing was a shit show. This was so embarrassing.
Yep, nobody's gonna interrupt you because Lodge is gonna set.
Look at what this fool ends up doing. Hold on, let me see if
I think this is important. Let me go back to. I think I skipped something important right here.
The pressure cooker, my ninja. A pressure cooker, my ninja foodie. It's gonna lead to him getting ninja foodie pressure cooked. So he will not answer any of the factual questions. So now he's going to. You would not want to walk down an alleyway with 2 black guys. No, nigga. You know who I wouldn't want to walk down an alleyway with? These niggas. This is who I would not want to walk down an alleyway with. Y'all Google this with me. Google American serial killers and scroll with me. These is the motherfuckers I wouldn't want to walk down an alley with, nigga. These mofos. I walked down an alley with my own 1,000 times before I walked down an alley with one of these niggas once. This is who I would not walk. You cannot make this up. This is Google. What do majority of these men look like? This is who I don't want to walk down an alleyway with, nigga. This is who. Fuck out of here. Got me hot. You wouldn't want to walk.
So, right? We all have our preferences. You know, this is performative femininity, right? Performative femininity. No one wants to walk down any alley with strangers, period, you guys. Doesn't matter what they look like. But here's the problem. On her thing, she said, listen, you guys, 90% of serial killers are white. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true. Right? We learned, and I pulled up the data, it's approximately 56% of serial killers are white and approximately 30% are black. Serial killers. So again, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. Let's fast forward to 108. She talks about the American justice system, which I think this is important.
The American justice system and his background is not American. Yes, that is factual, and yes, that is a factor in this conversation.
Why is that so hard to understand? When I came in, they were having a question about the American justice system and the American government system. If I come on the stream and you are talking about the American justice system, then me asking what your nationality background is actually a very logical question that is actually directly related to the topic. But when you're moving off of emotions, you cannot see that. When you're not being open-minded, you cannot see that. The question I asked had everything to do. If I join a panel discussing the Australian criminal justice system, would they not have the right to ask me, are you Australian? Where are you from? We need to know your background. We need to know what you're invested in.
Jeez, you guys, look, Miss Parker, don't cape for her, right? She Googled some images. Again, she Googled some images. Pay attention. Listen, we're going to have a higher level conversation, right? An intellectual debate and understanding. Please understand what she did and understand why what she did was dangerous, because you don't want people doing that to Black people. Hey, let's Google the word thug and scroll through pictures. Hey, look at all the Black thugs are in here. Guess how Black thugs make up 90% of the US population. Okay, come on, you guys. See, you got to look at the hypocrisy behind it. This is not how it works. This is what makes it dangerous. She Googled, right, white serial killers and scrolled down images. This is what she used to defend her point, her argument. That's not how we do it. Miss Parker, I need you to focus. No disrespect. Stop trying to save her. She can't be saved. All right? This isn't a rescue mission. Again, what are we looking at? We're looking at how someone is refusing to do real research to counter the point. And what she does is she Googles images about white serial killers, and what she said was absolutely false. If someone were to do that about Black people, you'd be upset. Right? I'm not saving chaotic. I'm saving the facts. This has nothing to do with chaotic, you guys. You're missing the point. This has nothing to do with chaotic. This has everything to do with a woman who's pushing out false information and people are believing it. Chaotic was simply just a catalyst to show you what performative femininity looks like, to show you what delusion looks like. That's all it is, Miss Parker. You guys are so worried about what chaotic is doing that you're missing the bigger picture, right? You're missing it. You're missing the whole point because you can't get out of this sister code thing you guys put together. This is what she's saying on her own stream. You know, you guys are so triggered about chaotic that you're forgetting what she's actually doing. You're not even realize what she's doing, right? You're missing the point. Please forget about chaotic. Please pay attention to what she's saying. You guys are following this woman like she's a cult leader. Jesus Christ.
I am American. I am foundational Black American. If I'm going to sit and have this conversation with you about the American court system, yes, I want to know your background. You call it disrespectful because you knew that if you answered that, you knew I could discredit your argument. Me coming on here as an articulate, feminine, beautiful woman, discrediting your argument is not disrespect.
People lead with their insecurities, you guys. In this stream, when you watch this stream, and I encourage you to watch it on your own, she's constantly glorifying her image. She's constantly glorifying her height. She's 6 foot tall, as she says. She glorifies her look, her image. You guys, this is what we call this textbook narcissism. You guys, she's a narcissist. A narcissist. All throughout the stream. All throughout the stream. This is textbook narcissism. Goldilocks. We're not talking about chaotic. Jesus Christ. Listen. Oh my God. This isn't the chaotic special. I'll do one next week if it'll make you feel better. Right? Textbook narcissism, you guys. This is what it looks like. It gets better.
If I am not, if he is from Ghana and I'm not Ghanaian, I cannot go on his panel and speak to him about the Ghanaian justice system. I'm not from there. So me asking where he's from is actually a valid question.
You have experienced that system. He experienced the American
system. Experiencing a system and coming from generations to generations from a
See, Logic's idea is, oh, well, he's experienced living here. Let me tell y'all something. Experiencing something is just that. An experience means you can be put in and removed from that setting. That is what experience means. Okay? This is why you'll go to a restaurant and they'll say a dining experience. You'll go on vacation and say a vacation experience. There is a huge difference between you coming here, not having your foundation being from here, and experiencing this country that my ancestors built, and me coming from 4, 5, 6, 7 generations of Black foundational Americans who built this country. This is not an.
What does it have to do with the facts? This is trauma bonding, right? I want to hold myself and bond myself to generations and generations and generations of trauma. And I've said this before. The ancestors and the Americans, the Black Americans who built this country and died, right? They were strong men and women. They persevered through a lot. One would argue that the Black men and women of today could not survive 200, 300 years ago under those conditions, you guys. Listen, they did all the work. They did all the work. You guys, we are living from the hard work that they did already. We simply need to grab the baton and go further and beyond. Yet we are still talking about it. I'm not trying to discredit anything, right? I'm not trying to say that you can't complain or look at the past. I'm saying they did all the heavy lifting for all of us. People get mad if we're from another country. Listen, I was dropped off early. My bad, right? My bad. My bad. Come on, you guys. We're making this whole thing. We're making the wrong arguments. All this is rooted in delusion. It's a distraction. It's divisive. It's counterproductive. It is. Because the reason why I know that is because I can find FBA people who agree with the same thing I'm saying, or the same thing, or some of the things that Chaotic is saying. What do you call them who are FBA and they don't agree with you? You call them coons. You call them sellouts, right? Just because they don't agree with you. This has nothing to do with where you're from. This has everything to do with someone not agreeing with your delusion. It's just that simple. It's just that simple, and that's the problem. Here we go. That's the problem. Ooh. Shout out to Disruptive Mindset. Too exhausting. Shout out to Disruptive Minds with this super chat, you guys. Let me dive into super chats real quick and we get back into this video because it gets crazy. It gets crazy, right? It gets crazy. Yo, Disruptive Minds with the mega super chat. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Disruptive Minds. Listen, this brother right here is sharp, you guys. Can't wait to bring him up on this panel. It's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy. That's the big homie. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let me get through the super chats real quick. Shout out to Anthony J. Said, learning to understand a viewpoint you see as immoral is incredibly hard. Yes, it is. It hits you so foundationally that it's uncomfortable, but it's so rewarding to learn how to do it. Gives you a richer perspective. It is. It's very difficult, man. It is. And it's not easy. It's not easy at all. It's not easy at all. And it takes time. And it takes having conversation like this and people being genuine, right? Coming to a conversation in good faith and saying, hey, let's share information. I understand the issue FBA have, but it's not with everybody, right? The problem is a lack of respect when people come to this country, right? I agree 100%. You guys, it's all about respect. Again, but it's been warped and turned into something totally different. It's now starting to look divisive, you know, and it keeps us from progressing. And that's the problem. Nelson Counseling, shout out to you, Nelson. I appreciate you, brother, for this. He said, yes, it's narcissism. I don't think people know how serious that is. You guys, this narcissism is a huge problem. You think it's a joke. You think it's a joke. And again, shout out again to my brother Disruptive Minds for this mega donation. I really appreciate you, brother. Listen, we're about to drop gems, and when I get done with this, I'm be bringing people up. If you have an issue with what I said, come and challenge me. The rules on my channel is you got to be cammed up. By now, Chanel should know this channel stream, and she's more than welcome to come up and we can have a conversation. Listen, there's no disrespect over here. Bring your facts. Bring your facts, right? Bring your facts. That's what we do over here. We challenge the facts. Shout out to For Me Terrace. She said, people are so quick to dismiss people because their opinions or views instead of expanding their perspective. Amen. Absolutely. 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 Shout out to Jason Shannon. He's back here holding it down. I appreciate you, brother. I see you back there holding it down. All right, let's get back into this. This is important.
Experience for me. It's a foundation for me.
Trauma bonding. You guys, our community needs therapy, right? From slavery. We need therapy because this is starting to look like PTSD, right? Shout out to Marcus. Shout out to Marcus Wayne. Said, Nathan, we had $1 billion of accumulated 1921, only 56 years after slavery, 100 years later. What happened to our wealth? It was stolen. It was taken. It was absolutely taken. You guys, Black people have been taken advantage of. We're still being taken advantage of in this country. You guys, wake up. No one said that's not true. I'm saying, what are we going to do about it? Right? Again, you give us a history lesson. Give us a lesson for the future. What do we do? How do you get it done? How do we get it done? Listen, we spent as a community $1.6 trillion in this country last year during a pandemic. $1.6 trillion. So don't tell me about money. We have it. We have it. The government spent $700 billion last year. We spent $1.6 trillion. You want to ask me where the money went? You guys, we got some work to do, right? Our financial priorities are backwards. You had Jim Jones in the Gucci store about to spend 26 bands and was complaining about not getting enough attention so he can spend $26,000 on Gucci products. You guys, that's a family's name, Gucci. Right? Again, we are investing in things that have nothing to do with wealth building. How do you build wealth? You create Black families, right? That's how you wealth build. Again, our communities are broken. Our single mother rate is through the roof. The men are out here running around in circles, throwing their seed around randomly, right? The men are abandoning their homes. The men are getting kicked out of their homes. The women are using the courts against men. The courts are against men and oppressing men. They can't see their children. You guys, listen, there's a whole lot of problems. We know that single parent households account for, right? There's a correlation with poverty. There's a correlation with poverty with that. There's also a correlation with single parent homes and delinquency, deviant behavior in our kids, right? Again, these are real issues. Give me the solution to those issues, right? Yet we have a woman here who is a feminine coach with a cosmetology license, talking to someone who has their undergrad in criminology, the minor in criminal justice, right? Who has their master's in public administration, who's done this job for 13 years. You guys, I've worked with the feds, I've worked with the states, I've worked with the colleges. And this woman here, right? This is the problem, you guys. Let's compare it. Let's compare credentials. We need to stop allowing people who don't have the qualifications to speak on issues. And we take it for the gospel. We need to start vetting these people that are coming into these spaces and just saying what they want to say as if it's the truth. Because, see, we as a people take it and we paint it on our bodies and we come out here and walk around like we heard something valid. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying she's not accurate. There's the difference, you guys. Lady Love, shout out to you. She said, Six tried to use her femininity as a weapon and it backfired. You guys, this is someone who watched the stream. So she pulled out a victim card. She even went on her channel carrying that a married man would save her, but her so-called man was beside her. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You guys, someone saw what happened. She's telling you exactly what took place, you guys. This is what's going on. Performative femininity. It's dangerous. Chameleon in nature. But I like to say performative femininity. It's more professional. I'm not going to call a woman a chameleon, but performative femininity. Yes, absolutely. Let's dive into it.
Country is a totally different experience.
It's clear as day that
And
he was
the reality
indoctrinated
is
by
he knows
family
it
that
makes a
wasn't from
difference.
here.
He knows
That's
it
why
makes
he
a
flipped.
difference. And do you know how I know that he knows it makes a difference? Because he won't answer the question.
Get this woman off the panel. She is everything was wrong with the black community.
No, you are.
So now I'm everything that's wrong with the black community. When he
I'm not even going to go there. Shout out to Miss Creative. She said, everybody in relationship dating expert these days, and most of them single. I mean, listen, if you're teaching women how to be more feminine, how to get and attract a man, and you yourself are not married, right? You yourself are not married. Using hypersexualized photos of yourself, putting yourself in all these provocative images and putting them out online. I don't think that's feminine, man. That's not, at least not. You know, you guys have to understand how men think. You're either for, you guys, ladies, listen, men think in two ways, right? We're very simple, right? We're either going to sleep with you or build with you. That's it. There's no in between. You're either good for sleeping with or you're good for building with. That's it. And a man sees a woman and identifies her value, he's going to build with you. A man sees the qualities that you bring and how you can help lift that man up, amplify what that man is doing. You are a woman that can be built with, right? We can build with you. Then there are other women who are just, right? You guys, I don't make the rules. That's how men think. We're very simple, ladies. We're very simple. We're very simple. You can flaunt around your image and who you think you are and what you're qualified to get or whatever. You can do whatever you want to do. At the end of the day, right? Men either play with you or they build with you. All that other stuff about you being this height, your image this, all the photos, whatever you want to do and talk about, FBA, MBA, whatever, it doesn't matter. Men are either going to play with you or they're going to build with you, ladies. That is the harsh reality. Stop investing and wasting time with men who are not building with you. It's just that simple. It's that simple. That's how men look at it. And a lot of times, unfortunately, you have a lot of women who think because they're attractive that they can get a lot of men. Doesn't mean you can keep the man that you're getting. Right? Quality over quantity. Which pick your poison. Pick your poison. Beauty curves, all that height, whatever, skin complexion means nothing. Means absolutely nothing to us. If you're not a man's peace, right, then you're a man's prison. Shout out to my homeboy. He says, show me a dime piece and I'll show you 20 men that didn't want her. It has nothing to do with your looks. Absolutely nothing to do with your looks. Are you a man's peace or are you his prison? It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Men are either going to play with you or they're going to build with you. And if you are who you think you are, then you should have had 3-4 rings. You should be running a Super Bowl, sis. You should be running a Super Bowl right now. That's just my, big brother to a little sister, right? Now, one would argue she's not married, she has a kid. Can she give advice? In my mind, I think she can give a lot of advice. You guys ladies, do the opposite of what she's doing. Right?
He realized, fuck, she's not letting up. She knows too much. Now his solution is get her off the panel. And then how disrespectful is that? This is not your channel. This is not your panel. This is JR's channel and JR's network. JR directly texted me the link to join this panel. How dare you sit in another man's house and tell me to leave? The audacity. You're just disrespectful in so many ways. Nobody saw this. No one called this out.
Everything
she
that
sits
is
up
wrong
here. She talks
because
about,
it is
why this
factual
about black
of
people?
what's
Why
going
that?
on.
I bet you don't live in the hood around these so-called black people that you're taking up for. I bet you got the hell out. I bet you don't live around
You
them.
don't know me at all.
Right now.
We are speaking about the facts right now.
I bet
you know nothing about me. You think that because I can articulate that I'm not from the hood and that I'm rich and live in a mansion.
I bet you don't live.
You don't know anything about my background or where I live.
You don't have any relations with those people you're talking about. I do, because I was a school teacher. I taught in the public schools for over a decade.
I would never let you teach my child. What school did you teach at? So we never.
They just go on the rant. And again, you guys already know, we already seen that. The rant was ridiculous, but bring up.
Thank you. Okay, because
so, more girl code stuff. Kay from the show says, exactly, I specifically said that the justice system favors white people, and that's something I thought more people were aware of. Again, unfortunately, shout out to Kay, another person who's not qualified to talk about things that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Right? But shout out to her. So she was watching this case, very, she's aware, she's on the panel. She came in, she co-signed with a lot of things that she was saying. I mean, not surprised, but let's go to let's go to right here.
Point. I need you to just put a pin in. I don't think 6 going nowhere. So I just
what is this gremlin?
And we'll go back to it after hours.
I'm respecting, sir. I'm on mute.
Black woman teaching femininity, calling another black woman a gremlin. Right? A gremlin is what she called her. Now, I'm not impressed with her eating chicken on the live stream, but I wouldn't have called her a gremlin. But, you know, it's her channel. She do what she wants. You know, called her a gremlin. Jesus Christ. Shout out to Pound for Pound said Dustathon. TJ Randolph, shout out to her. She said, feminine traits, intuition, empathy, sensitivity, charm, collaboration, vulnerability, nurturing, style, self-awareness. That's a key. And kindness. That's another one. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, sister. My brother Rick says, hold up. Called her a gremlin, you guys. That's somebody's sister. Right? Whatever happened to the black woman thing? We're here. So someone said, Jesus Christ, right? Come on, you guys. Shout out to Snuggles with the drop the link. Does anybody know who Snuggles is? Could be the feds. Could be the feds, right? Department of Justice. Oh my God. She called her a gremlin. You guys, damn. I forgot what a gremlin was until she said it. She called her a gremlin. This is your queen. Correction. This is your God. Right? This is your God. This is your God. This is what she said. She has people on her channel calling her Six the Goddess, you guys. Jesus Christ. Hey, she's talking to another FBA, right? Dust and deflect. You guys are hilarious. Oh my God. Let's go through it. Let's go through it. We're gonna knock this out, you guys. And I'm gonna bring y'all up.
You,
I'm a peaceful.
Go ahead, Logic. Go ahead, 6.
Where we at?
Okay. First of all, I will not be lied on. I did not come on this panel and disrespect anyone. I did not come on this.
This is so embarrassing.
Who your mama is? I came on this panel and I said, "Sir, where are your parents from?" So I just want to make that clear. I don't know this man. I did not come on here and disrespect anyone. Second of all, I think it's very ironic to sit and say that it's Black people who are violent when white people have literally went around committing genocide, mass shootings, stealing people's land, and are the #1 serial killers in the entire world.
The #1 serial killers. I don't know. I mean, we can, you know, I know she's not a historian, so I'm not even gonna go there. You know, I'm not gonna go there.
It's the irony, but it kind of just shows his mind and where it's at and how he perceives things. Because even when I, as a Black woman, came on here and respectfully asked, "Where are your parents from?" the way he heard it was, "Who your mama is." So it goes.
We're gonna fast forward because this is where she starts addressing me at, and let's this channel, the Peace Channel, is a very powerful.
I literally cannot believe it is the most ignoramus, emotional, illogical, disrespectful things that you can say to us as foundational Black Americans, where this. Look at this girl eating this chicken, y'all. Look at this girl eating this chicken. I literally cannot. Oh, well, I don't call anyone. My name is, and you know the way I know you already think.
But
look at this girl eating this chicken, y'all.
We're gonna go because this is interesting. I want to show you guys this. I think this is when she starts getting.
Look at this girl eating this chicken. If this is not the most embarrassing shit show that you have ever seen, I don't know what is. Why is this allowed to go on? Why is this a thing? I literally can not. I literally cannot.
Out.
Now here goes the Jamaican cop. Y'all, I'm so sorry to put y'all through this. Get ready for round 2. Oh God, please get ready.
Statistics that was being talked about in reference to policing, reference to the violence.
Now this Nathan guy came in here with an agenda. Okay, his agenda was he came on here specifically to converse with me. Okay.
All right, let's pause. All right, slow down, narcissist. Okay, take a chill pill. I don't even know who you were. I didn't know who you were. Right? I heard voices coming from a picture on the panel. She said my agenda was to come and talk to her. This inflated sense of importance that this woman has, you guys, it's through the roof. You can't make this up. This Nathan guy, bona fide narcissist, you guys. This is a disorder. You guys, they have a name for this thing. What do they call it? This God complex. God complex. Again, this is the problem. This Nathan guy, he came up here to talk to me. I don't even know who you are.
I had no desire to speak to this guy. Okay, you're Jamaican and you're a cop. I honestly, you're way too invested to a side far away from mine. Okay, you have a reason to think the way I know you already think. I'm sorry, but one thing, I'm just not going to sit and have a conversation with a Jamaican cop. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. There are certain things I'm not going to do. I know how far you have invested into where you're at. And I'm just not doing it. So I had no desire to speak to this man. Okay. He was by God, so help him. He was going to get me to talk to him. Watch this.
In our community. Do you hear what you just said? Right? Shout out to Snuggles. Did you hear what she just said? Snuggles said, who doesn't have first state your agenda? Drop the link. I want to know who Snuggles is. Someone please tell me who Snuggles is. You guys, see, she ran to her channel and she started to create this whole world, right? Where she's God. Her channel is where she gets to play God, you guys. She has followers who worship her on her channel. She can do no wrong. What did she say? He came here to speak to me. He's going to do whatever he can to speak to me. Listen how this one. You hear how she talks? I don't give you permission to speak to me anymore. You don't have consent to talk to me. I want the men on this panel to defend my life. What? Who are you? Calm down. This is YouTube. I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe anymore. I've been attacked. I've been sexually assaulted on YouTube. These are her words, you guys. Save me. Save me, someone. Save me. Ma'am, log off. You can hit the exit button, right? Whew, you guys, it gets deep. It gets deep. It gets deep. I don't know where Six Goddis, what's her name, Six?
See? Keep in mind, it was like nobody, literally nobody, not one soul. What's her name? Six Goddess nigga. You know exactly what my name is, and you know exactly who I am. This boy is the guy in kindergarten that threw sand in your hair because he liked you. He is that type. Now, again, I have not spoke to him. I have not mentioned. I have no desire to talk to him. Watch how he forces a conversation with me. Watch this.
Well, I don't call nobody gods, but
you see how he did that? Yeah. See, again, y'all, I go through this so much to where if you have not experienced this, I can see how someone can not really understand what is happening here. But I have experienced so many men like him that I know why he's moving the way he moved. Keep in mind, I have not said anything to you. I have not disrespected you at all. He gets on here. What's your name? Six God? Oh, well, I don't call anyone God. Let me tell you something. A name is what someone answers to. Okay.
Damn right. Chelsea Nelson. That's what your mama named you. Shout out to Chelsea. Self-absorbed. Self-absorbed. We're going to get into it, though. We're going to get into it.
If my name's Six of Goddess and you want me to respond, oh, you going to call me Six of Goddess. How you going to sit here and tell me what I should and should not be called and what I should or should not answer to? And what's it to you? So right then and there, when he did that weak undermining tactic, I knew. I said, oh, hell no. I said, oh, hell no. I already see what it is. Y'all, this gets so bad. Y'all will not believe how bad this gets. Just fasten your seatbelt.
Wherever Six went, her information was grossly inaccurate. And I just believe that if we're going to be educating our people on facts and truth, we need to make sure we have the accurate information, and we need to make sure we have a proper discussion. Brittany said, you throwing sand? No, I'm throwing truth. And that's what I'm throwing, a whole lot of truth. And if you just so happen to have your mouth open when the truth is being thrown at you, then I guess you get sand in your mouth, right? Truth hurts, man. It hurts. We got to talk about the hypocrisy, though. Shout out to Dwayne. Yeah, let me stop stalking her. Jeez. There's some interesting things, though. I want to point a section out. We're going to get to it because this is really, really interesting. Discussion about it. Since this channel, the Peace Channel, is a very powerful channel, it commands the attention of a lot of our people in our community. And if we're going to talk about information regarding the Black community in reference to police relations, deaths.
Oh, well, I don't call anyone grown-ass adults. We don't need you chastising us like we're in kindergarten. Say what you need to say it with your chest, and let's move forward. Can you skip this father-daughter dialogue that you're giving us this little lecture? We don't need this, okay? We're grown. We do what we want. Say what you need to say. Stop stalling. He's stalling, like waiting for me to come back. Like,
let me show you something that she said. I'm going to fast forward a little bit, and I think this is important for the conversation real quick while we're on the topic of narcissism.
You would never me wanting to have the conversation.
Aggressive, get loud. Aggressive, get loud, start yelling through the phone and slap me. The reality is, the way that he was speaking was unnecessary. As a man, you don't need to speak at a woman that aggressively. You just don't need to do it. This has nothing to do with being a Karen or using my feminine.
Six the Goddess. Okay, so I thought we weren't going to talk about me, but real quick, just 10 seconds. Six the Goddess, you can rest assured that I would never in a million years have a conversation with you in real life.
Okay, so let me stop him right there. Let me tell you about niggas like this. This nigga, okay, this nigga, you cannot make this up. This nigga tells me that it is him who would never have a conversation with me in real life. It would be me wanting to have the conversation with him, and it is him who would not speak to me. When in real life, men like this that see me in the street and I walk past and all my 6-foot feminine glory, smelling good, looking good, confident, shit bricks when I walk past. And when they see me walk, they're polarized and they're just like.
Shit bricks when she walks past. Listen to what she's saying. You guys, she's saying every man wants her. Right? This is what she was saying on this stream. She said these men and the women were coming up. Her followers were coming up and they're saying, hey, Six, guess what? We know those men treated you like that because they just wanted you. And they acted that way because they really wanted you deep down inside. You guys, the ego's through the roof. You guys, this is unhealthy, right? This is unhealthy. This is unhealthy, but it gets worse. She really thinks she's more than what she is or what she believes to be. Listen, you guys, it's a painful reality, but perception is reality. If you perceive yourself to be something, then you can very much be that, right? You can be that. Who am I to tell you different if that's what you think? As a man thinketh, right? But listen what she says. Yes. Anthony J says, is there worse? Oh my God, brother. Lucchese said, is it worse? Stand by, everyone. Don't put any popcorn in your mouth with this last one, this next one. It's going to blow you away. It'll blow you away.
Wow. And would never have the courage in 1,000 years to walk up to me and start a conversation and say anything. How many of y'all think that if this man didn't know me, I didn't know him, and he saw me out in the street, that he would come, walk dead up to me with my pumps on and my little skirt and my makeup? How many of y'all think that that nigga would walk dead up to me and start a conversation? Boy, you would never, ever in your life. You would never, ever, under any circumstance, could you? So please stop. And you know what's sad about Negroes like this? Negroes like this, literally, if I wanted to, he would suck my asshole. I promise you this. Men that be, see, all this capping he.
Let's go back on our chart real quick. Count one, guilty of being unqualified, right? She's a cosmetologist. She has no secondary or post-secondary education, right? Performative femininity, right? She's talking about, I'll let you be the judge of that. Is this performative femininity? Is this what we're seeing? Count three, we got false statements. Count four, we have delusions, you guys. What's feminine about that statement she just made? Right? She unqualified to talk about these things, right? We're talking criminal justice. She said I wasn't qualified to speak on. Right? This is Chelsea, you guys. Did you hear what she just said? Then she accused two men of sexual assault. Again, her in her own words said that these men, right? She can get any man to do what she wants. And if she wanted to, she could have them, right? So gracefully put their tongue and slurp out, right? The groceries, you guys, the groceries. The groceries. She said, I can have him eat the groceries if I want. A man like that would eat because that's who I am. Because I'm Six the Goddess. Men do what I tell them. They gravel at my feet. Right? When I walk, I shit bricks. That's what she said. I shit golden bricks. You guys, this is narcissism. It's embarrassing. It's disrespectful to women. She embarrassed herself amongst women. And this is the woman you want teaching other women how to be feminine in our community. Did you hear what she said? Why is that language okay? Men can't say that. Could you imagine a man walking around saying, hey, women want me so bad. I'm 6 foot with a 6-pack. I make 6 figures. I could make you put your mouth around my shaft respectfully. You would do it because You get what I'm saying? The hypocrisy behind it. You know, I'm going to play it again because I don't think it really sat in. You guys, I'm listening to this and I'm saying, are we serious? Is this what we do on YouTube? She's teaching women how to be feminine, and this is how she's talking. She's talking about empowering Black people, and this is how we address each other. I told you before, people lead with their insecurities, right? There's childhood trauma here. What did she say, you guys? Wow.
Doing this nigga right here, I guarantee you, if I was like, if I been there was like, lick my asshole right, he'll do it. He would do it gladly. He'd be on his knees like this, panting, like, okay. So that's why all this cap, I ain't trying to hear that. Boy, please. Okay. Now you was capping the whole time, but this level of cap is next level. Your whole day would be made if someone like me came to you in the street and started a conversation with you. Boy, stop capping. Boy.
She's talking about a man who's married, right? She's talking to a man who's married. He's out the game. He won. He won, Chelsea. You still here fighting, right? And all of you guys, this is how she thinks of men. This is the God complex. You know, this is what they call NPD. If you guys haven't heard of it, look it up. Narcissistic personality disorder. I'm going to read some information to you. Listen, this is no name calling. Bless her heart, you guys. Pray for her, right? We're not here to call names. We're not here to insult. We're here to make an observation. This is a case study. This is a case study. She provided all of the material, you guys. We're simply making observations. This is unacceptable. No man can walk around on YouTube saying, because I'm 6 foot, 6 figures with a six pack, that you will be, by the grace of God, if I give you an opportunity to put your mouth on my shaft. But she can do it. All right? Here lies the double standard. She can do it. She addressed the man's whitey tighties in a bunch. She insulted the man, called him Carlton, right? The man said, I feel uncomfortable with you asking questions about my parents. She refused. She didn't care. She didn't care about how he felt. And then she got mad when he blew up. Only in America can we ignore a man's feelings, a Black man at that, where his feelings don't matter, right? Only in America, right? You heard what she said, right? Narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, is one of several personality disorders. People with this condition have an inflated idea of themselves and a need for lots of attention from other people. Now listen, you guys. This is a case study. I only talk about what's given. We're not here to make up anything. Again, at the end of the day, I said I'm gonna have you decide which one she checks. Which one of those boxes? Is she qualified? Is this performative femininity, you guys? This is a performance, because this is not how feminine women act or talk. What are the symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder? They upset other people often. They struggle to keep relationships. One who calls himself a god, right? One who calls himself a queen, yet have no king. Put themselves first. Think that they know the right way, right? Think about themselves most of the time and talk about themselves a lot. Craves attention and admiration, right? That's a good one. Crave attention. When you give your title, you give yourself the title of a god, one would argue, right? It's how Lucifer fell. Morning star. Exaggerate their talents and achievements. Yikes. Again, we talked about her credentials, right? Now, I would never go on someone's panel, me being me, a 13-year law enforcement veteran with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, a minor in criminology, and a master's in public administration, go on a fashion channel when they're talking about applying makeup and get on a panel and tell Chelsea Nelson how to do makeup. I would never do it, you guys. I'm not talented in that area. I don't have the skills for it. I can tell you what looks good. I can tell you what I like, but I have to shut my mouth and listen to someone who knows more than me, right? I'm not going to tell you how to blend colors, Chelsea. That's not my ministry. That's not my ministry. Make it make sense. Right? Know your place. Now, you guys, me personally, I don't think you necessarily need to have certain skill sets to be qualified to speak on topics, but according to Chelsea, you do. We have to be careful with that logic because one can use that same logic against her. Ma'am, you're not qualified to be a feminine coach because you're not feminine. The way you carry yourself, right? The hypersexualized photos of you all throughout the internet. The way you talk to men. The way you view yourself over other women and men. With a cosmetology certification. What else does it say about this disorder? What are the other symptoms, you guys? They believe they're special. They believe they're special. They set unrealistic goals. Call me goddess. Call me a god. Have wide, fast mood swings when they're triggered, right? Because performative femininity is only as relative as the performance. When the performance is over and the lights are off. This is why nobody was tagged to this stream that she did. Insulting and disrespecting people from the Lepif network, disrespecting the women who didn't agree with her, disrespecting and insulting other Black men. Now, granted, chaotic truth is chaotic truth. He's off the chain. But a feminine woman knows how to maneuver, right? They're both wrong in my eyes, but have a hard time taking others' feelings seriously. Chaotic truth, before he blew up, you guys, he said, hey, this is hurting my feelings. I don't feel comfortable talking about my parents. She said, F your parents in so many ways, I quote. And then he blew up and you guys are mad at him snapping, right? You're mad he got triggered. Strive to win whatever it takes. Foolish ambition. Fantasize about unlimited success, money, and power. Again, God complex. Let's talk about narcissistic personality disorder in relationships. What do you see? Easily hurt, overreacts, can't take criticism. What I tell you guys, accountability is like kryptonite. There are people who fear accountability. I call them accountophobic, right? You suffer from accountophobia, you guys. This is the problem. This is the problem. Makes excuses for their own flaws, and failings. Refuses to take responsibility. Make it make sense. Hold on, it gets better. Hyper competitive. Listen, she's checking all the boxes. She checks all the boxes. Only associates with people deemed to be on her level. What'd she say? I only debate my equals. Everyone else I teach. I didn't say it, you guys. Reacts with rage, shames others, emotionally neglectful, doesn't listen, interrupts often. You guys, take the time to do your own research. Do you not see that in this woman? Narcissistic personality disorder. The reason why I bring this up, you guys, these are people I come in contact with at work, right? Hell, you got some police officers that are narcissistic. We know that for a fact. When I'm working, I come in contact and I interact with everyday people, you guys. I come across people who have personality disorders. I know a narcissist when I see one.
Stop lying.
You, again, if you listen to the first 10 minutes of me coming on here, you would already know. I mean, it's your behavior, your decorum. Absolutely not. I wouldn't even talk to you in real life.
Yeah. I mean, if she had that question for me, I was finna address it, but I'm not going to address it if she's not up here. So I would definitely address it. And then
so the stream had kicked me out and I was trying to get back in.
Will prove everything. I sat back and I watched everything that happened, sis. And I saw your question. You came up here and you said you got smoke for him. Your word.
Y'all put in the chat when I said that.
You know, let me get to these super chats real quick, you guys, before I move forward, because there's a few more things I need to touch on, and then I'm bringing you guys up. I want to speed this up real quick. There's certain shout out to Courtney, Tupac After Dark. Absolutely, you guys. You know, people get me in this thing. We got to bring some correction to YouTube, because a lot of folks showing up unqualified to talk about things, and they turn situations up. We just need to really bring some structure back to this. Someone asked about the website. Look it up. This is WebMD. WebMD. If you want to look at the definition for narcissistic personality disorder. If we have any people in the chat who, someone says she might be a theatrical narcissist. Shout out to my people. Let me go down here real quick. Let me go down here and let me get to the super chats real quick, you guys. Where we at? He said, Nathan, only the FBA can say things like that. He said, hashtag groceries. Ooh, listen, I ain't gonna go there. Michelle said Goddis is a classic sociopath. I didn't say it. We can look up sociopath too, you guys. That's a very unique thing. Sociopath, and I forgot the other one on top of my head, but I run into people like that all the time, you guys. It is a real issue, and they don't know it's an issue. That's the thing with a sociopath too. And once you correct them, that's when they snap. Sir Hill Speaks. Shout out to you, brother. I really appreciate it. So salute to bro Nathan Daly. Thank you so much, Sir Hill. You guys check out his channel. His channel is awesome. He has some great content. Brother got a soulful voice too, man. Shout out to the homie right here, Jonathan Barronville. Thank you so much, brother, for this super chat. He said, I met 6 once. Listen, you guys, we're all in Atlanta, and I'm gonna speak on that because again, I didn't know who she was, you guys. I didn't know who she was. So JB says I met 6 once. He says she was pretty cool, but to be honest, she really ain't all that. Listen, this is Atlanta. We got some women out here in Atlanta that are some baddies, right? So it's just kind of like, calm down, calm down. She really should get over herself. I blame her male followers. They're always kissing her behind. That's why I stayed away from her comments. She has some, she definitely got some Cape Crusaders on her channel. That's for sure. And we're going to talk about them. We're going to discuss them because, as men, we need to be mindful of who we put a cape on for. That's how shout out to Snuggles again. Men dictate femininity. Women dictate masculinity. $2. Snuggles always on some deep poetic stuff. Shout out to Snuggles. Thank you guys so much for the support and the super chat, you guys. Please, if you haven't yet, please hit the like button while we're in. We're gonna move this thing along because there's a couple of things I want to touch on real quick that I skipped. That's very important for this conversation. Let's dive into a statement that I made to her that she is challenging on her channel, and it absolutely has to be addressed. You guys, it absolutely has to be addressed. And then we're going to talk about her Cape Crusaders. And then, then I'm going to bring you guys up, and then we can have a conversation. Let's see. Here we go. Two things. She said a lot of stuff, man. I can't even cover all of it, but I'm going to touch on it briefly about this.
And there is no such thing as a black cop. Once you become a cop, you're blue. Black cops are not able to get in there and show us favor and pull strings for us and call out the quote unquote bad cops. Cops see other cops doing bullshit all the time and don't say anything, which makes.
That's not true. That's grossly inaccurate. I have some police officers in this panel right now to tell you that's not true. I have checked Black officers, white officers, and Asian officers, and Hispanic officers. That is absolutely 100% false. We need more Black people in everything, you guys. Everything. We can't afford to hear this type of rhetoric because it keeps us from doing the job. This is the problem. There's not enough representation. Absolutely not. This is the issue I have. This is the problem that I have with her approach to these things. You're not qualified. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you know how many Black and brown people I have given some grace to, that I've used discretion on? Men who have had 5 dime bags in their pocket, and I see a white officer willing to charge them with intent to distribute marijuana, and I go over there and say, hold on. Those 5 dime bags are for his 5 friends. Calm down. Oh, you guys, that's a felony. If you have 5 dime bags and you have some money, some loose change, and an officer can articulate that you're selling dope, guess who's getting a felony for selling drugs? You are. Or the officer can look at it and say, this is marijuana less than an ounce, you guys. This is discretion. This is the power of having Black people in a position of power. We can't allow people to make such blanketed, ignorant statements like that, because what she is telling 2,000 people, she got 40-something thousand people who watch this video of her push out a bunch of foolishness. You guys, this is the danger behind it. Discretion. Do officers make stupid choices? Do officers? Yeah, we're not saying that. But what we cannot say is that Black police officers don't matter, and that's a damn lie. I know Black officers, Black investigators who look and double check over work that white people, Asian people, Hispanic people are doing, you guys. Yeah, the separate bag is an issue, right? We're talking separate dime bags, It can be argued. Shout out to Nelson Counseling. Shout out to him. Right? Does anybody believe that having Black police officers don't make a difference? Right? You guys, come on. Come on. That's absolutely not true. Again, we're talking to someone who dislikes the police. Is she qualified? Can she give a statement like that and be truly unbiased? Can you make an unbiased statement when you dislike the police? Can you be honest enough to say that Black police officers matter? We need more of them. Absolutely ignorant statement. It's not her fault, you guys. It's not her fault.
Makes you just as compliant and makes you just as guilty. Having a Black cop doesn't mean much, because it's the same of the reason why having a Black judge or a Black president doesn't mean anything. You still don't have any power. White supremacy is not going to allow Black people into these positions to sit and put us at an advantage. Even if you're technically in the position, you still don't have power there. If anything, if you're a Black cop that commit misconduct, they'll prosecute you and put your ass in jail.
It's not true. You know, that's not true. And to understand the nuance of that, you have to understand the department. You have to understand how policing works. I can speak on it. I can tell you how corruption works, you guys. I plan on doing a channel on it, right? I can tell you how corruption works. I can tell you how people get away with the things they get away with. Black, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter, right? I can tell you how it works, but I'm qualified to talk about it.
You think him as a Black cop has not seen several times white cops treating us unfairly and he know he can't say shit or do anything about it?
Never been in a position where I saw anyone do something they shouldn't have done and I didn't say anything about it and it not get handled. Never. And not only that, no one was stupid enough to do anything in front of me because they know that's not the type of officer I was. Again, you know, we have to be careful. I always tell people I prefer you ask me a question than to make an assumption. That's not true. It's not true.
We don't care. Get out of here.
The amount of crime that Black people commit against themselves.
Crime is absolutely, positively 100% about proximity. Okay. Did I say that proximity is a factor in how much you commit crime? No. What I said is proximity is a factor.
Anthony, this is a good question. I'm going to have to save this because it's too much to dive into. The problem with discretion is coming from the individual, and the individual, it's not equal, right? It's hard to make discretion equitable across the board, right? That's the problem, because my perception of using discretion is going to be different than everybody else. I'm going to be using and filtering my discretion through my upbringing, my morals, my values, my religious beliefs, right? How I view and look at other people, right? How I connect, how I relate. It's so flexible, and it can come down to a point where it can also be discriminatory as well, right? I might show more little favor discretion to someone who looks like me. I might show less discretion to someone who doesn't. That's the problem with discretion. So it's a slippery slope. It gives officers a wide latitude, and that's the problem with it. But it allows the officer to make these decisions on the fly in the moment. The problem is, if you don't have more people who relate with you to utilize that same discretion, then you miss out. This is why we need more people in this position. Again, we have 700,000 police officers. Only 12% of the officers are Black, and that number is dropping, right? Out of all the people who practice law, all the attorneys in this country, according to the American Bar Association, only 5% are Black. So there's only 5% of the attorneys in this country are Black. Guess how many judges we have, right? Guess how many prosecutors we have? Again, so this is very important. If we're not present, we can't enforce or utilize or make changes, you guys. This is the problem. This is the problem. Let me fast forward.
In who you commit crimes against. Okay. I did not say
this is important, you guys. This is the meat and butter right
here. Well, if you got
this is important. This is what we got to dive into. This is what we call spread unnecessary propaganda. That's how we get shot by the police, because we think that the stuff the media is teaching us is fact, and it's not.
This nigga said, man, this nigga said, that's why we get shot by the police. Because we think that the police are bad and out to get us, and they're not. He's hitting us with the good old, well, if you would just comply, they wouldn't shoot you. He's hitting us with that. And we've seen the Philando Castelles that are sitting in their car. Like,
now she's about to list some things, you guys. Let's pay attention. This is important. This is the key to this conversation right now. She's about to list off a lot of the most egregious deaths in the Black community that has been put in mainstream media and shown to us. This is what we see. She's named Philando Castelle, right? She's naming these. She's going to start naming these people. We all know these names, but listen what she says, and then watch now. We're going to have a deeper discussion.
Okay, officer, here's my ID. Reach for your driver's license and you get shot up. The gaslighting and the disrespect is outrageous here. Well, if you guys would just comply and you just wouldn't be so mean to the police and you just wouldn't think they were so bad, then you guys wouldn't get shot. You can't make this up.
And just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So for any conversation people have about what Black officers have done, I mean, what white officers have done to Black people, I can show you 2 other situations where a white officer has done the exact same thing to a white person. All right, so we just have.
Okay, can you please show us the white man that's sleeping in his bed and white officers knock on his door with a no-knock warrant and bust in and light him up in his sleep? Please show us. Can y'all please show us white men that are sitting on the ground for 10 minutes with another white man with his foot literally on his neck until he can't breathe and dies? Show it to us. We're waiting. Please show us the white women like Sandra, that white women who got Sandra Blanded, that got pulled over for no reason and then died in jail, and then her dead corpse was set up like a mugshot. Show it to us. And this is why I say a Jamaican cop, that's a double bias. That's double ignorance. Why the hell would I sit and go back and forth with you? Anything you've done to a Black person, I can show you where cops did the same thing to 2 other white people. Shut up. You literally can't. You're lying.
Have to be careful. All right. Let's dive into it. You heard what she said. She said, you cannot show me you're lying. She said, you heard it, Chantel. Double ignorance. You guys, let's dive into it, because this is where it gets interesting. We're going to have the conversation. This is difficult for some people to swallow. For those who are not indoctrinated by the media, we're going to have a conversation. All right, we're going to have a conversation. What did she just say? You remember the names that she said. First of all, what she said about Sandra Bland was false. They have video of her moving around inside the jail. She was never propped up dead and taken a photo of, you guys. That was false. The power of social media, you guys, that's the problem when we don't do research, when we're too quick to move off of emotions. What else is the issue? She said, you guys, she spoke to her family while she was in jail. That's a fact from the family. She was never killed and then brought into the jail and taken a photo of while she was dead. You guys, that did not happen. This is the problem when we have people who are not qualified to talk on things that they're not qualified to talk about. This is the problem. She commands 44,000 subscribers on her channel. That video that she just released, over 30 to 40,000 views, you guys. Listen. Let's talk about truth. She just said I couldn't prove it. She said I couldn't prove it. You guys, welcome to my class, right? Dispelling myths and propaganda. Let's talk about it. All right, let's talk about it. Zachary Hammond. This is exactly like the Philando Castelle case, you guys. This is a white male who was shot and killed by an officer, the same way Philando Castelle was, right? I am going to show you every single incident that has happened to us that we speak about. I'm going to show you what's happened to white people too. You guys, this is not to discredit those who died. They should not have died. This is so that we can stop putting this myth over our community. You guys, the problem with law enforcement is a real problem. What we can't do is make lies up about things that aren't real. We can't have fairy tale arguments. We can't act like we don't live in a country where this is happening to everybody. The American problem, right, with law enforcement affects everybody. It affects everybody. Our personal relationship and problem with law enforcement is historical. Yes, indeed. And there's some unique problems that need to be addressed specifically to the Black community. What we're not going to do is talk like these things don't happen to everybody except for us. That's bullshit. Again, you guys, if you hate the police, that's fine. Hate them for the truth. Don't hate them for the lies. We're going to have a moment of truth. Let this be a moment where we start dispelling these myths and propaganda over our community because it's causing us to have negative impacts. All right. Zachary Hammond, you guys. I will also put the links to these in the description of this video when I'm done. I will add them all on here and you can do your own research, pull up the news articles and read them for yourself. Right? Let's dive into it. Again, what did she say? She said it's not real. It doesn't happen. It's not true. White people have not been killed the same way as Black people that we have put out in the media, the ones that BLM is supporting. Again, it's not true, you guys. Let's talk about it. Philando Castelle, we all know who he is. Listen, pray for these people. Pray for their family. They should not have died, you guys. Absolutely should not have died. Let's talk about what happened. Right? Zachary Hammond, on July 26th, Hammond was driving through the back parking lots of the Hardee's fast food restaurant, 40 miles from Greenville, North Carolina. The officers were targeting Hammond's passenger. They were looking for the passenger, right? A 23-year-old woman. Bland said Hammond slowed the car, reached to the floor where his car's gear shift was located in order to put the vehicle in park. At that point, Bland said someone shouted at Hammond he had a gun and he was shot by the officer. When they investigated, there was no gun, there was no drugs in the car at all, right? This is Zachary Hammond. This is related to Philando Castelle. Let's look at this one. Holli Gooch, right? This is equivalent to Breonna Taylor. Gooch was shot when a group of Bartow County Sheriff's Office deputies and a Cartersville Police Department officer entered the home in an attempt to arrest an armed robbery suspect, right? The lawsuit filed by Gooch parents on behalf of her estate and two children ages 2 and 10 claim police entered the home in violation of her Fourth Amendment rights, right? And they shot and killed her, you guys. They shot and killed her. This was December 16, 2010. This was before Breonna Taylor. You didn't hear about it, and you won't hear about it. Another Breonna Taylor case. I'm going to give you two. This one is with a white man, okay? Because she said, Breonna Taylor, show me someone who was sleeping and got shot by the police, you guys. Breonna Taylor was wide awake when she was shot. She was never sleeping. Listen, the problem that I have with Chelsea is she doesn't even know the correct facts of the people who died. Right? Breonna Taylor wasn't asleep. She was standing up when she got shot by these idiot cops who had no business being at her apartment. She wasn't sleeping. But this gentleman, Duncan Socrates Lemp, on March 13, 2020, this man was asleep when he got shot. A Maryland man who was shot and killed by a police officer was asleep in his bedroom when police opened fire from outside his house. An attorney from the 21-year-old man's family said the man's girlfriend was also wounded. This is someone who was really shot while he was sleeping, you guys. He was really shot. Edward Bronstien. This is George Floyd. He died the same way George Floyd died. Edward Bronstien, 38 years old, was taken into custody on suspicion of driving under the influence by California Highway Patrol Officer Dusty Osmanson after a traffic stop on 5 Freeway March 5th, March 31st. The suspect was taken to the CHP station where officer tried to forcefully draw his blood to measure his alcohol level, but he reportedly refused. The 16-minute video captured by a sergeant shows Bronstien kneeling on the ground while an officer pressed his hands onto his shoulders, while another officer who's off camera orders him to comply with a court order to draw blood. You know what happened in this? There's a video for those who want to see it. The man dies. He dies because someone was sitting on his back. All right. George Floyd. George Floyd, number two. Tony Timpa. This is another white man, right, who died the same way George Floyd did. Tony Timpa called 911. This man called the police for help, right? Called the police for help August 1st, 2016, from the parking lot of a pornography store in Dallas. The Dallas Morning News reported Timpa told the dispatcher he was afraid and needed help. He said he suffered from schizophrenia and depression and had not taken his medication. Timpa died within 20 minutes of officers arriving on the scene. An autopsy ruled that Timpa's cause of death was a homicide. The medical examiner said Timpa died from sudden cardiac arrest due to the toxic effects of cocaine and the stress associated with physical restraints. You guys, this is very, very similar to George Floyd. George Floyd had some narcotics in his system. We know that his elevated, listen, let me stay in my lane, right? I don't know the medical stuff behind this, but the reality is, in combination with how the officers were treating him, the position he was in, it instigated his death right in that moment. And so again, this is exactly the same. Tony Timpa, a white man. Now, Sandra Bland, because she said Sandra Bland, right? Sandra Bland died in prison, you guys. Sandra Bland's family took a payout, right? She was suicidal. You know, that's the reason why we don't hear about it, right? Here's the situation. Now, I'm going to tell you what I have an issue with this one, but let's take a look at this. Madaline Pitkin, April 2014. She was 26-year-old heroin addict, pulled over for a routine traffic stop in 2014, arrested for an outstanding warrant. She quickly became ill despite repeatedly begging for medical attention in writing, eventually died from untreated complications. She was never convicted of a crime. Her family sued the department for $10 million and they won. The only problem I see with this is not Breonna Taylor, but Sandra Bland, they got 1.9 million. This girl got 10 million. Right? Tamir Rice, this is one that a lot of people talk about, right? You guys, unfortunately, children with replica guns is dangerous. Unfortunately, we have officers that, right? Let's read this. Tamir Rice. This is a Tamir Rice situation. Payton Ham, April 14, 2021, a 16-year-old armed with a knife and what turned out to be an airsoft gun was shot and killed Tuesday afternoon by a Maryland state trooper. State police official said authorities in Maryland got 2 911 calls just before 1:30 Tuesday about a guy acting suspicious who the callers thought had a gun. Woodrow Jones, officer. The trooper got there within minutes and confronted a male in a driveway. A preliminary investigation indicated the male was armed with a gun and a knife. I guess I got to scroll down a little further, but it won't let me scroll on here. But that officer shot Payton Hammond once. He tried to move. He shot him again and he killed him, you guys. That's Payton Ham. You can look up his name. Another one. This is another Tamir Rice situation. This is Antonio Acre, 14-year-old. Attempt Arizona police officer who shot and killed a 14-year-old boy who was holding a replica gun will not be charged in the death. Prosecutor said Friday, you guys. I have the article here. I can't pull it up on here, unfortunately, but again, I will have that for you. I'm just running through here just so you can see the names. Andrew Thomas is another one. Let's talk about this one. Andrew Thomas is similar to Jacob Blake. What do you say? Andrew Thomas, the man shot by a Paradise police officer after a chase that ended in a rollover crash, is dead. The nurse supervisor center confirmed that Thomas died approximately whatever. Early Thanksgiving morning, Officer Patrick Feaster and the Paradise Police Department pursued Thomas after suspected him of getting behind the wheel drunk. He was a drunk driver, right? The chase ended on Pearson Road when Thomas hit the median and rolled his Toyota 4Runner and ejected and killing his ex-wife, right? Darren Eron, 23, as Thomas pulled himself from the wreckage SUV, Officer Feaster shot him once in the neck, which left Thomas paralyzed from the neck down. He eventually died. Now get this, you guys. Andrew Thomas is DUI. There's a video of this. I watched the video of this incident. He's DUI. He's running from the police. He's driving from the police, avoiding them. He hits the curb, flips the car over. His wife gets ejected. She dies, right? He crawls out the car. Watch the video. And the officer shoots him in the back of the neck. This is a white officer who shot and killed this white man. I said this is close to Jacob Blake. See, he was paralyzed, but then died later. And the officer ended up getting convicted of murder. Right? You guys, this happens because we have incompetent people who do this job. Incompetent people impact everybody. The problem is we have people in law enforcement that aren't qualified to put that uniform on. They're not qualified to wield that power that they have. We throw that job around like it's nothing, you guys. This is an issue. It impacts everybody. And it has a different kind of impact on the Black community. But what we cannot say, you guys, is that white people are not having the same outcomes. They're having bad outcomes with the police. Hunter Britton, unarmed 17-year-old. Let's look at Hunter Britton. I just threw him in here because he's unarmed. God rest the soul of these people who've lost their life tragically by the hands of stupid police officers. June 23rd, 2021, 17-year-old Hunter Britton was test driving his truck after making repairs early in the morning when he was pulled over by former Lenoke County Sergeant Mike Davis near a body shop. According to the affidavit, when Britton pulled over and got out the car, he started moving to the truck bed as the truck was rolling backwards towards Davis' patrol car. As Britton did this, Davis shot one round at Britton in his lower right neck. While investigating the incident, the county sheriff's office discovered that Davis' body camera footage had only been turned on after Britton was shot, you guys. Right? Here's the problem. What'd she say? No marches for them. Absolutely not. No march for them. Check this out. They don't show this stuff on the news on purpose, you guys. This is by design. You don't hear about this. This is by design. I bet you didn't hear about the white man in the wheelchair who was shot 9 times in the back by a white police officer at Walmart. I bet you didn't hear about that. Anybody in the chat, those who weren't on my previous stream when I talked about it, anybody in this chat ever hear about the man who was shot 9 times in the back by a white man? And he was in a motorized wheelchair. Look it up. You guys, they're playing games with our community. They're playing games with this right here, you guys. What did Bob Marley say? So we have some yachties in the chat. He said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Well, technically, shout out to Marcus Garvey. Mental slavery, you guys. Emancipate yourself. It's your responsibility to free yourself. Hunter Britton, unarmed, 17-year-old. He got barely no publicity. Carolina Smalls, you guys. This is a good one. I'm going to tell you why. Recently, there was a black woman. I heard this on Roland Martin's show, right? This woman was running away from the police. She backed her car into the cop's car. He got out. He dumped almost a whole clip and a half in the car. Ridiculous. Pure ridiculous. But it's happened before. And it's happened to a white woman. You guys, the fact we have to make these comparisons. But it's not our fault, right? It's by design. The media is purposely doing that. They don't want you to know about Caroline Small. Let me tell you about Caroline Small, right? Tracy Gaeta. This is the black woman who was shot horrifically by an imbecile officer. On June 18, 2010, mother of two, Carolina, age 35, was sat behind the wheel of her Buick with nowhere to turn after a car chase with law enforcement. Police vehicles flanked her on both sides of a shallow ditch. She was unarmed at the time, but she was very distraught. She had been recklessly driving and leading police on an erratic, low-speed chase that ended when her car had punctured, when her car tires had punctured, and she I don't know what I copied and pasted, you guys, spun out of the suburban street. Two officers stood ground near their cars with their guns drawn. If she moves the car, I'm going to shoot her, an officer had yelled. Carolina pulled forward and 8 bullets tore through the windshield, striking her in the head and the face. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. They have a video of this, you guys. I will post it on the bottom and you can watch it if you want to watch it. The officers were wrong. The officers were wrong, you guys. They were wrong. And Tracy Gaeta, look her up. This is the new thing now. She should not have been shot like that. I don't know what these officers are doing, you guys. This is the reason for my channel, to dispel a lot of myths and propaganda that are pervert. Listen, right? This is the whole point, you guys. This is the whole point. Thank you, Tom. What does Tom say? The media thrives on the race card, which is jacked up. It is jacked up. It is. Check this out. They segregate black people by making policing strictly a black issue because they know if we joined up and addressed it together, they would have to address it all. Bingo. Listen, I didn't say, I'm trying not to say certain things too soon, but what he's saying is absolutely, could you imagine? Could you imagine if we all got together to correct the police problem? Could you imagine? Right? Could you imagine? And it leads us back to this, right? We come back to this. What did he say? So the term, I bet that wouldn't happen if they were white, should not come out of nobody's mouth. No daggone more. And fight the real enemy. It's not race. It's community versus the ones in power. And that it. Listen, you guys. Understand the real game being played. Right? Damn right. It's old, man. This stuff is old, you guys. The media needs to be, we need media reform. If we just really want to keep it real, everybody needs to be reformed. Police included. Police included. But we need to touch the media. The media needs to be held accountable. You guys, they say a lot of things. They don't come back and correct it. They don't come back and correct it. This brings us back to this right here. It brings us back to Chelsea. Right? It brings us back to Chelsea. You guys, and I asked you before, count 1, is she qualified? Count 2, performative femininity. Count 3, false statements. Count 4, delusion. You guys, listen, it's on you to decide. It's on you to decide. She just said, show me, prove to me. I'm showing you guys. I'm showing you. You have to be mindful. It's one thing I talk about.
Is the factor in how much you commit. People, shut up. You literally can't. You're lying. Officers knock on his door with a no-knock warrant and bust in and light him up in his sleep. Please show us. Can y'all please show us? White men that are sitting on the ground for 10 minutes with another white man with his foot literally on his neck until he can't breathe and dies. Show it to us. We're waiting. Please show us the white women like Sandra, that white women who got Sandra Blanded, that got pulled over for no reason and then died in jail. And then her dead corpse was set up like a mugshot. Show it to us. And this is why I say a Jamaican cop, that's a double bias. That's double ignorance. Why the hell would I sit and go?
Why is it a Jamaican cop knows more about what goes on in this country than you do? Cops get off in most cases. This is true, you guys. They get off in most cases for a couple of different reasons. One, because of corruption. Two, because it's very hard to prove that an officer was not acting in the law, right? Officers have a lot of leeway, a lot of flexibility when it comes to the law. Discretion, right? We're talking about the fear. Officers use fear as a crutch instead of skill set, which is I have a problem with. Another thing, too, I think is a big issue with that is that it's hard to convict an officer of murder because murder requires intent, right? So again, it might not be murder. That's why it's always manslaughter. So people always get mad like, oh, how come he's not charged with murder? Again, you don't understand how the law works and how the law is applied to actual charges, right? It's very rare you'll ever see an officer being charged with murder. That's why it's always manslaughter. But that's a good question. It's a very deep question to dive into. But definitely for another stream, you guys. Let me move forward because there's a couple things we're going to talk about before we end it, and I'm going to bring people up. I'm going to start bringing in the I'm going to start dropping the link for anybody who wants to come up real quick for so for the let me drop that in real quick. And then I want to cover a few more things. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. All right, cool. What else? Last thing I want to cover, you guys, her Cape Crusaders. We got to talk about it because it's very important that we discuss it. There's so much other on here, but this is very important for us to cover. I will bring people up probably about a good 15 minutes. So just give me 1 second. Let me go to she starts bringing up some she brought up Danica. It's not their fault. They don't know me, so I can't hold them accountable. But Cape Crusaders. Boy. Now I have issues with this, and this has to be we have to address this. We absolutely have to address this.
Boy. MJ, how you?
Look, I wouldn't engage him on that.
Now, Jojo, when you come again on my stream, sir, you have a lot of explaining to do. You have a whole lot of explaining to do because the way you conducted yourself in this conversation with Chelsea is unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to play this, and I'm curious to know what other people think this meant when he said this. Nah. You're gonna have to explain this to me.
Like that, it's good to expose people. You know what I'm saying? Like I had, a few of our people had a back and forth with Officer Nathan Daly that's his name on this panel. He was talking about one of our brothers that, you know what I'm saying, that is a gatekeeper of the black community. Ozone Wallace, right? And he was, you know, kind of talking greasy about him. So we had, you know, we showed up. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't talking greasy. I wasn't talking greasy. I was stating and discussing a case that Otha Wallace was a part of. It was a interaction with an officer where the officer was shot and killed. The officer was shot in the head. Now, we couldn't see who pulled the trigger, but we did see the stop. It was a traffic stop. And we don't know, to this day, we don't know if the officer was justified or not justified. And so I had a discussion about it on my channel. And some people who are associates of Otha Wallace spoke out and said, hey, we don't like the way you framed this discussion. We want you to know that innocent is proven guilty. And I said, you know, you're 100% correct. You're right. I was wrong for not making that, not addressing that. And I agree. Nobody rolled up on me, though. Let's be very clear. This wasn't a thing where it was a whole entourage of people. No. And out of respect, I lend my platform to where you guys could use that platform in that video to push out his donation fund, his link, so he can raise money for his attorney. I did that. So to hear this statement and this conversation, it was very disheartening and disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful. But we'll play it.
Yeah.
And we got him in order and in line. You know, we had to let him know, like, brother, we innocent until proven guilty. We don't need to be talking about.
Got him in order and got him in line, you guys. No. Be careful your word choices. Be very careful of your word choices. Right?
About somebody did something, we weren't there. That's not fair. We already don't get a fair trial anyway in this society. You feel what I'm saying? So we understand that we're dealing with white supremacy at its greatest degree. And I appreciate you being no cold, FBA all day. You know
FBA all day.
And look, and to the people that don't know what FBA means, go online to Amazon and look up to.
Thank you. Shout out to Pound for Pound. He said, I was there, Nathan. It didn't happen the way he's describing it. Absolutely did not. Again, it's easy to talk mess when people aren't listening, right? I guess people assumed I was going to hear about this stream. Shout out to Braves Club. He said, that is correct. I watched your show on Ozone, Nathan. I don't believe anything disrespectful. I was actually surprised at your honesty during the show. Yes, sir, you did post the fun site. Thank you, Braves Club. I appreciate you clearing that up. I'm gonna let JoJo speak for himself. Next time he comes up on the stream, someone please notify me so I can go and have a conversation with him. Because I didn't have a way. I don't know how to contact him, and I don't think he has enough subscribers for me to put in the thing because his name didn't come up.
Reek Nasheed's book, FBA Race Beta, right? And get it. Or you can just go to his channel and look, you know.
Research it.
Yeah,
you can't knock it till you research it.
Man,
you need to understand why FBA needs to be a thing. This stream the other day showed why FBA has to be a thing.
Yeah,
and for me, no one can scare me. I will always stay strong as a FBA woman. I will always defend us. I will always call out the disrespect. It's gonna happen. Okay. They don't gotta understand it. They don't got.
Chantel, is called victimology. Victimology. That's what it's called. That's what it's called.
Gotta get it, but they will respect it, and that's just the way it's gonna go.
Like, look, I'm gonna let, because I know you got a line lined up like JJ Real Chat. You know, folk coming through. Listen, I would have said something ASAP. Like that wouldn't even happen like that.
And I know that. That's why I said, see, if we had strong, masculine FBA brothers on that panel, that would not have went down.
But they don't let me on there. That, like, well, I ain't gonna say let me on there, but they try to cut me off and shut me down. Because when I went off on them, off on them about, because Courtney was gatekeeper for the black community, and they went off and called the court to trash and all. I said, hold up, bro, don't do that. We ain't finna be doing that, bro. Because one thing about it, We don't get white people to get on TV or in a public forum and call their own culture trash. We ain't gonna do that. So just keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm proud of you, man. I'm talking about, man, you bringing the thunder, Sheldon. I'm talking about no cap. Oh yeah, and that officer is from Georgia. He's a retired. Well, he lives in Georgia. He's a retired police officer in Georgia.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm keeping it a whole buck.
He's not in Atlanta, is he?
I think so, Sheldon. Like on everything, like
no.
I don't rock with everybody. You feel me? Like I wasn't gonna, you know what I'm saying? So just keeping it, thorough, keep your eyes and your ears peeled. You did, because we never know, you know what I mean? And then that other dude,
I know he was here. Good to know.
Yeah, the other dude.
Good to know. Keep your eyes and your ears peeled, because you never know. What does that mean, sir? What are you implying? What are you feeding her? What are you trying to say? I'm not going to make assumptions. I didn't even know she was in Atlanta until I heard this conversation, you guys. I didn't even know. This is why this had to be addressed. This is why I had to address it. Come on, JoJo. You have some explaining to do. And come correct. Come correct. And I expect after we have our conversation, you go back and correct this conversation as well. Shout out to Chantel again. Thank you so much, Chantel, for the super chat. She said, great stream, Jamaican cop. She said, call a spade and call out the disgraceful behaviors. Yeah, there's some things that need to be addressed. Jojo, you have some explaining to do. Oh, you have some explaining to do. You got a whole lot of explaining to do. You guys, Chantel, again, thank you so much. Beautiful words, beautiful words. Jojo. If anybody know Jojo, somebody on here know Jojo, send him an email, send him a text, send him this stream, send him the link to this video. Tell him he got some explaining to do. Why does Jojo have some explaining to do, you guys? He said some things that were grossly inaccurate, and he said some things that are very troubling. What are you insinuating about me? About what I would do to her? I don't want to assume. So I'm going to let you explain yourself. Why do I say that, you guys? This is what JoJo said to me on my stream. On the day he said that, he rolled up and got me in line. This is what he said. Let's look at it. This is what he said. Let me bring it up. Jojo said, you just earned my respect. We must support our brother Ozone so he can get a fair trial. Jojo sent me a super chat. Said, you earn my respect. Okay. Appreciate that. The second message said, Officer Nathan, I deleted any and every comment I made. It takes a man to admit a mistake. Yes, Othel's innocent until proven guilty. This is JoJo, you guys. This is the same JoJo who just made those statements just now. Did he carry that same energy of I respect this man when he had a conversation with Chelsea? No, he didn't. So could you imagine how I felt hearing those words come out his mouth? Performative masculinity. Performative masculinity. It's a performance. But then when you get around other people, right? You transform into a, right? Jojo, you have some explaining to do. Because this is not how men operate. This is not how men move. Cape Crusaders, you guys. Cape Crusaders. He's not the only one, though. He's absolutely not the only one. Absolutely not the only one. I see you guys pulling up in the back. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull you up. I got one more thing that needs to be addressed real quick.
Real strange for real. Like he all
Ain't he so weird?
Y'all know your name, your age, how many kids you got, what your house
What the
look like.
hell?
But that dude
real deal creep, a real stalker.
Extra strange. Dr. Strange. But look, Shout, I'm gonna get off your line, right? But keep doing what you're doing. Be one all day, man. Much love, sister. Much love. Peace.
Real creep life. Uh-oh. Hold on. There was someone before. Hold on. Sorry.
Let's go to 446. This is important. The ladies aren't here talking. They don't know no better. Let's see. Let's go to 446.
As far as it did, period.
It's true.
It's not many sisters, especially FBA sisters, going to speak up. I get attacked so much by women. I get called a pick me and a mammy and all type of stuff by simply saying, hey, we need our men. We love our men. We need to stick by them. So I sit and go through all that attack, in order to set the example for other sisters that we need our men. And y'all sat there and let this man ask me about my vagina and my panties. Come on.
It's not true. He never asked about her vagina. That's false. It's a false statement.
That's ridiculous. That's why, honestly, if they allow chaotic on there from this point forward, I will consider that to be a violation to me. What should happen? I'm not going to call the police. We don't need the police to sit and moderate our problems as a people. What should happen is chaotic should never be allowed to come on there ever again. He sexually assaulted me. He should never, ever be.
You heard that? She said she was sexually assaulted. Right? She said she was sexually assaulted by chaotic.
On there ever again. If they have him on there.
She was violated so much on that channel, you guys. We should technically never really see her on the Lapeef network ever again. Ever again. She was so violated. We should never, ever see her on there ever again. Right? Because she says she wasn't protected by men. The men were on there. They didn't protect you guys. You know what happened? It's hard to protect a woman who doesn't listen. She wasn't listening. She wasn't listening to anybody. Dangerous words, you guys. Very dangerous words.
From this point forward, I will never be joining their panel again. And that's just how it needs to go.
I ain't gonna lie, sis, on some G shit though.
Now the inner Cape Crusader number 2. Q Butter. I got respect for Q Butter though. We had a good discussion. We had a discussion, but I had a conversation with Q Butter and I said, Q, I heard you possibly may have said some things about me that were a little disparaging on this woman's channel. He said, nah. He said, nah.
It's the allowance that goes before that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like you have 4 women on the panel. You have 4 dudes. None of the women came up there saying, kill black men, abort black men, leave black men. You literally had somebody saying black women are a problem. I see wigs. Like his first statement was the reason my issue with the black community, all I see in the black community is wigs. Like that created the other conversation point. You know what I mean? And so that's where it's like fellas, like that shouldn't have went nowhere. They're gonna be like, yo, Q, I don't give a fuck what they say. I protect my sisters, I protect my community. That shit was corny. You know what I mean? It shouldn't have went that far. Like I engage in conversation with dudes, like even with chaotic, I done flanked him a bunch of times. He's a fucking bozo. Like the cop bozo, they all weirdo bozos that's trying to appeal to their little new friends on YouTube. They ain't got no real clout in real life. They ain't got nothing going on in real life. They bragging about living in towns that don't cost jack shit to live in. You can work at Walmart and live in a lot of the same places these people live in and act like they living all good. That shit ain't Frank's. They not doing nothing for the community. As soon as you ask them, what are you doing for the community? They start folding up, talking about what white people, what community. That's when Son said, I don't see no black community. All I see is wigs. These are the type of people that you got to smack the shit out of them. And that's what white folks don't understand that shit. Because it's like, white folks call the police. Fuck is you talking about? She ain't say nothing but look, I don't feel comfortable. Like, and that's when they say black women, the other side of black women on YouTube is like, yo, see, black men don't protect black women. She says she don't feel comfortable.
Now, what Q Butter's talk about, there's a gentleman that came up. Shout out to JB. JB's right. Listen, I don't know what we in Atlanta. You damn near got to have 2 jobs to live just in a regular spot. Yeah, I don't know what Q Butter talking about, but we got a lot of people from NY come down here to Atlanta to live. So please, you got to chill out with that propaganda. It's not true. It's not true. We spend half of what y'all pay for, and we don't have a lot of rats and shit that we got to deal with, right? So again, there's benefits to being down here, which is why a lot of people from up north move down here to Atlanta. So we gotta slow down with the cap, right? But this is important. This is important. I think it's important to have this conversation because again, men, we're supposed to move different. We're supposed to move a little different. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to bring some context to this, and we're going to start with this video right here. Because when men address men, we try to be very straightforward, so there's no misunderstandings. And, we had a talk. We definitely had a talk. Butter, what's good, brother? Now, let me give you guys some context. After this whole thing fell out, the stream was done, right? Anton had a show he was doing. And I came on there to have a conversation because I'm just now finding out about the whole thing that she just made, this video that she made. So I'm looking for answers, right? I'm like, yo, she's off the chain for this, off the chain. And I come on here and I'm having a conversation, and guess who pulls up? Q Butter. Q Butter pulls up. And I have a conversation with him because I want to know, I'm curious about what he said. And I want to know directly from him. If you have an issue with me, again, hate me for the truth. Don't hate me for the lies. And you have an opportunity now to ask me directly and confront me if you have an issue with me. Because I don't know you. Q Butter, what's good, brother?
What's good, beloved?
Nothing much, man. Peace to you, man. Listen, I know, I first met you. I came across you on Kwame Brown's channel, man. I love the work that you're doing, right?
Appreciate that.
Now I do my research on people before I have conversations with them. That's just me, right? That's just me. He's doing some good work. Recently, your girl 6 did a stream and she was throwing a couple people under the bus in reference to the conversation we had yesterday. And I saw it was brought to my attention because there's a brother from the NFAC. I think he's a part of the group over there. His name is JoJo. And he made some disparaging comments about me that I thought was unacceptable. But then I also heard you make a few comments as well in reference to law enforcement and kind of some things that I stated. Now, I'm the type of man where I don't like when men, and I'm not talking about you, I'm just talking in general, when a man has an issue with another man and that man knows how to contact that man, I feel like it's more appropriate for 2 men to have the conversation via email, via phone, if there was something that was said. And so what I saw on her channel were men that were going over to her channel having a conversation I felt like was out of pocket. Now, again,
real quick, I don't have you in this phone, bro.
No, not
I
you.
don't know you. I'm just saying, like, it was just a random live stream. I just clicked on the link, and so it wasn't.
No, I respect that. Moral of the story, don't go on random live streams if you don't know the story. Don't put yourself in a position when you don't know the story, right? Moral of the story. Now, you guys, out of respect, I tagged Q Butter in this too. There's nothing to hide, you guys. There's no disrespect here. Me and him had a talk. We had a talk. So, we good, but I just wanted to ask him directly. But we good. You
know what I'm saying?
I respect that. No, I respect that. Well, I made some comments in reference to law enforcement. And I made some comments just overall in general. could you explain to me, I guess, kind of, if I said something that you felt was maybe like inappropriate, or if I said something that was out of line in reference to the conversation you had with her?
I mean, honestly, I think it was this bozo chaotic up there shit with his old wig trolling ass and shit. He be saying crazy shit when he joined panels and shit. But y'all got him in pocket, so I ain't gonna shoot at him right now. You know, everybody be drilling him and shit. But I mean,
look at how the black man is disrespecting another black man who's not done anything to him. I want you guys to point this out. Whites don't treat me
chaotic,
like
you know.
Okay, so I wanted to touch on that real quick. We had a conversation. It's cool. Q Butter said he's part of a certain community in the black community where they don't mess with the police. Therefore, there's no type of relationship we could have to make the policing issue better. This is me paraphrasing. I said, hey, did you get a chance to look at my content? I'm trying to help the situation. Hey, hold on, listen, man. He said, listen, Nate, all right, cool, whatever, but I got some criminal friends. I can't fuck with you like that. Right? They be running from the police. This is his words. I said, okay, cool. I said, but before you get a chance to talk to someone else about me and make some disparaging statements, can you please take a look at my content before you speak on it, out of respect? Again, you guys, I came here to try to provide a solution. And I'm talking to people who are connected in certain segments of our community. They really don't want the solution, you guys. I'm starting to learn that. There's some people who don't want it to change. They hate you simply because of what you do for a living. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do. It doesn't matter to some people. You guys, that was the moment where I came to the realization that my message is only going to be received by those who are willing to listen. They don't want anything to change. I have to be okay with that. I misunderstood my mission when I decided to do this. October of last year. I had another grown adult man who teaches kids, black kids, pro-black everything. He said he can't work with me. Maintaining his credibility in the street is more important than saving black lives against police officers. Instead of educating how to have healthier police encounters, his reputation, how he's viewed by criminals, is more important. You guys, it hurt. I heard that. I was like, whew, brother. But I get it. I get it. I respect it. I respect it. I respect it. So no disrespect to him. We had a conversation and he drew the sand, right? He drew the line in the sand. What am I gonna do, you guys? Right? But listen, fellas, don't go on these platforms playing Cape Crusader, right? Because Logic had to address it. JB addressed it. And JB stood up and said a lot about that. You know, it was a very interesting discussion, but, you know, we hashed it out. We understand where everybody stands. I understand I'm not going to be able to rely on him to help me outreach to our own people who are having bad outcomes with law enforcement. You know, so it's okay. It's okay. I wanted to touch on that. Let me bring some people up real quick. How can I respect that? Because he doesn't want my help. Yeah, I can't force somebody. You know, again, they call me a sellout. They don't want to deal with the police, black or white. Black or white. We on Lock Nation. Let me bring you up first, brother. What you got for us?
Listen, I'm not going to be long. I just wanted to remind you that dealing with these cultural groups like FBA, which was made up by a man who's neatly from Detroit, Michigan, Tariq Nasheed. Clearly, he has an agenda. Whatever. I'm just getting tired of the whole thing. You know, you're doing nothing but separating our people apart. That's all you're doing. I mean, if you could hold me hostage and you could put a gun to my head, if I had a choice between FBA and Adolf's, I would choose Adolf's because at least they make more sense. I'm not in the position to take a person that's from Jamaica or from Haiti or from even black folks from China. I don't know what they're doing in China, but you know, African people are all around. We're global. We're everywhere. And that just because I'm not from America, I'm American born and bred. I'm born and raised in Lansing, Michigan.
Oh, hold on, brother. Someone said you had that FBA non-FBA hairline, brother. So, you know, I know. You feel me though? But you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct about that. Go ahead.
I mean, whatever.
They joking. They just messing.
I know. Okay. but you know, Michelle likes it. But anyway,
there you go. Shout out to Michelle.
I can't do that. I'm not in position. I love my people, whether you're from international or from America. Like I said, I was born and raised in Lansing, Michigan, and I've seen too much. I've seen too much racism. I've seen too much prejudice. I've seen too much bigotry. Yeah, you do need the police, but I am not naive as to be aware of there are bad police.
Right.
And when you get constantly fed a nutrition of bad police everywhere, you would tend to think there are no good police officers, which they are. But as Muhammad Ali would put it, I don't have time to be pointing out the good police from the bad. I mean, there are 1,000 snakes coming over to your house, is what he said. But there are 3 good snakes. How can I tell the good 3 snakes from the rest of the snakes that are coming to your house waiting to kill you? People don't have time for that. People want results here and they want results now. Now, I may not agree to whatever it is you're trying to do, sir, but I'm willing to listen.
There we go.
That's all I'm asking people is just to listen to the idea. Because whether you like it or not, we are the only ones that should be concerned for ourselves and not for the sake for the benefit for everybody else, because everybody else is 10 steps behind or 10 steps ahead.
Yep.
I mean, let's face it. We got elitists that want power, wealth, and influence, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to get it, and that's off the backs of black folk.
Yep.
I see that. So what is the game plan for us? I follow the code of Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yes.
Because he's been there and done that.
Exactly.
People may not like this, but I follow Dr. Umar as well.
I
follow any and everybody that can educate our children, because this is all it's about at this point, our children. If you can give good education, give good points, and you can prove to me intangible what it is we need to do, I'm all for it. Whatever works. And don't mind yourself with all these other people, because some of them just clout, or what you call it. I don't know what you call it. Clout chasing.
I'm learning. I don't
know what it is. I just want the truth. I just want the truth and nothing more. I want the truth and nothing more. And I point I appoint Miss Courtney Michelle of the Peep Network, who I deemed is queen of the Peep Network, to lead our women to a better understanding about how the Black community is. I appoint Chicago Rilla that can take the Black man to a whole other different dynamic. Now, we agree to disagree on certain points, but like I said, we need to put people in places, what's called leadership. And if Mr. Nathan, if you can, and I again, we need to have more conversations because I don't know you all that well.
That's fine. I know, and I respect that.
And I really don't care if you're Jamaican or not. You know, I got Jamaican in my family. I got Haitian in my family. I got white people in my family. Okay. So, but we're focusing on the here and now. I could care. I mean, where am I from? That's LA talk. Where am I from? Yeah, okay. So what are you trying to do? You trying to do this all the time?
Clash, yeah.
Clash.
We're not getting.
I'd rather I have more respect for Yvette Carnell than anything else because of all this.
Hey man, I appreciate you, brother. No, I appreciate you coming up and give us that. I really, really appreciate that. You know, if you want to come back a little later, you feel free. I'm gonna get to some of the other callers. Thank you. All right. Cheeky Butter. I said Cheeky Butter. Cheeky Banner. I'm still thinking about Q Butter. Hey, this is the homie right here, you guys.
We are not the same.
Man, facts.
We are not the same. Q Butter is something different. Yeah, man. I just I appreciate you understanding respect. Like, that's something that I think is missing in a lot of the conversations that people try to have online.
Yes.
We got men not knowing how to speak to women. You got men not knowing how to speak to men. And everybody want to be heard, but nobody likes to listen. So it's a breath of fresh air to have somebody level-headed and then also be, you know, somebody who listens, right? And is able to comprehend what's being said and show the same respect and courtesy that's been given to him. Because that's what's lacking. Like, you know, what's so crazy is that, you know, what you broke down was how, you know, this particular lady just had a lack. She just had a lack of respect, a lack of regard of her words and what they carry, right? Because to everybody else, that was just Thursday night. That's how they go.
Correct.
It didn't get out of hand until you start making accusations and, you know, acting like you know, like Andre 3K would say, Rose is you start to realize I don't know if I can say it like the lyrics.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
But everything is not roses.
Right.
Your shit stink too.
Your shit stink.
All right. And you know, she is somebody who I didn't know about either. I saw her on like the panel before, but going to her live stream to understand who she was, what was she about, and who she was about, it was confusing. It was like, wait a minute, well, you get championed for certain things, and then I'm seeing this opposite thing, and it's like, okay, this is confusing. And then everything that you're saying is from this point of superiority. So now I'm taking a different look at your name, Six the Goddess, and now I'm starting to apply that, like what you did with the WebMD, which was, you know, kind of genius. And again, you can't make any psychological, any real deal. But the fact that you brought it up, like, come on, man, like it's just like, I mean, if your finger go that way and it's supposed to be straight, I'm not gonna say it's broke, but damn,
it ain't looking right.
It don't look right.
It don't look right.
Yeah, man. But that was a critical breakdown. I'm just glad that there are people who are able to articulate themselves while being respectful and not necessarily being disrespectful or dismissive, right? Because you didn't say anything out the way. You only brought the information that was given to you, the information that was under review.
Yep.
You didn't infer anything. You let her words speak for themselves.
Yep.
It is just like, fam, if anybody who is tagged in this stream gets upset with what he said or what he did, all he did was break down your own words. And if you have the opportunity to come up, then do it.
Then come on up.
But based off of what you're saying, they're not willing to. Well, she's not willing to have that conversation. But yeah, man, appreciate you being respectful. You know what I'm saying? I don't think black people get upset, you know what I'm saying, about Jamaican dogs respectful like real Nathan Deal. Because you know what I'm saying, the man be like, yeah, y'all trash, but it's okay. We can fix it.
It's okay. It's okay. And I think at the end of the day, really it's just we should be able to have a conversation. It's misguided anger and it's embarrassment. Sometimes when we get embarrassed, we lash out through emotions, the best way we know how. And again, it creates a healthy conversation that needs to be had. And I think it's a lesson for us all. I learned a lot as well. I said some things that were that wasn't appropriate to be said under the umbrella of what was going on at the time, right? So there's things that I learned from that moment too. And so, I'm hoping that we all use this as a learning opportunity so that we can be better, right? I'm always seeking ways to improve myself, but I'm never so big that I don't realize that I'm, not above being corrected either.
Right.
And so that's just the reality of it. Are you able to be corrected? So Cheeky, y'all, appreciate you, brother. You're full of wisdom, man, to be so young, man. So I always love hearing your words of wisdom, dude. So thank you for coming up. I appreciate it, bro.
No problem. You have a nice night.
You too, man. I want to bring up Nelson, and then the counselor, and then I got to bring up our main man first. I got to bring up Chaotic. I got to bring Chaotic up. Chaotic, you ready? All right, bring up Chaotic, and then I'm gonna bring up Nelson in a minute. And then Dre, I see you. Stand by for me 1 second, brother. Stand by for me. Chaotic, you are the man of the hour. You on mute, brother. You on mute.
Oh yeah. What's going on, man? How you doing, man?
Man, Chaotic. You the talk of the town right now, brother.
Man, let me tell you something first, man. You have exceptional skills in terms of breaking things down logically. It's like you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer too, man, aren't you?
No, people saying I should study law. I keep hearing that.
Yeah, you have a mind for it. Yeah, definitely.
I really appreciate that, man. I actually, and you're highly intelligent too, Chaotic. I don't think people understand your level of mental, your mental tactician, and I see it. I see it. And I think that's why I got frustrated with you that first time we're on Black Men Unfiltered, because I'm like, come on, brother, you know better. You know what I mean? Like, we talk behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So you're a sharp dude, man, and I see it. I acknowledge it. And you were playing chess that night for sure. Definitely playing chess.
Yeah.
And it was checkmate when you got done.
Yeah.
It was checkmate. And so, but what is your thoughts overall on this stream that I did? Just kind of, I felt, let me tell you, normally I'm new to YouTube. I didn't know who she was. I didn't even know that's who it was. And I started doing some research and I found the whole, the Kevin Samuels thing and how all that went down. I was like, oh, okay. I think I've heard of this before. Then I went to her channel. I didn't know she had a following like that. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
And I think what bothered me was the purpose of my channel is to combat the myths that are causing us to have bad outcomes in our community. The lies and the inaccuracies of statements that we make, they do have an impact on our behavior and on how we interact with the police, which is why I work so hard to try to come out and have these conversations. Mm-hmm. Can you speak to some of that, just out of curiosity, just on your thoughts on that and how that impacts behavior? Because one thing you said was, you have education experience, and we had a teacher on the panel that night, and she wanted to make she wanted to throw insults towards me and to you, instead of attacking and addressing the facts. We're referring to Kay, you guys. I didn't play the rest of that video, but we had a discussion. She was asking a lot of questions, and it was more so geared to her, are you Black? How do you feel about Black people? As if that had anything to do with the facts that were being presented.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I appreciate this live stream. And what I want to say is that you are what's needed in the community. The way that you broke things down tonight, instead of just getting on here and just saying things, and sort of like I tend to do that a lot. I tend to just say things, and I use a lot of words and theatrics. But what you did tonight was you presented a case from A to Z, and it was damn near perfect. I mean, well, perfect in my eye. What you said about the white individuals who are unfortunately killed by the police, and in my opinion, a lot of times even worse scenarios. A lot of Black people, not a lot, I don't want to say a lot, but okay, Black people in general, for example, like Six, you don't fit her narrative of the victimhood narrative. So the fact that you are a police officer and the fact that you can present facts and data and cases, regardless if you do that with her or that particular community, they're going to try to combat you on something else, like, oh, you're Jamaican or that, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? And they can't think of anything else to talk about, so they have to use insulting terms, even when you present facts.
Right.
So the fact that you're presenting, look at all these white people, look at this scenario here, and there was no public outcry. It happens more because obviously whites are
more
in the population than Blacks. And I actually looked at that case, and that was horrifying. The end of the boy, the 17-year-old kid that was killed, with the truck that backed up.
Yes, that was.
Yeah, and I looked that up, and I said, why haven't I heard about this?
Right.
Why haven't I seen this? But with you being in law enforcement and me working with the courts as a probation officer years ago, we really know how the country is in terms of law and order. And so when people say, well, Black people get charged and sentenced differently than whites, I could always say, I literally was a probation officer, and I'm telling you, judges, there are a lot of judges that don't even like sentencing Black people for certain crimes, and they will try their best. Listen, you know how many times there have been people who have been who've gone to PVs, which is probation violation hearings, and the judge just well, I'm going to extend your probation. I'm going to extend your probation.
Yep.
And when you present these facts, if you show them the docket, because this is all public information, you can see the docket. You can see when the judges continue probation. You can see when the judges terminate probation early. And it's Black people. Black people benefit off of the system just as much as any other group of people. And when you bring up these facts, I don't know what it does to. Six has a narrative. Her narrative is the people who follow me, we're all victims. We're all slaves. We're all this. We're all FBA and this, that, and the other. So she can't even admit when you're right, because it would undermine her own platform. And that's the problem, I believe, with a lot of content creators. And what you've done tonight is, I'm telling you, man, like, logic and reasoning is really what we need in our community. Because I'm telling you, man, it was just overwhelming, man. I was in the back end talking to my wife and talking to my friends who are watching it, and they're like, man, this is like watching a court case. But it really is. And the fact is that just the fact that this woman, and Six, if you're listening to this isn't really me attacking you, because I'm not trying to, but your words as a woman hold a lot of weight, and you have a lot of people who watch you. And the fact of the matter is that I had several individuals email me. I had several individuals DM me that I never do, talking about me like, oh, you was I don't know if you allow cussing over here, but you a BAN for disrespecting Goddis, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, how did I disrespect her? Did you guys even watch it? And I'm so glad that you brought up Q. Q on that panel, if I'm not mistaken, even admitted that he didn't watch the whole thing.
He didn't see any of it.
Yeah, he didn't see any of it. He didn't see when this woman called me Carlton first. He didn't see when this woman said all types of comments about me. And I even tried to stay on the topic. But again, and I hate to bring in generalization over here after you've done everything so logically, but I'm gonna have to generalize. When I say things like, sometimes I just feel like staying away from a lot of Black people sometimes is because I have seen situations where Black men get in trouble in terms of in a domestic relationship. They have the police called on them for a lie that a woman has said. I've seen men beat up by family members because the female is angry and upset, and she can't physically do anything, but she still wants him to hurt. So she's gonna get on the phone. Oh, he did this to me. He did that to me, et cetera, et cetera. And so even when you plead with people and say, listen, this is what happened. These are the facts. People like a Q Butter and other people, they're not trying to hear it because their brains don't function like. And I hate to say this, man, because I'm not trying to come up here and talk about people right now. I'm trying to be really serious. Well, I'm always serious. But the fact that Q Butter got on there and called me a bozo and made other claims about me based on what this woman said, it's astounding to me. He didn't even fact check, which I think that we need to do more in this community. And tonight was a perfect example, a masterpiece of content tonight. It will go down in the history of YouTube, in my opinion, as what we need to do in this community. Fact check, use logic and reasoning. Don't rush to conclusions. Don't use your emotions. Investigate. And that's one thing. And I hate to say, and I hate they bring up race, but I've been around a lot of different people. And one thing about whites, I'm not saying that they're perfect because they're not. But one thing about them in terms of business, in terms of employment, if something were to come up, they always say, let's investigate. I want to investigate. What's going on here? I mean, and I feel like a lot of times we as a people, we don't do it, And then we have this thing in our community, and I don't want to ball the pound. Then we have this thing in our community about, I can say this about you, but you can't say this about me. And I saw that as a teacher. I saw kids come into class, they're quiet, they don't do anything. And the kid could say something to them, the kid would say something back, then the whole class like, oh, why did you say that to him? And I'm like, what? He said one thing, y'all came here dogging him. But he may say something that is so outrageous, or he or she. And the fact of the matter is that 6 is dangerous. And the fact that she tried to use her femininity to get men to fight me is just absurd. But I'm sorry, I'm talking your head off.
No, you're good. And that's what we talk about, performative femininity, And again, some of the things you were talking about when we're talking about the other content creators or the gentleman that we're trying to cape, it's cognitive dissonance is what it's called. Cognitive dissonance. And it is dangerous. It's very dangerous. And we've seen it play out. I've seen it play out. I want to bring up Nelson, the counselor. So hang tight, Chaotic. Let me drop you down for a second. Nelson, I'm about to bring you up. I'm gonna drop Chaotic down for a sec. And Nelson, what's going on, brother? What's your thoughts?
Man, this was a great live stream. First of all,
thank you.
You definitely did it. What I don't want to get lost on people. So first of all, I am not giving any kind of a formal diagnosis or anything like that. So I'm going to strictly say narcissist, and I'm not saying narcissistic personality disorder or anything like that.
Fact. Before you jump in, I am not a clinician. I'm not a doctor. I am simply reading off of the website and making an observation, but I'm not giving medical advice either, you guys. So just FYI, let me put my disclaimer out there too. All right, go ahead, Nelson.
So I am a clinician, but I am not giving a diagnosis in this text. so I don't want it to get lost on people exactly what a narcissist is. I think that we need to understand that just like we look at different races, we look at white people, black people, Asian people, you could honestly look at a narcissist as its own type of person, its own person, period. Like if you, I give this example for ladies a lot of time, like if you were choosing to date a man and like you were ruling some things out, like if you saw a guy and he was short, you would say, all right, I don't like this, but I'll still get, I would still give him a chance. But now if he's short and broke, then it's like, I still don't know, but maybe. Right. But what if he's short, broke, and ugly? And so that's another layer on top of it. And then, okay, short, broke, ugly, and he's a mama's boy. Like, you see how one thing, you can deal with one thing. But when you have layers of things, when you have 4 or 5 different sets of criteria, now you get a whole view of the person as a whole. And that is what happens with a narcissist. People are assuming that it's just this person is arrogant, they're a narcissist. No, the criteria that you read off, a person has to have at least 5 of the things that you named out of that entire list to be classified as a narcissist. And what narcissists do really well, and you saw it played out on the stream, you saw it played out in the other streams that you are a part of, is their main tools are gaslighting and love bombing. Mm-hmm. And if you take a look at how she gains her audience, she creates division through bigotry, and she props up a certain group of people to make them seem like they are superior or set apart. That's where FBA comes into play with her. So now all my FBA people are with me, and I'm just trying to do everything I can to protect them. And then you also have to look at who is attracted to a narcissist. And unfortunately, people that have low self-esteem, people that have experienced trauma in their own life, they're very susceptible to narcissists. People that have distorted views on masculinity and femininity. So unfortunately, looking at somebody like JoJo and Q Butter, like you can tell, like they have that hood type of thing about them, and you can see from the way they dress and the way that they talk. And so, to me, that tells me, all right, you're struggling with your identity as a man, and you have an image in your mind of this is what it means to be a man. I got to be real. I got to be this and that. So the way she talks, she talked about it on Lapeef, saying, oh, if there was a strong masculine FBA man there, he would have protected me. That's a love bomb, because now you saw how how Q responded. Oh yeah, these guys are bozos. If I was on there, I would have taken care of you. Like they were manipulated by love bombing. And so we need to understand this is not just related to men and women, because just women, because men and women can be narcissists. Yes. And if you look at our community, why the Black community is especially susceptible to narcissists is because it is really designed that way. Everything that we're being taught through media now is focused on money, power, and respect. And those are those are supposed to be your core values, not integrity, not wisdom, not loyalty, money, power, and respect. So you see this in all of our rappers, you see it in our entertainers. And now look at the people that we prop up most in society.
Yes.
Are the biggest narcissists.
Yes.
Just to name a few: Donald Trump. Nobody would challenge me on him being a narcissist. He's more of a malignant narcissist.
Extreme narcissist.
He's willing to lie, cheat, and steal to achieve his goals.
Right.
LeBron James, and that's a sensitive one because everybody props him up as a hero.
Kanye West is another. Yeah.
But he's actually a covert narcissist, meaning he's able to disguise the narcissism under the guise of a philanthropist and a humanitarian.
Being very helpful. Yes. Yep.
You have to be able to kind of read these things. Even YouTube creators, Fresh and Fit. And you look at the main guy. I don't know if his name Myron. He is a narcissist, and and you look at who is attracted to him, fit or whatever that other, and you can tell. But if anybody's listened to him, you can tell that he deals with esteem. He deals with struggling to like what does it mean to be a man. So he's extremely susceptible to Myron, which why it looks like an abusive relationship. So you have Myron, you have Derek Jackson, and he already got called to the carpet. So you have these different types of people that we prop up, and now Six the Goddess, she fits every criteria point, and she gains a massive following because of the love bombing. And that's the problem with narcissists is, unfortunately, narcissists are really promoted in society, and they tend to be successful people.
Yes.
So if we really wanted to become successful, then yeah, we should take characteristics from narcissism. But in the end of the day, it doesn't help out our community. That is why they're propped up so much, because at the end of the day, their concern is themselves. So they will never do anything that truly helps the community, that truly helps advance our causes. The media loves them because they are only going to be singularly focused on themselves. And that's kind of a narcissist. So when you look at a narcissist, like, you please burn it into your brain that it is a type of person that is incredibly, incredibly dangerous.
Yes.
The things that she said on that stream were so, like, that's the type of person, and men, you may have been in a relationship with the type of woman that you get upset at something, and maybe you're trying to talk to her and you grab her wrist real quick, like, wait a minute, I'm trying to tell you something. In her mind, you broke her wrist in 5 places. You threw her across the room, slammed her up against the wall. She will call the police and let them know this.
Yes.
And you're feeling like you're going crazy, because it's like, this is truly not what really happened. But in their mind, because their personality is rooted in delusion, that is the way that they experience that, and that's what makes them incredibly dangerous. And they can come back the next day and say to you, well, that's not what I really meant. You know what I was trying to do when I was trying to say
they downplay it and they exaggerate situations. Absolutely. I've seen it. I've seen it countless of times. This is interesting, man. But Nelson, give me a sec, because I want to get some more people up. Thank you for sharing. That's a lot of quality information there. And very true. For those who saw the stream, they saw it, they picked it out. We know how powerful a woman's words are, and we want to make sure we do protect our women. We want to protect women, of course, right? As men, that's our responsibility too. At the same time, we want to protect women that are being respectful, women who don't put themselves in bad situations, right? And then try to call it, like, again, act like they didn't throw the rock, right? And hide their hands. And I think it's very important that we're very mindful on women who try to use their femininity as a way to try to make another man look like he's the aggressor, he's the problem, and then run back and then get other men to come to her rescue and ultimately get those men in trouble, right? We've seen that a lot too. I've seen it personally as well. So we do have to just be mindful, and it just goes to show how powerful a woman's words are, So Nelson, I'm gonna, if you have time to hang tight a little, but if you have to go, I understand. But let me bring up a couple more people real quick, so we can get this thing rolling. Thank you so much, brother, for giving that input.
Thanks.
I'm gonna drop you down. Yo, Dre Easy.
What's going on?
What's going on, brother? Sorry for the wait.
I got a bedtime.
Yeah, facts. Some people got jobs. Some people. What you got for us, man? I know this is a crazy stream. It was a lot said. Shout out to everybody in the chat for hanging with us, you guys. I see you guys. I see we got a couple more people in the back. Just give me a second.
I'm gonna be real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
When I first saw that, I told you I couldn't get through it because it was conflated. And the problem is, when she put out that video, that stream, nobody said, let me go watch this for myself and put context to what is being said to see if I agree. You know what I'm saying? Now, Q Butter, I kind of understand where he's coming from.
I get it too.
It's not about like your reputation. It's the fact that if, every time I go home, I'm Jake. Yo, I ain't gonna say my New York nickname here, but Dre's Jake. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it kind of puts your safety in jeopardy because folks stop talking around you because they think that you're going, you snitch.
Right.
So it matters. Unfortunately, New York is still rooted in a lot of old traditions and old ways. So, when you're in the mix of it, understand it. But that's still no excuse for the name calling and the character, denigration. All that's not necessary. The problem is when you have someone who is actually bringing facts and I forget that. I'm even take you out of it. Here's my analogy. Imagine the Vatican allowed everyone into the vault to look at the lost gospels and actually have somebody who can interpret it correctly. And because the greatest fear is the truth to get out, that what we've been teaching folks isn't really what is written down in these scriptures. Because at the end of the day, the Bible is interpreted. It's been interpreted 17 times. Okay. Because there's really no one that understands the true Hebrew language to be able to decipher the old scripts. So it's based on interpretation. If there's a word or a sentence that is not understood, they input their own opinion or their own theory into it. So when you look at it, the truth is like, remember I told you, folks are comfortable in their ignorance. You are making it really uncomfortable for me to be ignorant because I love my echo chamber, because I sound like I know what I'm talking about because everybody else is saying the same thing. But here it is. You have an immigrant with the knowledge, the experience, and the application to the laws that I have an opinion about, tearing down my foundation of what I created my persona to be. You have to understand the angle. When the facts start come out, you start with the vision. Okay. You're talking about uniting the entire race to be able to, truth be told, take our identity back and take over this world. You know what I'm saying? Our rightful place with kings and queens, you know what I'm saying, who were stolen from their land. Okay. What you're doing is pretty much galvanizing us to take our kingdom back. Whether it's here, whether it's back in Africa, whether it's in the UK, it doesn't matter. A single mindset of changing the image of what the Black race looks like. You know what I'm saying? And if you think it's a character assassination when people say that the Black culture is trash, you have to look at it. What are we presenting? What are we exhibiting? What are we putting out there? You know what I'm saying? We are trendsetters. They follow our swag when it comes to fashion. They listen to our music. Okay, they watch us on TV when we play sports. They watch us entertain. You know what I'm saying? They put us in a box. We're like the court jesters. We're meant to entertain.
Court jester.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yet, what's another name for court jester? The fool. We're the fools because we don't recognize that we're being used. So, it's no different from like, yo, hey, he's paying me, $60 an hour to be a fool, and you're telling me I need to go ahead and let that go just to, be presented or represented in a better light. A lot of folks aren't that. It's a lot of self-serving stuff going on. Because when I watch that and the way, like, it's funny how hood dudes trip on simps, but be simping. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yes, like I told you, like JoJo, integrity. Where's your integrity, bro? Where's your integrity? What was the purpose of saying, hey, he's in Atlanta? What was the purpose of that? What are you trying to insinuate? You have 170 something videos at no time, and then you're on other people's platforms collabing. At no time have you even insinuated that you have the ability or the desire to retaliate against someone who disagrees with you.
Exactly.
And the only way you retaliate is by providing more information. Hold on. I understand where you're coming from, but let me tell you this. You've been consistent with all your videos, all your streams. Okay. If you say anything wrong, hey, I am not perfect. Let me know where I did wrong and I correct it. I'm here to be corrected. I'm here to be educated, just like I'm here to educate you. We work together. Iron sharpened iron. But when you're silly putty and my knife is getting stuck every time I try to, stroke it, come on.
Right.
And I'm gonna be real quick. Stay strong. It's real easy to be discouraged when you have folks that try to you was right. Here we are trying to fight white supremacy.
Right.
But you're trying to separate folks that are melanin. You know what I'm saying? We are the same color. So you telling me because my mom was born and raised in another country, but I was born here, raised here, been through the trials and tribulations of this, of this country. I don't have a position to sit down and speak. I've been in law enforcement for 18 years. 18 years. I've dealt with homicide cases, child abuse cases, rape cases, domestic violence cases, armed robbery cases. So you saying throughout my experience and all the cases that have come across my desk as a patrol officer, a detective, and an investigator with the courts, I don't have the ability to expound on my knowledge because I have an immigrant parent? That's stupid.
Right.
And you think because your ancestors were slaves, well, the whole entire black race was slaves, just in a different part. Some was in Puerto Rico, some was in Haiti, some was in Dominican Republic, some was in Portugal, some was in Rio or Brazil. We were all over. So because my great grandparents don't know the plight of the slaves in the Americas, we can't speak on what's going on right now. You can't move forward if you're stuck in the past.
Right.
And then you sit up there quoting stuff like you were there, like you experienced what's going on. Because truth be told, some of the folks that's on your stream aren't old enough to even, know their great grandparents. You heard stories.
Right.
So 9 times out of 10, the parents that the family members or your ancestors that you spoke to were sharecroppers. They weren't slaves. They were sharecroppers. Do your research. Find out your lineage, because we're all immigrants. The entire your foundation isn't here in the United States. You're an immigrant. Matter of fact, you ain't even an immigrant because immigrants willingly came over here. We were stolen and transported to different islands. Okay, we got to stop this. You gotta stop this. You're black. You want to be respected. You want folks to stop killing you. You don't want to be sentenced more than white folks. Stop doing the crime. Let white folks do the crime. Stop doing it. We shouldn't even be having a conversation of why black people get sentenced longer than white folks. Let's not do the crime. Let's not do it. And if you want a real conversation in reference to how many cases, I have 50-50 cases between black folks and white folks committing the same crimes. You know what I'm saying?
And tell them that criminal history does matter when it comes to sentencing. And I think that's what when we hear some of the data, which is true, we do know there's discrepancies, but we forget that criminal history, or not necessarily they forget, they don't know, right? They don't know how much criminal history plays an impact on the sentencing when it comes to black versus white.
Well, I'll tell you like this, and one of my jobs is, if you're a defendant, my job is to dig up everything that you've ever done in the past to see if it's relevant to what this crime is committed. Because the way they do it is they attack you 2 ways. Because you could be an asshole and you could have been beating up your woman, or you could have been robbing stores for years. My job is to make sure that you did this particular crime here. Once I prove that you committed this crime here, next thing is your character. Okay. Well, he did it in 1982. He did it in 1993. He did it in 2001. He's been sentenced. He's accumulated sentences of 40 years. Oh, you know what I'm saying? He had 40, served 10. He got probation. He took a plea. This is his history. It comes back. You know what I'm saying? And you have to be cognizant. If you made a mistake, you went to prison, you did your time, that's when you have to understand that, yo, you are at risk. You got to be careful who you date, because the first thing a woman's going to say, well, he's been in prison before. He's done this before. You know what I'm saying? She'll ride or die till you do something, till you mess with
piss her off.
Mess her off. Right. And then all your stuff come back. So it matters, because what happens is when you took a plea, your entire criminal history is read before the judge. Yep. Before you get the warrant, before you get your bond, they want to know your criminal history.
Yep.
And it has nothing to do with whether you're a good person that just made bad choices. And the problem is you have dudes out there that have like 46 cycles of criminal history.
They don't know cycles, you guys. Cycles is, go ahead.
Cycles is each charge, not even each charge, each time you've been arrested for a case is considered one cycle.
Right.
So you can be arrested, have 6 charges, and then get arrested again, you have 7 charges. And that's cycles. And all that they stop forgetting about your character. They care less. Like, yo, he's a menace to society. Correct. He can't stay out of trouble. This is what he do. This is what she do. Because I've seen women that have just as much of a criminal history as some dudes. We have to, as a community, as a Black community, as a melanin community, as a minority in all, if we had a stronger foundation, when our folks come home from doing time, as a community, we should have put them in the best position to make sure they don't have to commit another crime. Like, hey, bro, I know you just got home. Look, let me teach you this landscaping business. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let me put you in this electrician school. You know, what were you trying to do in jail? What did you learn? Let me get you in position to be able to stay out of trouble. Because at the end of the day, that criminal history is going to keep you from getting a legitimate job. Folks ain't going to take you seriously. The only job you can work in the United States with a felony is a server or a cook or a dishwasher. Unless you go out and do your own thing and you become an entrepreneur and start your own business, where your criminal history doesn't even come up. No one's doing a criminal background check when you're on your own business.
Facts.
And that's the thing. But we want to separate each other. We have a section over here that want to sit down and look down on brothers that made a mistake, that actually went to prison. You know what I'm saying? They come back and trying to get their life together. You know what I'm saying? They can't get a chance. And there's no empathy. But then we have a section over here that want to galvanize and lift them up and reward them for their past instead of pushing them to their future. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, you don't want to sell dope no more? Oh man, use the G. Nah, I did my time. Now they lost respect. Now they're a herb. We got to get it together, man. I love my people, but we just stuck in this rut. And I don't know why we don't want to get out of it. I don't know why we're so stuck in the past. We know what happened. We know how it affected us.
Right.
We have to use that as ammunition and fuel to push us forward.
That's it.
It's like you said, our ancestors did the work. They did it. They took all them ass whippings so we can be where we are now.
Correct.
But we want to keep going back to that. How about we move forward?
Yeah.
And take what is rightly ours through our education, through our dignity, our integrity, and our love for each other, instead of separating each other.
Facts.
But I ain't gonna hold you up. I gotta get up in 4 hours.
Dre gotta go back to his white supremacy job.
Exactly.
Where he's making sure Black people are treated properly in the court system, you guys, as an investigator. You know, we gotta stand up and do these jobs that we're complaining about. That's the only way it's gonna work. Dre, I appreciate you, brother.
No doubt. I'm just saying, I send a lot of cases to like pretrial diversion, so these dudes don't do time when they don't have a criminal history.
Thank you. Well, that's why we need you there.
I do my best, man. I love my people, but you know, when you're wrong, you're wrong, and
you're wrong.
I can't help you.
Facts.
But Ichiraki ramen.
All right, bro. You silly.
Later.
All right. Later, man. I'm gonna bring up Brennan and Practical Absolutes. I'm gonna bring you up next, brother. Very interesting. Very interesting. You guys, we can't complain about white supremacy and what's not happening, right? We can't complain about that. You can't say white supremacy this, white supremacy that, and then you turn around and ask a white person to do the job that you are complaining about, right? No white man is supreme over me, period. Say it louder, right? That's something we need to echo throughout our community. Words have power, you guys. Words have power. If you go around keep saying white people are supreme over and over and over again, they shall become supreme over your life. What they say, right? What did Marcus Garvey say? What did Bob Marley say? Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Only you can free your mind. No white man is supreme over me. The only power people have is the power that you give them. You can't complain about white supremacy and then turn around and ask them to teach your children. Then turn around and tell them to enforce laws in your community. You guys, if you don't stand up and put yourself in position of power, then you're just giving it away to somebody else to do it. Listen. Brennan, what's up, brother? Let me bring you up. And then Lewis, I got you. And then Practical, I got you. So stand by, fellas. I appreciate your wait. Brennan, how you doing, sir? What's your thoughts?
I'm doing good, man. Just want to say it's my first time doing the YouTube thing, so I'm getting a little nervous. I'm glad they got the little clip here so I can see how if I'm running hot.
You good, bro? You good?
I had a quick question. First, I want to say I appreciate your presentation, bro. It was very balanced.
Thank you.
Calm. You didn't allow yourself to get into the ad hominems or the disrespect, name calling, which we see a lot of in this space. Yeah. Not really a fan of that. You just stuck to the facts, the logic, the reason. I think we need more of that.
Thank you.
Along them same lines, the question I kind of had was kind of playing the bridge role.
Okay.
Trying to identify what that looks like. So
I like that.
From what I can see, like 4 categories of people. I'm from St. Louis. We got like this city county kind of distinction, pretty much the city and the suburbs, urban, suburban. But you got the person that's like in the streets or in the hood, just doing whatever, down for whatever. They cool with the lawlessness as long as they get theirs. Then you got the person they kind of in the streets or from the streets, but they want better. They're trying to figure out what that avenue is. Then you got the person who might be suburban or just removed from all of that, and they want better for everybody too. I kind of put myself in that category. And then you got like someone like yourself who is in the system in capacity, whether it's in the law in the courtroom or like TLA or police officer, whatever. So like you got these 4 categories, and you got those 2 in the middle that's like connected to 2 different sides.
That's right.
I've never had a negative experience with the police, but I can understand and empathize with brothers who have and completely don't, distrust the police or the legal system altogether. So what would you say if I don't know if this is in your wheelhouse or not, but like, what would be your advice of like how I could connect to that guy that's connected to the streets, but want better, but it's kind of like some of the guys you had conversations with, it's like they might be teachers or professionals or whatever, but they are like not, they got guys that are, criminal or got those ties, and they're not trying to fool with you or have relationships with you just because of what you're affiliated with. But they might talk to me. They might listen to me.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. I think you brought up a good point. This is why when I had the conversation with Q Butter, I know, he's a, for what he's doing, he's a good dude, right? And he means well. He's pro-black. He doesn't mess with law enforcement like that. Because he said, man, honestly, Nate, I don't even want to go on your channel, bro. You 12, so it don't even matter. I don't care if you were giving out cookies and cupcakes and food to the homeless that are black people. I don't care. You're a cop. We're not even supposed to mix. I ain't supposed to be seen around you. This is what he's saying our relationship is. I get it. And I understand, right? Because I patrolled in our community. Oh, you might have. Hold on. Let me mute you real quick. Oh, you got it. All right. So you got, if you have YouTube playing in the background, you get the echo. So you'd have to mute it or close out. The problem is I get his mindset. We can agree or disagree whether or not it's okay. But because I've worked in our community so long, I understand it. I understood the relationship between guys who ran the streets and law enforcement. But we had a respect amongst each other. When I would deal with them, men from the hood, there was a respect. They knew how I operated. I made it very clear, right? If you want to hustle, do your hustle. Don't mess with people, though. I made it very clear, do not mess with people. I don't care how you make your money. That's your business. The moment somebody complains about it, it's my business. So I'm not going to mess with you as long as you keep things cool. If you can keep things cool, then I can be cool. Right? That's how I patrolled my community. And again, when I spoke to them with respect. I never made myself as if I was above them. They always understood that my job is to protect the people who can't protect themselves. It was a very, very unique understanding. Now, I never asked them to snitch on people. I never asked them to turn on people. I never did that, right? That wasn't the relationship. So I'm a retired law enforcement officer. I have a wealth of knowledge. And I'm reaching out to people who don't like the police and saying, hey, let's help fix this problem. Some people are still trapped in that mindset. They can't see past the fact that I worked in this profession. Even if it's to the betterment of their wellness, they still won't accept it. This dysfunction is extremely unhealthy. It's counterproductive. It's self-inflicting. And so when I look at it, you have a gentleman by the name of Charleston White. I had a chance to meet him in person. And I said, hey, man, this is what I'm trying to do. I really want to sit down. Let's have a conversation and ask me anything. Let's talk about solutions. Why? Because, see, people will listen to him even if he says the exact same thing that I say. They're willing to listen to him and respect what he has to hear because he never did the profession. It's almost like how we talk to children and we say, hey, you have a kid. You're telling your child what to do, what not to do to protect them and save their life. They don't want to listen. But then you turn around, right? They turn around and they listen to someone else who's not in the family, someone that they admire, a mentor. They're willing to listen, even though you said the exact same thing. They don't want to hear it from you. And I understand that. And I think, so to your point, we do have to get with people who can relate to the people we're trying to reach, who can share that message. Now, I think it is challenging because when people even know that I did the job, they immediately try to discredit me. I've had conversations with people on YouTube. Someone slipped up and was like, oh yeah, he's a cop. And then folks are like, right, we can't hear it. Now, it's okay, but it just goes to show you how quickly people are willing to dismiss the things that you're saying and how quickly they want to shut you off because you might be in a profession that they don't like, not knowing of all the lives that I saved from our own people.
A lot of people ask about your ethnicity, your heritage, where are you from? Like, come on.
What does that have to do with the fact that we're trying to bring about change? You got 8 people on the boat saying, hey, you guys, let's do this, let's do that. Hold on. You're not qualified because of this, and this. And say, hold on, you need my help to row this boat forward. and you rather me not touch this thing, right?
Yeah.
Simply because you don't agree with maybe the job that I did. Listen, we are going to drown if we don't have all hands on deck. And you're like, I guess we're going to drown then. Right? What are we talking about? We're talking about the nature. Right? Everybody knows about the scorpion and the frog. You know, the scorpion, right, was supposed to give the frog a ride across the river. And the frog was like, nah, player, I do it, but, you know, I don't mess with you like that. You know, you be out here trying to kill a brother, right? But the frog did it anyway. Eventually, the frog did it. The scorpion said, listen, if I hit you, if I kill you, then I drown too. Why would I do that? I need to get across. So the frog was like, all right, cool. The frog let the scorpion get on his back. The frog swam across the river. And what happened? The frog felt something hit his back, a sting. He's like, he's like, shit, what happened? What happened? He looks, he's got the stinger in his back. The scorpion stung him anyways, right? And the frog is like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? Now that you did this, why would you do it? We both about to drown. And the scorpion's response was, I couldn't help it, man. It's in my nature. I couldn't help it. I could not help it. You know, and to me, that's what I see. I see a lot of our problems are self-inflicted. You know, it's self-inflicted. We could be out here doing our best. Again, here I am. I said, hey, you guys, I'm retired. I don't even wear the uniform, but I know the truth. I know what we can do, right? I'm not denying the bullshit that goes on in policing. Not once have I ever denied it. I said, this is how we fix it. This is how we fix it. And people want to tell me about racism like I don't know it doesn't exist. They want to tell me about white supremacy like I don't know what that is. I'm saying this is how we fix it. This is how we fix it. All of that everything falls. White supremacy, racism, those things fall at the feet of Black unity. It's just that simple. Black unity, no racism, no white supremacy. These things fall at the feet of powerful Black people coming together. One would argue somebody from the feds is probably creating all these groups, keeping us divided.
Yeah.
Right? And we're probably going to hear about it 10, 15 years from now. The feds dropped some undercover agents in these Black communities to start these different groups. We've seen it before.
Yep.
And we keep falling for the same damn trick. Hocus pocus on Black people every time. And it was cuckoo, we didn't see it come through. Every time. Black Panthers, Marcus Garvey, every single time the feds drop a mystery Negro in the mix. Hey, y'all, let's start our own group called Black R Us, the BRU group. It's Black R Us, right? Right? And next you know, you got this cult following again, and here we go again. I named about 12 groups that are fractured from the whole main unit. We're not a monolith. We need one objective, right?
Yeah.
So let me get your thoughts. You're echoing, man. You got. But what are your thoughts though?
No, I was just I'm thinking through it while you're speaking, and I'm like, just on a practical tip, like I'm never gonna be able to connect to that dude that's just out there doing everything. Like I'm a square in his eye. Shout out to Russell Wilson. Like I'm so far removed from his reality. You know, I had my parents, I had good education, I had opportunities. You know, I was gifted with, just certain things that he was not. So it don't matter. I'm kind of in the same boat as you to him, but it's the guy next to him that I could speak to, and I'm just like, if your moral compass is more to the street way of doing things or handling things, I could still present the same information that you're presenting in a way that might be relatable to him. But that's still, like you said, it's his nature. It's at the core of who he is. Like, no, I'm gonna meet violence with violence, right? Mm-hmm. You spoke to how we are roughly 13% of the population, but we commit almost half of the violent crimes. Well, that's a cultural issue. So if what you're saying or what I'm saying or trying to convey to him on this bridge is that we need to move away from that culture or that method of handling issues, handling conflict, and that's at the core of who he is, it's kind of discouraging. Like, man, I could say this to you until I die. I could say this to you for the next 50 years, but that's the core of who you are. And then your kids are kind of getting raised in that same thing. And then it's the guys next to you that's like even deeper in it. Like, I guess I'm just thinking through like the practical, and I know you got like different solutions on a broader scale of like reform, but like just those conversations, like I do Uber, right? And I'm getting these guys, you know what I'm saying? Teenagers, some of them, a lot of 20 somethings. And I'm having like 15, 20, 30 minutes to talk to them, rap with them, just, and they just open up because they just feel comfortable talking about baby mama drama, whatever else. But it gets to that point of like, okay, solutions. Like, what can I say? How can I make myself available to where they could see the other side of how things could be better? To where you start to work on the nature. You know what I mean?
It's deep, and I'm gonna touch on this real quick because I got a few more people in the back. And there's what I will say this, and me and you got to have this conversation again. I want you to email me after this stream. Go to where the email section is on the YouTube channel. Email me because I want us to pick up on this conversation. I think you're bringing up a lot of good points. We have to as a community be honest where the problems are. Black homes, right? Homes is the number one. That's the fastest way to fix this problem. Putting the core family back together. It is absolutely the fastest way to fix it. Denzel Washington talked about how he grew up in a community where he was like the only one on his block or group of friends that had a black father. He talked about how important that was. 80% of a lot of the problems coming from our community and our kids, the delinquency, the deviant behavior, the sexual assault, things of that nature. These are coming from kids who are coming from single parent homes. Shout out to Chelsea. She made a statement about the serial killers. Well, there's a fact that 85% of the serial killers come from single parent homes. So again, we need to be clear on what is a byproduct of having broken homes. And not saying that you can't have two parent homes and these things not be true. The reality is you can grossly, right? You can really reduce it. If not, cut it by half. So the things that we can do that has nothing to do with white people or white supremacy or politicians is how we maneuver amongst each other, how we value each other, how we respect our women, how our women respect our men, right? These things can absolutely change the course of our community. Wealth is built from families, right? This is another thing. So I do have some ideas. We'll have to talk about it more in depth on another stream. And unfortunately, we can't take everybody with us. But just because we need to leave a little bit doesn't mean people are forgotten, right? I might have to leave, but it doesn't mean you're forgotten. I think the key is focusing on children. Fix the children, you fix the community. Again, we're talking about a group of people who don't own or control any education system. We don't own the schools that we send these kids to, right? We don't own or have our own. We need control, right? We could really dive into it, but the truth of the matter, we need control. And the most important thing is we can't even teach our own kids what they should be learning for the betterment of our own community. We can actually course correct culture through education. Children, because at a certain age, they're too difficult to reach. It'll be a each one, teach one. When I can indoctrinate, right? And shift and change the minds of new seeds coming up, right? Let's focus on the seeds. That's the key. Because right now, what I'm doing, I'm planting seeds and I'm watering. Someone else might be watering. Someone else adding sunlight. You are in a perfect position. You come across these young men. You get a chance to speak 5 minutes of life into them. You never know how that'll change, right? So I say when you come in contact, continue to give them words of wisdom. You never know when that's going to take fruit. And, one thing I would do is as I'm making arrests and things like that, I'm taking these young brothers, I'm talking 14, 15 years old, kicking in people's doors, right? Robbing people with fake guns, real guns at 14 years old in our community. These are the people I have contact with. I go to their home and their mother has no control over them. She has other children she's worried about, right? There's no fathers present, or the father's in prison, or the father is not present. He's not there. The woman doesn't know who the father is, right? You have men who abandon their homes. You have men who are pushed out of their homes. You have men who are they're oppressed by the court system. You have men who don't want to deal with the baby mother. There's so much going on. Men are picking bad women. Women are picking bad men. It goes both ways. We're both to blame, right? We're both to blame. But when we decide to bring kids in here in a dysfunctional household and the child is out here on their own, because they're running the streets. They're absolutely running. I'm picking up girls at hotel rooms at the age of 15 and 16 years old, right? I go to their home. The mom says, I have no control over her. What do you do? The law doesn't allow her to force or restrain her, hold her down. The law does not allow that. Parents, outside of your children really just respecting you, you have no control over them. If your child wants to do what they want to do, there's no one who can stop them. Not even I. So again, there's a lot. There's a lot. And I would be driving to the jail with these kids and men, young men too, and older men. I pray for them. I mentor them on that 15, 20, 30-minute ride to the jail. I let them know that don't allow this incident to dictate your life moving forward. This doesn't define you. You have an opportunity after this to change the direction. It's worked for some. It didn't work for all. I look back on, I still get calls on some of these old cases. And some of these kids I arrested at 15 and 16 who were in gangs, right? Running neighborhoods, breaking into homes, robbing people. They're 20, 21 right now, today, right now, doing life in prison. These are our people, kids that I have stopped and had conversations with. Talk to parents who say, I got 4 of the children that need my attention. I can't do nothing with him. Have at it. Officer, don't bring him back here. You guys, this is our community. It's not a game. It's not a joke, right? So when I come up here and I talk about it and people give me pushback on it, I'm just like, you guys haven't seen what I've seen. And so people think because you're talking about the problem means you're talking about the people. Like you're talking down on the people. And that's not the case. But Brennan, what's your final thoughts, man? I want you to email me, man. We got to pick up on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely reach out to you, man. Like I said, I'm new to the space. I have nothing online yet, but I definitely want to make my contributions. I'm just still in the processing phase of what angle I want to take and all that good stuff. But I really appreciate your content. I appreciate all the guys that are doing what y'all doing guys work for real, like sharing your perspective and encouraging men to think through stuff and approach life in a different way. Like I wish I had this content 15, 20 years ago. So salute to you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for that.
Yep.
God bless, man.
Yep. Peace.
Interesting. Let me hit these real quick and then I'm gonna bring up Lewis. Lewis, I see you, and then Seattle Black Veteran, I'm gonna bring you up. Oh no, Practical Absolute. I gotta bring you up first. You've been waiting, brother. I'm gonna bring you up. Shout out to Braves Club. He said, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you, and thank you guys for hanging with us and having this conversation. It's a very, very deep conversation, and it needs to be had. Let me run through these super chats real quick. Shout out to one of my awesome moderators, Shayla. Thank you so much. She said, Nathan, bringing the solutions. Most respected, clean channel. Good night. No, she's leaving us. It is late. It is late. Thank you so much, Shayla. No, Gail's still rocking with us. Gail said, oh yeah, we got Gail, and Gail's still rocking with us. Thank you, Gail. I appreciate it. I know I can't keep you guys too long. Practical Absolute. What's good, brother? I get a chance to talk to you again. This brother's wise. What you got for us?
How you doing, sir? How you doing?
I'm
Of
good,
course,
man.
man. I'm for sure have patience for a great show like this, man. I would, if I didn't even get on, I wouldn't have been linked. I'm be honest, man. This show is that great. You know what I'm saying? Going down in YouTube history, just like Chaotic Talk said. I agree with it. So, on the topics that's been elucidated, right? Makes me think of this other YouTube channel that I strongly suggest people to at least look at. It's called Academy of Ideas. And this individual talks about several topics. And one thing that I want to bring up is basically about, he asked if narcissism and mass psychosis is the greatest threat to humanity, right? He brings about a quote from a man named Carl Jung in his book, The Symbolic Life. He says, "Indeed, it is becoming ever more obvious that it is not famine, earthquakes, not microbes, not cancer, but man himself who is man's greatest danger to man. For the simple reason that there is no adequate protection against psychic epidemics, which are infinitely more devastating than the worst of natural catastrophes." Now, the reason why I had to say this is because, like, for many reasons, cognitive dissonance among others, but the idea of the king and the queen, and don't even get me started on the god and goddess. Honestly, like, see, entertaining the king and queen, a woman cannot be a queen unless she has a king. A man has to be able to earn his right to become a king. And essentially he's given the title. He doesn't really get it himself. He doesn't call himself king. People bestow that title onto him, right? So this is a bit of psychosis going on here. And it brings to mind something I had talked about before called the great inversion, which I like to call it. Like, everything that's been going on has been inverting, essentially. And it's sad truth. And people are just falling victim to it. And Sister Goddess, if you're watching, honestly, just hear out what the brother is saying. If you are a narcissist, it's okay. You can get help. Honestly, these things are solvable. All of these things are solvable. I really do believe that. And to bring on to the idea of the FBA and whatnot, like these terminologies literally show me why there is no we in the Black community. There cannot be a we in the Black community if an individual who calls himself FBA, not Goddess per se, but another individual who was on Lapeef Network talking stuff to, I believe, Jonathan Barronville about him being an immigrant. He was just calling him an immigrant. And I would say that he calls himself FBA, Foundational Black American. It's just really sad, right? Because we fail to realize that we have to have the monolithic approach on the things that matter. We can't let promiscuous women and beta men lead us into oblivion, right? We just can't. And the thing is, like, I would like to finish it off with saying that in conjunction with the mass psychosis and narcissism, there's a saddening decline in courage, right? People are not being courageous. People are not wanting to speak up and step up and basically just tell the truth and be honest as to what's going on. Which actually brings me to the second quote that I will bring, and the final quote I'll bring up, which is from a man named Alexander Solzhenitsyn. His book, a book, A World Split Apart. He says, "A decline in courage may be the most striking feature which an outside observer notices in the West in our days. Should one point out that from ancient times, declining courage has been considered the beginning of the end." We know that an end is coming, but why not? If we know the end is coming, why not we set ourselves up in a situation that we can reap the most benefits so that we can probably come out on top in the new age? But it seems as though that we may end up being the victims of the mass psychosis, narcissism.
You should call yourself Practical Socrates, brother. All right.
Oh man.
You know, when I first heard you speak, man, I was very impressed, man. Very impressed, very sharp, brother, very sharp. You're absolutely right. I tell people all the time, it takes bravery to put this uniform on, but it takes courage to do the job. It takes courage to do it. Thank you for citing that information. Very powerful books. You have a very powerful mind, man. I appreciate you sharing that with us, man. And keep that up. Thank you for that support. And you're welcome back here any time, man. I appreciate it, dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ooh,
Have a
ooh,
blessed
I like
night.
that. I should have saved you for last. That's how you end the channel right there. Someone else got to come behind that, bro. You're going to make them hard. You're going to make it hard.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Appreciate you, homie.
Nah,
I
for sure.
appreciate that.
I'm be definitely watching in the background, you know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all hit the like, you know what I'm saying? Hit the bell notification and subscribe to this man. Salute.
Salute. Appreciate it, brother.
Blessed night.
Yo, brother came in. Woo. Man. Did y'all hear that? Jeez. Dropping gems. I'm about to replay that and take a little notes, you guys. I wasn't ready for that. I know who the brother was, though. I heard him speak before. He's sharp. Shout out to Lucas. What you saying? Yeah. Alexander. See, now that I'm reading it, it's impossible. It's impossible to say it. It's easier to pronounce when you hear it out loud. We got to start holding criminals accountable as well. Absolutely. Louis, I'm about to bring you up. Sorry for the wait, and I appreciate you guys waiting. Louis, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I know you were driving earlier. What's your thoughts, sir? Thank you for hanging with us.
Well, let me bring you back to, when I first came in contact with you. It was a Thursday, like any other Thursday. Like any other Thursday. And that morning I had my oral review board. And, I had made the decision that I want to be a law enforcement officer. And I had my oral review board, and I'm like, man, I hope I pass it. And, I passed it. Okay, great.
That's what's up.
And then I was supposed to meet with the chief that day, but that got moved to the next day. And I'm watching Lepiflas talk, and everybody's talking and everybody's going. And you come on, and from that moment, I hear Six the Goddess, I hear Chaotic Truth, I hear everything that's going on, and I see exactly what's happened, like you called it. She used her femininity as a weapon, in a sense, to get people on her side.
Correct.
Rather than the side of the truth. The way you handled it, I emailed you about it. I appreciate everything that you did, everything that you represent. From there, I met with the chief the next day, and this chief was black, and he also went into the history of law enforcement. He went into slavery. He went into all of the things that you speak about, how law enforcement wasn't built off of slavery.
Right.
This is a black chief, actually.
That's what's up.
This is a black chief. And he's telling me about all of the things that law enforcement, the good and the bad. And it's coming from a Morgan Freeman voice.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
He's so wise. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, I'm taking all the game. I'm taking all the energy in. Like, this is a big moment for me. And, I remember you talking about exactly, we need more brothers to take up this position in order to bridge the gap.
Yes.
And honestly change the minds of people how they see police, because they only see it as just white people.
Right.
And it's not the case. I'm 33. And this is a profession that I've always wanted to do. This is something that means a lot to me. I'm actually about to serve the community which I grew up in. It's crazy. This whole time, my 33 years of life, I've actually taken the time to not commit any type of issue. Going through figuring it out, but it got me to this point to where I'm ready. And I think that, I think that I haven't like scrolled all the way back into your videos, but I think maybe you should like look into explaining how the oral review board process works, the application process.
Okay.
Getting guys ready to take on this thing instead of, saying we need more, but like, hey, this is how you do it.
Okay. I like that. And I think you would be helpful too, because the last time I interviewed, right, was a long time ago. And you are a recent hire, and so you be able to give us a good update. I'll definitely be able to chime in on what it was like when I started, and then we can see and compare like where it has changed to now. I think that's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I never even thought about that. So that's what's up. Yeah, I'm down with that.
There's a lot of videos online, and I looked at a lot of them to figure out how the oral review board process works and all that, but it may come differently from you.
Okay. No, I'm gonna look into that. I think that's a great idea. I never thought about that, but I think that's a great idea. I've always said that we need better marketing, right? We definitely, in law enforcement, need better marketing. We don't have it. It's almost like people don't care. People in the profession don't care to try to make the image look better. I don't really see the effort. And I think we don't see the effort because you don't have people who look like us in a position. I've seen a few officers that have done a good job. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen a few mainstream, maybe like two. That's not even a few, but I've seen two. And they work hard at it, but again, our community gives us pushback, so it's hard and it's discouraging. It's discouraging to do it working and not working, and so we have to get creative, but we do have to change the mentality, and we also have to change the officers need to change their behavior. I see you, Gail. Gail's running out of fuel. Gail, we ran you wild tonight, Gail. Thank you so much. Shout out to all
She is the queen of it all.
Queen, man. She be handling business. Don't worry, Gail. Courtney should be Courtney's a moderator too. Me and Courtney, we're gonna ride this thing out. Thank you so much, Gail. I really appreciate you. Shout out to Shayla as well.
Shout out to
my
Courtney.
moderators.
Shout out to
They're
everybody.
so awesome. Gail, I know it was rough. This was a crazy stream. I know you was holding it down. So thank you, Gail. Thank you. I'm not gonna keep you up, you guys. I'm not gonna keep y'all up too much longer, y'all. I promise. I got one more call.
Nathan, I signed my conditional contract that day. And so this is the moment where everything is happening on Lapeef Let's Talk. This is the moment you're getting called names.
A pig. Okay to say it.
Okay. So like I feel like I'm a part of it, and there's nobody, shout out to Mr. Logic. He came to your defense right in that moment.
Yep, and
really, everybody came to your defense, but like I wanted to be somebody like who is saying, yeah, I'm taking up the charge too.
That's what's up.
And there are many who are taking up the charge who may not be on YouTube right now, but they're going to take up the charge to this is an honorable life. It really is. And it doesn't have to be any division on it. It's honestly, if we as a community want to grow and be better, we need to adopt values that aren't that aren't standing in the way of progress.
Yeah, not counterproductive. Facts.
Yeah. And it's to the point where, I want to be a law enforcement officer, not because I've been bullied, not because I want to hurt someone who has hurt me.
Exactly.
I'm 6'4", big dude. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where I want to provide for my family. I want to have a baby sometime. And I want to, I just got married last year, and I want to enjoy my life. Yeah. I'm not a good salesman. I'm not a good I've worked in auto body technician. I've worked in so many different type of fields. I just got my degree, and that is also something where I remember you saying, a lot of these departments don't require higher education, and that's a shame because the department that I got hired on requires that.
That's what's up.
Not only just maybe 60 hours of education, but also maybe a complete service contract of military service along with that, or just the full bachelor's degree.
And that's the thing, and I talk about all the time. We got to raise the standards, get people who actually want to do the job, people who are willing to serve in their community. It's imperative, man. It is so imperative. And I also and I said this, and I made this statement. I saw your message on Anton's channel, and the advice again is it's a lot of power. It is a lot of power.
Yes.
Always, the number one thing I'll tell you to never forget, always continue to earn the respect of the people you're serving, right? Each person you come in contact with, make sure you earn their respect. They're not there to earn your respect. You're there to earn their respect. And as long as you keep that in mind, it'll keep you humble. It'll keep the power in check. It's a lot of power. It's difficult, and it's going to have its moments. It's going to have its moments, but as long as you remember that, you'll always stay above water, right? And the power won't drown you. But I honor you. I lift you up, and I'm going to keep you in my prayers. And you always, you know how to reach me. And I'm definitely all for. Listen, I had a thing at the county when I was there patrolling that I would not teach any officer that I could not see myself in. That was a thing for me. If I felt like you didn't have the heart, if I didn't feel like you were doing it for the right reasons, I wouldn't bring you under my wing. At the time, that was a little bit of my ego, though, right? I felt like I was the man, but I was the man.
Absolutely.
And so Lewis, man, I appreciate you, brother. Listen, we got to do this again. Stay in touch, dude. Stay in touch.
Absolutely. I'm a subscriber for life, man.
Facts, and congratulations, brother. Welcome to the blue side. It's a little rough, but we're gonna. I'm working on some things, man. Our profession needs some correction. It needs a lot of correction. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take time, but it needs.
It's gonna come from everybody. It's gonna come from even the people who you're closest with. Why you want to do that?
Right. Yeah.
You gotta have a mind of your own. And you have to go forward with the path that you see fit.
It's very rewarding, man. I love serving people. I love helping people. I'm retired and I still want to help, right? And honestly,
my whole life,
it's something that's in you. It's a calling, and I've never got any greater satisfaction than helping people. Saving lives is addictive, dude. I got addicted to saving people's lives and making them happy on this job. It's a beautiful feeling. It's very rewarding, and you feel like you're making your mark. And so
it's crazy. I get to serve my hometown. I get to drive on a country road every day to work. And sometimes, just driving on highways is very stressful. And I get to drive on a country road on my way to work.
There you go.
That's all that I care about.
That's what's up, man. Listen, brother, I appreciate you, man. Until next time, congratulations. Be safe, man, and welcome, right?
Thank you.
All right, man.
God bless.
You too. God bless. Man, he's right, you guys. He's right. Seattle Black Veteran, you the last man up. He's patriarchal, absolute. Says, shout out to the country boys. Get her done. Absolutely. Get her done.
Hey,
what's up, Seattle Black Veteran?
Hey, brother. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for waiting, man. I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm never good at having the 8,000 people up on the stream. I can never do that, man.
And that's man, you're good for that. You're good and humble for it, brother. I appreciate you, brother. I've been listening to you, and I concur with you 100%. I got to show you this real quick before I can grab this hopefully this photo up on my iPad, because what you're talking about, as far as let me see if you can see it in this. These are the kids who want to start a senior and young adults talking to seniors and seeing how we can bridge the gap with what we're talking about here. And I concur with you 100% is that, my thing is, and get me right on this, brother Nathan. I love your show. You're a beautiful show. Wonderful. How, if we started actually confronting all issues on all fronts, how quick we would be able to turn this thing around? Because I look at it right now as it's going to be 2 to maybe 3 generations.
I think 3 generations, but we would have to hit everything simultaneously. Everyone would have to be on code. I think it's extremely possible. It's absolutely possible. And I see it. That's why I'm excited about it. I think people need to stay in their lanes, though. If you have a particular skill set, someone described it like this for me, and I can't remember who said it, but it's like the military and how you have the Air Force, Navy, the Army, right? And then you have the elite, right? You got the Marines, you got the Green Berets, you got the Rangers. They're there to do the scalpel work, right?
Certain jobs.
They got certain jobs to do, but everybody has a responsibility. I know a little bit about a lot of things, a little bit about a lot, but my expertise is in law enforcement. So that's where I need to be at, right? I don't need to be hanging out with the guys and the girls talking about the medical stuff. That's not I might know something, but that's not my expertise. I need to be where I'm best suited for. We all need to know our position.
You know what? And you say it's 100% right, and you do your job excellent. You're a surgically, and I appreciate. And you're right, because I was told that when I went to city council, and I said, "Well, have you heard about this?" And then I went back to another person. The person told me, "Pump your brakes, back up." And I said, "Okay, I feel you, and I understand that." Yeah, it's good to hear your perspective on it, because I am in constant, and may I say this to anybody who's still in constant contact with your city council members. They're going to help move your needle a little bit further, because I'm in a city that's in a county city. So I can confront the city council, but before I can confront the council that belongs to the county, and this well, I mean, let me ask you this too, and I wanted to ask this question because I got to ask this. I said, law enforcement is heavily politicized.
Yes,
heavily. As I told somebody, I'm like, you have to understand. It's like going from a private to a corporal to a sergeant lieutenant, or a captain.
Politics, man,
is 100%. And no, and that's I appreciate you saying, because I tell people who are rocking with me, I'm like, hey, yo, look, I'm the Seattle Black veteran, but do you understand how much politics is involved in this? It's heavily, and like you say, with the law enforcement, you know it as well as I do. In order for somebody who wants to get a attorney, you getting off of about $500 to maybe $2,000 just to retain an attorney, and then he's going to send you to the political bull crap. It's gonna, and the way the system's set up in Seattle, Washington, the chief, she was a Black female. She resigned because they were putting too much
pressure.
Political pressure.
Political pressure. Yep.
Yeah, and it was stupid how they were telling her what she should do, and understanding what Black law enforcement up here. I know in Seattle we have a Black law enforcement union. I think it's called Blue, but it's amazing what you go through, and people I agree with you. If you want change, get in touch with your political people and see what your city council is doing. I'm working with these young kids, and I was told
that's the piece that's missing.
Yes.
You know, the piece that's missing is that we keep looking at these federal elections, but the most important ones are closest to us.
Exactly.
They're the ones who dictate the laws that we don't like, right?
Exactly.
The people who are in position of power, you know, if you're not, I talk to people all the time and say, do you know who your representatives are? They can never answer the question.
Not.
You know, and it says that we need to become more politically savvy.
Yes.
In order for these things, because again, we're voting these people that we look at, again, whether Democrat or Republican. I care about neither or.
Exactly.
But the reality is, if that's who we're voting for, they need to be doing their job. They need to be answering to our will. They work for us.
Exactly.
And if we are complaining about things and they're not changing, it's because they're not doing the things that we're asking them to do.
Exactly.
It's just that simple.
Yeah. And I tell these people in my community, an open hand versus a fist. Come on now. And I tell them, get together. Come and talk to who you're, and even though it's even virtual,
right?
You will not show up for the virtual, let alone
not show for the virtual meeting.
It's crazy. I'm like, come on. And I'm like, you know, and these kids, they want to talk to us.
Yeah.
They want us, you know. Look, I'm 58. A brother like my brother Nathan, come on, people. Anybody who's subscribed to his page, bring those young kids over to his page.
Let them watch.
And let them watch. Yeah.
Let them
I mean, because this brother is talking about let's communicate. And I would tell you, there's so many people who are older than me who don't want to do it. I'm like,
what do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do? Right.
So, Brother Nathan, I thank you for blessing me. This coming up on your page. And I just want to let everybody know, because you're always bringing some serious, good heart messages and facts that people need to wake up and see. They need to come on, boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, and thank you. And I'm gonna get off your page.
Thank you, brother Hayes. Shout out to you again, brother. Thank you so much.
Keep doing the good work you're doing. I appreciate you, brother.
Sir, God bless, brother. Appreciate it.
Salute.
Yes. Whew. You guys, we're at 6:43. It's all good. Guess what? I got a couple more gems to drop, and we shutting it down. Brace Club. Welcome, Chief. Brace Club, you there?
Yeah, shalom. I'm sorry about that. I had it on mute. I just wanted to say shalom to you, Officer Nathan. I appreciate your work and what you're doing, what you're attempting, bringing it to the table. Kind of jumped in midstream, didn't know what was going on, didn't have the vocabulary understanding of the words on the title. Figured I'll just tap in, let's keep it real. I didn't pull out a dictionary or Google anything. Figured I'll just show up, you know.
Always welcome, man.
Yeah, you know, you've got a good following and a good building going. You know, I just don't want to see you get lost up with your time as far as you know, with trying to control what others say and what they do, especially here in YouTube land. This is our creative environment where pretty much this is the new TV. That, you know, this is entertainment. It could be educational or purely entertainment. Everything false or factual. You know, so let people do what they do, and that's going to, you know, create more of a following for the market that you're trying to target.
I agree.
And I know you guys are well equipped with, you know, putting everything together and hitting different platforms to bring different people to the table. And I would just say focus on that. You know, the ball's already rolling. Everything else is going to follow, just like how everything else happened when all this shut down 2 years ago. You know, we had a lot of professionals and everyone coming to the tables, first time being on Zoom, and you know, the digital age that it is. A lot of this stuff our kids got to help us with and help us figure it out and to get going. You know, a lot of people don't have a staff, but it brought everyone to the table in a way it hasn't been done before.
True.
So these are great times. But just want to salute to you, and just just wanted to jump online and let you know that me personally, I do not like the police.
I know.
As far how the policing is being done. Now I can have my own perspective and opinions and ideas on how to fix the matter, but nonetheless, if it's my company and you work for me, you can spend all the time you want trying to create a great solution to better my company. If I'm not asking for it, you bring it to the table, I can simply just throw it away.
True.
And just have been forced in my life from mistakes and bad decisions as a young man, making it out of what I've made it out of, but to still have that felony, So what do? Do you, submit your life to a life of crime and scams and schemes, or do you wiggle through the maze to try to see where that income is that you would be used to, compared to the streets? Because this is all about lifestyles. And that's what's hard for all of us to change, wherever we're changing from, is, are you willing to change your lifestyle?
That is, you're correct. And it is, and I think that's why it is a lot of work, and only a community can do it, right? Let's just be honest. If someone has had some bad run-ins with law enforcement, their criminal history is all tied up, and it's not helpful for them. As a community, it's good if we own our own things, we can give our own people jobs, right? That's the power of having ownership. We can control our own narrative. But when we don't own those things, we have to acquiesce to someone else's power. And it's like, well, I don't want to hire people who look like this or have this type of record. And you're like, well, hold on. I've been reformed by the correctional system, like you said it's supposed to do. Why am I not getting a second chance? I've paid my dues. So I agree with that. This is why recidivism rate is such an issue, because in the first 3 years, about 60-70% of people, get back into the prison system, right? They reoffend, because we're not, in some cases, we're not creating an environment where people can thrive after they get out. I'm saying, and as you know, Brace Club, we talked about this before, the power of ownership. Our community, it's almost segregating, but equal, but having our own, because with that, we can control our own narrative. And that's so important for situations like that. We can eliminate a lot of that crime and going back to a life of crime because you feel like, you don't have any other options. And that's true for some people. That's very true. No one will hire them, right? I've seen it happen. I've spoke to people about it. So this is why it's important for us to have our own, build our own, and come together under one understanding, so this can move a lot faster, right?
Yes, and I do agree with that. And I think the base and the foundation, especially on our own and on any land that we own as individuals and together or whatnot, the foundation needs to be for our healing, for our benefit, and for our generations. But it's going to need to include everybody.
Yes.
We all need to keep in mind, according to the scriptures, Jews and Gentiles will enter the kingdom.
Yes. Okay, Brace Club. I know you was a Bible man, brother.
All hands on deck. Yeah. I'm sorry, what was that?
No, so I know you was a Bible brother. That's what's up.
Oh, come on, man. With the Hebrew Israelites?
Oh, okay. I didn't know. All right. Yeah. That's what's up. Facts.
But no, this is great times, man. There's Christians, Hebrews, Muslims, Moors. Everyone's at the table, at least to converse and talk. This is what nations do. This is what leaders do. Whether we oppose it and agree to each other's way of life or whatnot, that's irrelevant. Because when you take out the box of right and wrong, possible or impossible, sane or insane, moral or immoral, then you're thinking out the box of a creative solution. You're not going to hinder yourself and stop your own thoughts, because you're going to tell yourself, oh, this is right or this is wrong. But everyone's right could be someone else's wrong, and everyone's wrong could be someone else's right. So you have to eliminate all of that altogether. just to, take a good look at the prairie, see what we got out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with that. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you, man. Salute. Yeah, man, it's late. It's late as hell for me. 11:22. Just waiting on my boy, working late nights, but just that drive home. I've got a 17-year-old son out there, you know?
Yes.
And yeah, and he drives home at night. Sometimes he chases things that, I wouldn't want him chasing, but there's little friends at the establishment he works at, the opposite sex, and he's at 17. So I'm just hoping, get him home safe, and I'm not a grandpa tomorrow.
Facts. We always talk about the dick discipline, right?
Yeah.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
The thing is, I'd be asleep right now if we were on our own land and he's down there working at your burger shop or over at Jimmy Bob's, or you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if he is doing something, it's the good old days where you would bring him home. You'd bring him home to me, and I'd whoop his ass in front of you.
Yep.
You wouldn't have to arrest him. You wouldn't have to do any of that.
Yep. Yeah, we've lost policing have lost the respect of the people. That's absolutely a fact. And it's hard for a few officers to carry the torch on on their own when you have the bad officers, you have the media, you have the system, you have so many moving parts that are weighing down on the good people doing the job. It's hard, it's hard. And
But it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it takes time.
It's okay, Nathan. You got it, man. I'm telling you, the best way to fix their problem and their department, and if you want to do that, and that's the outcome as well, is to give them a new example.
Right.
A way to do it.
Right.
That hasn't been done. And that would be the template.
There you go.
And that's how the law spread throughout this country anyway. I've lived in about 12, 13 states. Every state that I go to is like a different country. You don't like the laws and the rules of one state? Shit, go to another one.
That is so true. That is so true. I tell people that all the time. And Braze Club, I'm actually I want to shoot you some of my ideas too, because I always feel like you give me a fair assessment when you're even assessing me in different videos and stuff. You're always very fair. You be a little hard.
I want to be honest with myself. I have to be to make proper ground. I got we got to stop lying to ourselves.
There you go.
Be real with ourselves.
But I like the fact that you don't like the police makes you the most qualified to address these issues, right? So if I have a solution, who better to show it to someone who doesn't like the police, right? In a sense.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can give you my perspective and my idea. I'd like to see you build a department on Black-owned land, and show me how it's done within our own in-house, so it's not being exposed on public.
I like that.
YouTube and TV and everything else, because there's going to be a learning curve. There's bumps and curves. We got to create the blueprint. So we got to sit down and have the architects at the table and look at the whole thing from scratch.
Yep.
And who else better to do that than qualified people that you speak on? You know what I mean? And you're correct. So when it comes to serious matters and the actual real world that we live in, sort of say, that's where we need the qualified people. But for entertainment, everyone's qualified to entertain.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, really.
No, you
gotta show up.
You're right. No, that was good advice, and you're absolutely right. I'm not gonna make it a habit of trying to challenge people. I'm new to YouTube, so I'm still learning. And I do take certain conversations a little bit more sensitive than others, because there's a point where there's entertainment and there's a point where it's dangerous, right, for our community, because some of us, unfortunately, have a hard time separating entertainment from reality, which is why we have a lot of the issues we have today.
Well, yeah, but that's not the problem. It's the Chris Rock effect.
Yes.
You don't want to get Will Smith, So you just have to just stay in your lane and do your thing. And whatever she's doing over there, she's breaking the law. She's on her phone, driving, texting. Well, I'm just going to clear my distance. I'm going to do some defensive driving. I'm not going to honk at her. I'm not going to flash. I'm not going to wave at. I'm not going to do any of that. And then who knows? I don't know her state of mind, what she's coming from. She could have just lost her job, going home, not knowing how to tell her husband. He could have, who knows what people are going through,
right?
And what their flashing points are.
This is true. So,
no,
for
real. It's just, while we
facts of
life, this land and interact with each other, it just has to be mutual respect, just as human.
I agree.
Towards each other. And then where we go next is where we choose, and that's where we would benefit. Well, if we go nest together, because then we could build together, and our off times are done together, face to face. Where real solutions, go hand in hand the same day. So the conversation is being done as the community is being built.
Facts. No, I agree.
We don't have enough time to do it step by step.
It's gonna take all hands on deck.
We just got to get there to these little spots and just get the blank canvas out and pull out some chainsaws, cut down some trees, and start with a log cabin. Who knows?
That's what I like your Brace Club.
You got to start somewhere, right?
Facts.
But the technology though, with we can go anywhere. With solar. I've got my 17-year-old boy. He was 16. We did 5 solar jobs out here in Arizona. The first year of COVID. So the technology and the capability is there, and the knowledge and the professions are there as well. Because I think this is another first time in history where you have so many, as far as with the Black folks, as far as where at the table where felons and non-felons are now communicating,
having the conversation
on every level, because it's just not against the police department, on professions of any level, a doctor, a nurse, anyone that can obtain a degree that doesn't have a felony tends to, we shun our own. Oh, you got caught up with, who knows what it was.
Right. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So we put the same cloud on each other that our oppressor tells us what is good and what's bad. But how did this guy obtain the property? But I'm not even trying to go there. Let's not go backwards. Let's go forward. How he got it, he got it. Okay, that's how he got it. Well, let's go buy ours. How about that?
Right.
We ain't gonna steal anything, Let's go buy and build our own.
Let's build forward.
If it works, it does. It does. If it doesn't, either way, it's great.
True.
We'll let the kids clean up the mess. They might be able to build something better than what we did, but it'd be ours. It'd be theirs. It could be handed down to them.
Right.
You see what I mean? And kind of like like the Indian land, even as far as in the different states I've been in, like even Texas, some of the properties out there that people actually live in, that California and here on the West would be condemned. The owner of the property would have to bulldozer it over. In another state, you got people living in that shack.
That's true. Yeah, much work to do. And we just need the right people in place. And I think we're making progress. The fact that we're having the dialogue and the communication. So again, Brace Club, man, I appreciate you, brother, for coming up. It's my first time being able to really get a chance to talk to you, man. I appreciate you sticking with me.
Yes, sir. Hey, I appreciate the opportunity and just allowing me to share more of my thoughts and insights on the matter. And I don't want to be blanketed into anything, because nobody is concrete in anything.
True.
One act of God can change your entire life and perspective.
Ooh,
going through a couple of floods in Houston, will do it to you as far as myself. But it's beautiful land. There's people that they stayed and continue to go through them. Well, after 3, I got to tap out, man. I didn't get the flat bottom boats, you know. Shit. Yeah, if I can't boat out of there, I gotta go.
You're stuck, right?
You know?
Right.
No, I ain't gonna be stuck. You know, you just gotta go. You just gotta give it up.
Right.
You know.
That's what's up.
Yeah. But you'll figure it out, man. You guys work it out, and everyone will come together. And you know, hopefully, God forbid, the one thing that will put us all on one accord doesn't come, and we get to it before that, because then you know we have a chance to build something and give these kids, you know, the memories that they're missing, that we've had.
Right.
You know, we've already had our memories, high school years. You know, my boy missed a year and a half midstream of his high school, so that, you know, football, basketball years, and you know those memories. You know, that's been deleted for a lot of us folks. We've lost a lot these last 2-3 years. You know, we all have.
Yeah, we did.
So we owe it to the generation to make sure that this isn't going to be a continuing pattern, because that's the pattern of American history.
Unfortunately, we're gonna do something about it. We're doing it. I'll say we're doing it.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. You're welcome up anytime, man.
All right, man. You guys have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Bye now.
Let me get these last super chats that I missed. Shout out to GB. Oh no, this is GB Production. What do you say? Really, I saw you on that Notorious Lapeef episode. You are one of the few people who conduct themselves with dignity and class. GB Production, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Otis Harris. Otis says, I'm applying for police job Minneapolis. Ooh, boy, Lord knows they need some black officers. Job is starting at $65K. You can be at $100K in 8 years. This is a great opportunity. I'm gonna try. Listen, reach out to me if you have any questions. And like I gave Lewis the same advice I'm gonna give you. You know, always strive to earn the respect of the people you're serving. Know that you're a servant first. All right? You're a servant first. Don't let the power consume you. Don't let the power dictate who you are. And always stand on your truth. Always operate with integrity. That's it. It's that easy. Love people like you love your mother, your father, you know, your siblings. Because you have to be willing to lay your life down to protect them. Shout out to that, man. Otis, I appreciate that. I appreciate that super chat, brother. Thank you. A brother of a certain age. Okay. He sends the super chat, said, people don't quite know how to take you just yet. Your demeanor and approach does not fit the image of Leo's. Watch your 6. 10-4. 10-4. I heard that. Cop talk, y'all. Thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, I'm this is a good question or a good statement. You're right. People don't know how to take me out. I think I am an enigma a little bit. But I would also say there's a lot of people who are like me, men and women, all different races, who share my sentiment, you guys. There's a lot. We don't get recognition. We don't get publicity. And we don't have control over the marketing aspect of this profession. You know, that's the problem, right? There's a lot of great officers. I know they're currently working. They're working in different areas in government. They have, you know, they're awesome people with a lot of integrity. And, you know, but these people aren't advertised. You know, it's kind of similar to the problem we see with the black community, right? People are always trying to portray black skin as being this, black skin as being that. And the reality is, you know, black people are really amazing, right? We're really dope people. People love us around the world. But that's not what they show us on TV. That's not what they show us in the media, on the news. It's the same thing with law enforcement, you guys. There's a lot of amazing, great police officers. I think it's on the profession to fix their image, right? It's not the people's responsibility to fix the image of policing, you know? So I've reached out to people, you know, I plan on going to a lot of different panels. You guys, I'm working hard. I'm almost to 10,000 subscribers, so I'm really excited about that. Those who are hearing this for the first time, please join the channel. My goal is to hit 10,000 subscribers before my mom's birthday next month. You know, that's my goal. I'm almost there. This was we're going on 7 hours. I'm starving. Whew. I think I'm gassed out. I don't think I can go anymore, you guys. Listen. I think we spoke on what we need to speak on. We touched on what we need to touch on. Yeah, Lewis, you good. You don't have to talk about where you're working at, brother. You don't have to keep that private. Keep that private. We keeping that private, man. You good. Man, you guys, this was a lot. We talked about a lot. We covered a lot. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for being patient. There was a lot discussed. There was a lot going on. Shout out to everybody who participated, gave their thoughts. Shout out to all the guests who came up and had the discussion. I really appreciate it, man. Shout out to all the support and the super chats. Thank you guys so much. This was such a powerful stream. There was a lot shared. I can't thank you enough to all my moderators. Jeez, you guys held it down. Gail was like, but Gail, Gail be hustling all through all the streams. So shout out to Gail, Shayla, and of course, Courtney Michelle. Thank you so much. We made it. There was a lot to talk about, man. This was such a well-needed conversation. I asked you guys to play it back, run it back, and share it, right? There's so much in this stream that needed to be discussed. It was well overdue, and we needed to talk about it. Sometimes I've learned recently, you guys, I was in a moment where I wanted to kind of let this go, and it wasn't because I've been insulted. I've been insulted for the longest since I've been doing this job. It wasn't about the insults, you guys. I was telling Uncle Stu this. I had a conversation with him about it. Him and JB, Chicago Rilla. Shout out to them. Shout out to Logic. Shout out to Anton as well. We had a great conversation on his channel. And shout out to Jay Prince. Jay Prince, officially I know what was said in the moment. You didn't realize that, I know you call me a pig. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but I can handle it, Another officer probably wouldn't be able to handle it. But I can handle it because I understand, I understand. And in that moment, I had already forgiven you, I had already forgiven you in that moment. And so I think I just ask people, I know I can't reach everybody. That's okay. But if you truly want to have the conversation, my doors are open to have it. I want to understand why it is that you feel the way you feel, and how can we prevent someone else from having to go through the experience that you may have went through that created the trauma, So shout out to you, Jay Prince. And also I saw some messages as well. And Anton read some messages as well. And, your apologies accepted. But again, I'd already forgiven you, brother. So water under the bridge. I hope that next time we get a chance to talk, we can have a whole good discussion, and you can share with people your experience with law enforcement, and we can build off of that. So I truly want to help. I truly have some great solutions, and I can only move as fast as you guys are willing to support. Just know that I'm not your enemy, So I like how, God moves in mysterious ways, and this all started from a conversation. It's all started from a conversation. And, you know, again, I was discouraged and I was willing to kind of throw the towel in. And it wasn't because of the insults. It was because I felt like I wasn't appreciated. It was because I felt like all the hard work and me staying up late and making sacrifices to do this, do these videos and kind of bring information. I felt like people didn't care. You guys, that's what kind of tipped me in that direction. You know, I was prepared for the insults. I wasn't prepared for the lack of appreciation. And I think that's what I started seeing in comments. It was just kind of like, you know, get out of here. We don't want to talk to you, you know. F12, pigs, blah, 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 kill them all, right? Like these are the comments that I'm getting. I go to all black panels and, you know, I get disrespected, you know, and it sounds silly to say it, but I'm kind of used to it because I know it's not me, right? Because if you knew me and didn't know I do this job, you probably think I'd be a great person. I'm a great person, you know. And unfortunately, I'm also judged and stereotyped because of color. But this time, not because of the color of my skin, but the color of my uniform. The irony in that. Right? The irony in that. Shout out to Chelsea. I don't have an issue having a conversation with her. Whether she might not want to, and that's understandable. But, you know, I think it's important regardless. If someone's willing to have the talk, we have the talk. New growth, calm down. New growth, sometimes I can't even address you sometimes. This brother need therapy for that. PTSD he got. Post-traumatic slavery disorder. Some of our people are suffering from. You guys, we need some people in our community, we need therapy. We got to get healed. It's hard to move forward when we're allowing certain things to hold us down. You know, new growth is a perfect example. Right? The fear of accountability, accountophobia is what some people suffer from. No matter what you do, they can't shake it. It's therapy needed, you guys. Accountophobia. Say what you say, brother. Say what you say. I'm respected enough. You know, but I'll keep you in my prayers, new growth, because you need it. I see now you're suffering, man. But I got you. I got you. You know, it's gonna take us all, right, to kind of move this thing forward in a sense. Some people are you know, they got that lack of accountability-itis. You know, YouTube, we out here just making up words. The blue box. How can I get a Blue Phoenix t-shirt? Yo, shout out to that. I like it. Yeah, listen, if you go to my nonprofit, my website, I have a store there where I'm selling the t-shirts. You know, I told myself that I wasn't going to start promoting the shirts until I hit 10,000. You know, I try to give myself some, what do they call them? It's like some benchmarks, you know. And I told myself, if I can't get 10,000 people to subscribe, I have no business trying to promote nothing, right? Like, so I have my own personal goal that I wanted to set for myself. But yes, if you go to Matter of fact, I dropped the thing in the banner. Check this out. If you go to my website here, the nonprofit is the Blue Phoenix Initiative, risebluephoenix.org. I have, if you go to the shop side, you'll definitely see the merch there. But when I hit 10,000, I plan on, I told myself I'm going to do my own little commercials where I promote my own stuff for the nonprofit. And so check out the nonprofit. Let me know what you think, Blue Box. And I appreciate you asking. I have a couple different designs that I've been working on. And I also have coffee mugs as well. But yeah, check out the work. Let me know what you think. What else? Yeah, Cindy, this is true. And all I'm saying is we just need better police officers. If not, we need more Black officers to patrol Black areas. But we need the right officers to do it. The ones who have the right mentality, the right mindset, the right heart to do the job. Shout out to Great Pill Podcast. Thank you, brother. That's a sharp brother too. We're gonna collab. I gotta link up with him. I want to do some work with him. But Cindy RN, yeah, this is the problem. There's a lot to fix in policing. This is true. And I think the problem is that, people lack the creativity. They don't see it being able to change, but I believe it can. I truly believe it can. I just need people to give me a chance to spread my wings on them. And guess what? I'll have this whole thing turned around. So, whew, I'm sore. This is a lot. Shout out again to everybody. Thank you guys so much. She said, go to bed. I'm about to. We shut it down. Thank you so much, everyone. I really, really, really appreciate it. I think this is powerful. Thank you so much for everybody who came and supported the channel. Everyone who stayed through to the beginning to end. It was so much that was discussed, that we shared. This is something that needs to be broken down and dissected. We're definitely going to come back to this. And yeah, Lord mercy. The door is open for conversation. Some people might take offense to some of the things that were said, that were stated. That's okay. The conversation is needed. We can have the talk. We can definitely have the talk. And I'm willing to have it. So, don't hesitate to reach out. My email, I'm easily accessible, you guys. So I think that the most important thing is that as a community that we continue building, we continue moving forward. We give wisdom to where it's received. That's all we can do. Again, I'm not gonna hold you guys. This is a long night. I hope that you guys found value in what was discussed. Pray that we take this information and we share it with those who need to see it. There was a lot that was shared. I know people are gonna go back over this thing. We're gonna probably clip especially some of these key issues impacting our community in reference to law enforcement. I will put the receipts at the bottom of this video tomorrow, but they will be there for those to double check and look over some of the information. If I misspoke on anything, please feel free to challenge me, you guys. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate, right? It's not about a who this and who that, but we do want to have the correct conversation. And so validity and reliability, right? You might have one, but it's good to have both. Shout out. I just learned that, by the way, but it's a powerful statement. Validity and reliability. Statistics, right? Anyways, you guys, thank you again so much for the support. Thank you for those who donated in the super chats. There was so much love given, so much powerful statements, so much that was addressed. You guys, thank you. And again, You know how this goes. We are going to push forward. We're on our way to 10,000, right, subscribers. So if you're new to this channel, so your first time hearing this content, please stand by and subscribe or join the channel. We have some new members as well. So I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the support, you guys. And with that, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night. God bless.